Beneath the streets of Scioria, in the web-lined tunnels of the Arania, Zorian sat cross-legged with his eyes shut, trying to sense the nearby spider-like minds with his own. The matriarch had given him this as his first lesson in telepathy, and it reminded him, unpleasantly, of Svim's mana-sensing exercises. He wasn't making much progress. Another thing it had in common with Svim's infuriating lessons. It's only been 3 days, the matriarch's voice echoed in his mind. You've barely begun.
Don't be impatient.
There has to be a better way to learn this, Zorian muttered. The whole trial-and-error method felt like something he could have stumbled through alone. As far as he could tell, the matriarch's primary contribution so far was supervising in case something went wrong. Though, to be fair, that was quite valuable, especially with something as delicate as mind magic. That, and the fact that it's much easier to sense open minds than those of non-psychics, she said, hesitating slightly near the end. I doubt you'll find many open individuals on the surface. Fewer still who would allow you to connect with them. I know these early stages are dull, but they are necessary. And if I've failed to explain something well,
I apologize.
But this isn't something I learned. It's something I do. Arania are born with this ability. We grow up using it like human children learn to walk and speak. Could you explain to someone who's never moved their legs how to walk?
Zorian frowned.
So he was failing at toddler-level mind magic?
Wonderful. He took a deep breath, calming himself. There had to be a better approach. Yes, the matriarch insisted he just keep trying until it clicked, but he was a mage. Mages did things smarter, not harder. Being a psychic meant being a natural mind mage. Forget the Arania's mystical spin on it, that's what it boiled down to. Reading thoughts, emotions, memories, hijacking senses, telepathic communication, all mind-based. Even the matriarch admitted Arania used modified human spells for their speech and other non-mental magic. So why did psychic powers boost divinations? Not all divinations, the matriarch interjected, following his train of thought. Only the ones that deliver information directly into the mind. The gift helps you interpret the results more easily. Most high-level divinations do this. That's where the synergy lies. Something clicked. According to what he'd read at the academy, mind-reading spells weren't inherently complex. They were hard to understand. The output was a mess unless you spent years learning how to interpret it. Even telepathy spells had this issue, though they worked slightly better if both parties shared a language. In other words, mind magic worked like a divination that dumped its results straight into the caster's head, and most mages just weren't built to handle that. But a psychic?
A psychic could make sense of raw mental input. That was the real gift, passively understanding thoughts and impressions sent directly into the brain. So maybe the problem wasn't pushing his power out but letting awareness come in. He visualized the result as glowing motes around him, then opened his mind. Blazing stars lit up his awareness, brilliant minds all around him, even in places he hadn't realized were occupied. Apparently, the matriarch had brought more guards than she'd let on. Your first success, she said, her mental voice breaking the vision and scattering the stars like a dream.
Well done.
Progress should be quicker now. Though I can't say how fast humans usually are with this sort of thing. You could have just told me I was doing it wrong, Zorian said, irritated. Why didn't you say I should focus inward?
I did.
You dismissed it as pointless Iranian superstition. ***, she replied, unbothered. And even I didn't know that was your specific hang-up. Just because I respond to your thoughts doesn't mean I understand them completely. I get emotional impressions and general intent, not a full mental transcript. Especially since you're human and I'm Arania, our minds are built differently.
Ha.
So language and species do matter in telepathy.
They can, she confirmed.
But most sentient creatures think in words when consciously reasoning. If two parties share a language, meaningful conversation is easy. Without a shared language, it's possible, but difficult. You have to use abstract concepts. That's how alien minds communicate. Crude, imprecise, and often painful. You've experienced this already, with one of the less human-savvy Arania, if I recall correctly. So the reason you're able to speak with me so fluently is because I took the time to learn human language and culture.
Not all Arania bother.
That's why most of my guards avoid speaking to you. It would just give you a headache. Does that mean attacking someone mentally is easier than speaking to them?
Easier, yes. It's called a mind blast.
The simplest of telepathic attacks, and the easiest to block. And really, you should stop worrying. Aren't the explosives in your pocket enough reassurance? They help, Zorian muttered. But I was just curious, not paranoid.
Good.
Now back to your training.
You've managed your first success, but it's weak. Eventually, you must sense minds instantly, even while doing something else entirely. Zorian sighed. This was all starting to feel a little too much like Svim again. Zorian awoke in his bed in Siren, greeted by Kiriel's cheerful good morning, her charm doing little to lift his mood. He was irritated at the mysterious attacker who had blindsided him, yes, but even more at himself for letting his guard down. After everything, the near deaths, the calculated escapes, it was almost laughable that a simple sneak attack had done him in. The train ride passed quietly, with Zorian sketching designs for magical items in his notebook. Most were trivial: self-heating plates, self-triggering explosive traps, things any second-rate enchanter could cobble together. But one idea had potential: a practice dummy. He'd worked out a viable combination of alteration spells to animate a construct from wood scraps and soil. The problem was the animation core, which was neither easy nor safe to create. Even if he managed that, he'd still need to etch a warding scheme to keep it from disintegrating mid-training, ideally not in an explosive fashion. Maybe a basic self-repair function too, to keep microfractures from wearing it down. He didn't expect to complete the dummy during this restart. But it was something. This time, he didn't wait long to contact the Arania. After arriving, he spent an hour in his room crafting a spell rod imbued with magic missiles, a basic but effective self-defense tool, then set out toward the dungeon entrance. Unlike previous attempts, he wasn't wandering aimlessly, hoping to run into an Arania scout. He was actively scanning for mines, putting his newly developed mind sense to use. Unfortunately, it yielded only the occasional rat, until one of those rats gave off a mind far too strong to be normal. He halted. A quick pulse of light from his floating orb revealed a rat ahead, with the top of its skull missing. A cranium rat. For a second, Zorian and the rat stared at each other in wary silence. Then slowly, it extended a telepathic probe toward him. He considered countering, but that would be idiotic. He was a novice in telepathic combat, and the rat was just a node of the entire collective. Instead, he drew his rod and fired. The rat dropped the probe and bolted, but too late. A concussive missile struck it with a sharp crack, pulverizing bone and fur into a wet smear. Zorian extended his mind again. Nothing. If the rat was a scout, the rest of the collective was either far away or cloaked from detection. By the time he moved on, a translucent green ooze was already slithering over the remains. Engineered to be less dangerous than their wild counterparts, these oozes still unnerved him. Healing acid burns, even with magic, was a pain, literally and figuratively. Eventually, he did find the Arania, but the meeting was less than productive. The first one he met couldn't speak human languages, so the conversation devolved into 10 minutes of telepathic charades. By the time the matriarch arrived, she told him to come back in a few days while she processed the memory packet. Not a surprise, but still disappointing. He'd hoped she'd refine the packet enough to convince her past self faster. He liked talking to someone who understood the time loop, even if she was bossy and conceited. On the walk back, massaging a growing headache, Zorian realized he needed help to advance faster in his magical studies. Someone experienced. Someone who would teach spells that were normally off-limits for students. And suddenly, he knew exactly who to ask.
Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
On the surface, getting saddled with novelty seemed like a recipe for endless frustration and annoyance. She was an impatient, impulsive chatterbox that seemed to have no concept of personal space, always hovering uncomfortably near him and poking him with her front legs. Zorian was not afraid of spiders, but that kind of close physical contact was just too much. Basically, she was a spider version of Kiriel. And he only tolerated Kiriel's antics as much as he did because she was his little sister. Despite this, Zorian was actually glad to have met her. Her personality certainly left a lot to be desired, and he often had to keep her focused on their lessons instead of going off on weird tangents about various topics, but she was still a wealth of information on both psionics and Arania. And unlike the matriarch, whose every explanation sounded like a thinly veiled manipulation attempt to Zorian, Novelty didn't have a single deceptive bone in her body. Most of the time she said what she meant, and it was painfully obvious when she tried to shift the subject or fudge the truth. It was a refreshing change of pace from his previous interactions with the Arania. Novelty remained blissfully unaware of his thoughts, too engrossed in her inspection of Zorian's alchemy equipment. That was another difference between Novelty and the matriarch. Novelty couldn't read his surface thoughts unless he structured his thoughts very slowly and clearly aimed them at her. It made him much more relaxed about her presence than he would have otherwise been. Humans build so many strange things, Novelty declared after inspecting the glass vials by sight and touch.
Zorian didn't know whether Arania were usually this fond of touching things and Novelty was simply unrestrained in her interactions with him, or if the spider in front of him was simply a physical sort of girl, but Novelty certainly liked to touch the things she was studying. Annoyingly, this included him as well as random inanimate objects, but at least she seemed to have finally internalized the idea he didn't like her climbing into his lap by now. How did you even make this? It's the same kind of transparent rock you use for those window things, but I have no idea how you managed to carve it out in this kind of shape. And it's so smooth too. I know those branching upper limbs of yours are better at manipulating things than our legs, but this is crazy. You know, the Arania once tried to keep human thralls to create things for us, but it was a huge hassle and it turned out it's much easier to just trade with humans for what we need. You humans don't seem to fare too well underground, and kidnapping humans always seemed to anger the rest of the human communities a lot, even when they weren't of the same clan or anything. And, that was a really long time ago and we totally don't do stuff like that anymore, and you should forget everything I said about that, okay? Aha, said Zorian dubiously before deciding not to pursue the issue. For what it's worth, the transparent rock is called glass, and it's not really carved. It's made from sand, which is heated until it turns molten and therefore malleable and then shaped by sticking long tubes into the resulting molten mass and blowing air into it. Novelty turned around to focus all of her eyes on him. How, in the name of grandmother's shriveled egg sack, did it occur to one of you to do that? Do humans have some sort of magical stone sense or something? No, said Zorian patiently. Explaining stuff like this to Novelty was annoying, but it made her much more willing to share things with him in turn, so he would labor on. Humans have always been mucking around with tools of various sorts. We're pretty fragile in our natural forms, so building things is a matter of survival. We use crude tools to fashion better tools, and then those better tools to fashion more precise tools, and so on. I don't really know how glassblowing came into existence, but it didn't just magically pop into someone's head all out of a sudden. I don't really think you can be considered fragile, Novelty said dubiously. You wield incredible magic, and you pretty much conquered the surface world with it. Not all humans wield magic, said Zorian. Only a small number of people are mages, and the number was even smaller the more you go back in time. Most of your tools sound a lot like magic to me, to be honest, Novelty said. You take rocks and stuff and perform complicated rituals on them to turn them into these wondrous creations that no amount of web weaving can duplicate. It's the part that fascinates me most about you humans, this weird building magic of yours. I was kind of hoping I could learn some of your secrets while I teach you, but it looks like that will be pretty difficult because, you know, she waved her front legs in the air for emphasis, I haven't got these hands you humans use for everything. Not that I'm giving up or anything. I'm definitely going to figure something out. Well, you already told me you are learning to be a mage, so you could always resort to actual magic, said Zorian. Fabrication spells are a thing, after all. Granted, you'd have to understand the properties of materials you're working with and the engineering principles of the things you're trying to create, but if you're serious about being a crafter, that's pretty much a must anyway. I'll be honest and admit I have no idea what you just said, Novelty said after a brief silence. But I'm guessing you were trying to be encouraging, so thanks. Right, Zorian sighed. We've gone on a tangent again. Let's focus on the lessons again. But those lessons are so boring. Novelty complained. You already know most of this stuff, it's just a matter of practicing, and you can't do that here anyway. You are practicing, right? Sure am, Zorian agreed. I spend most of my classes trying to sense my classmates and other students in the building. Not like I get anything else useful out of classes these days. It's going pretty well, but I still have to concentrate pretty heavily to achieve any kind of range. I've also tried sensing their emotions, but that is still pretty hit and miss. Are you sure no one is going to detect me doing that? Because I'm going to land in pretty hot water if somebody detects me messing with people's minds. I keep telling you, no one is going to detect anything without invading your mind first, Novelty assured him. I totally went and asked other Arania about that, since you keep asking about it, and they confirmed it. Basically, sensing minds and basic empathy doesn't involve any delving into other people's minds. I know you don't believe in the Great Web and all, but imagine a kind of mental plane that permeates everything. Minds create ripples on this mental plane, like stones thrown into a pool of stagnant water, and those who are open can use these ripples to locate other minds around them and divine some basic facts about them. Stuff like species and their general mood. Ha! That does make sense, Zorian said. So sensing minds and empathy are really two aspects of a single ability, that being an ability to perceive this mental plane of yours and interpret the ripples propagating through it? Do you know if mental shielding spells have an effect on this? Oh, definitively, confirmed Novelty. The basic shielding spells that mages like to use will pretty much ruin your ability to use empathy on them. Too much interference. Detecting them, on the other hand, becomes even easier. Any mind-affecting spells make a mind noisier to a psychic, even defensive ones. Especially defensive ones, now that I think of it. Well, except for that one infamous spell called Mind Blank, that actually causes a mind to disconnect from the Great Web, making a person completely undetectable to mind sensing and utterly immune to mind-affecting magic. Pretty terrifying stuff that. Zorian knew of the spell she was talking about. Mind Blank was well known as a kind of ultimate defense against mind magic, but the spell was infamous for causing psychological problems if miscast or used too extensively. A number of mages paranoid about people invading their minds had gone insane after leaving it permanently on, giving it a somewhat poor reputation among mages. There were other, less drastic protections that were sufficient in most cases. That's strange, Zorian said innocently. The matriarch told me that no flimsy human magic could shield me against her if she was determined to get me, but here you're telling me there is a spell I could learn to make myself completely immune to psychic powers.
Ah well, you see, Novelty fumbled.
She was actually right because those are totally different things, yes? A shield is one thing, we can totally batter it down or bypass it. If you take yourself off the Great Web, though, it's like you aren't there at all. You first need to sense a mind to connect to it, and if you can't connect to it I get it, Zorian interrupted. No telepathic link, no Iranian mind magic. And you can't connect to something you can't sense telepathically. Clearly the creator of Mind Blank knew a thing or two about psychic powers. It sounds like the spell is designed specifically to defeat them. The idea isn't that revolutionary, Novelty grumbled. A sufficiently skilled psychic can disconnect from the Great Web with some effort. It's called going dark. It's a pretty shady skill though, mostly used by assassins, thieves and saboteurs. Anyway, the problem isn't just the Mind Blank, it's the fact that any mage powerful enough to cast it is also powerful enough to take on the entire Iranian web all on their lonesome. We have ways of dealing with people like that, but I totally can't tell you because the others would have me dismembered if I said anything about it, since, secret defenses and stuff.
Right, Zorian said.
He had no intention of creating problems at home for Novelty, so he wouldn't pursue that topic further. Their super-secret defense plans probably boiled down to collapse the entire tunnel on top of them anyway. So Mind Blank is a psychic skill translated into a spell. Not that surprising, I guess. Mages love taking abilities of magical creatures and turning them into spells for their own use.
Really? Novelty asked.
But I thought human magic is so good that there is nothing you can learn from others. The matriarch is always talking about how amazing your magic is and how no one can match it.
No, that's completely wrong, Zorian said.
Mages of Icosian tradition, which is virtually every mage you're going to encounter, are pretty much all about taking other people's magic and making it your own. The entire system of structured magic is specifically designed to be expanded upon as needed. It's true that we rarely find something worth learning among other magical traditions these days, but that's mostly because we already stole and traded for everything that was worth taking. That's not quite the story I was told, Novelty admitted. Don't feel too bad. Most humans also think our entire magical tradition sprang fully formed in the early days of the Icosian Empire, Zorian said. But back to our conversation about mental defenses. You said Narania could batter down or bypass defensive magic other than Mind Blank. Does that include you personally?
Of course. Who do you take me for?
Novelty protested. If I couldn't fight telepathically, I'd have been devoured while still at the hatchery. Zorian blinked. What, seriously? As in, actually get eaten or? No, not literally eaten. We haven't let the hatchlings eat each other ever since. Actually, let's not talk about that. It was just a figure of speech, that's the important bit.
Anyway.
Novelty hastened to change the subject. I don't know how it works among humans, but newborn Arania are confined to the hatchery during the first few months of their existence. There are usually a lot of us, and we're all cooped up in this tiny boring room with nothing to do but pester the caretakers for stories and pick fights amongst each other, and the caretakers don't like it when the hatchlings fight physically with each other. They are a lot more lenient about experimenting. With our psychic powers, though, a bit of telepathic roughhousing is to be expected, so you pretty quickly learn the basics of defending your mind. Zorian tried to imagine the scenario Novelty just described and abandoned that train of thought with a shudder. He made a mental note to avoid being near Iranian hatcheries at all costs, just in case the issue ever popped up in the future. That's interesting, but not quite what I was asking. I asked about countering defenses, not defending yourself, he said finally. You can't win a fight by only defending,
Novelty scoffed. I don't really understand this weird divide between mental attacks and defenses you insist on. Striking back is a crucial part of any worthwhile defense. Even a weak counterattack forces your opponent to spend some time and focus on their defenses and weakens their own attack. I guess I keep forgetting that psychic powers aren't discrete spells, but more of a manifold manifestation of a single holistic ability, Zorian admitted. Still, retaliation doesn't have to be mental. If I could stop your mental attacks long enough, I could just punch you or cast a spell on you to make you stop. Considering I know nothing about telepathic combat, that's probably the smartest option for me anyway. And that brings me to my proposition. I want to see how my magical defenses fare against your capabilities. I'm going to cast a few mind shields, and you're going to do your best to take them apart. What do you say? Honored Matriarch gave me strict instructions about when I can progress with your lessons, Novelty said hesitantly. No doubt accompanied by strict instruction about what she wasn't allowed to teach him at all. Zorian was under no illusion that the Arania intended to teach him anything but a small fraction of their psychic skills. While the Arania seemed to worship their ability in some sense, and sought to encourage its spread among humanity, they clearly regarded most of it as a personal secret. Hell, some of the things the matriarch told him heavily implied they kept some things secret even from each other, never mind from outsiders. Not to mention it would be rather foolish of the matriarch to teach Zorian how to do some things, since he could promptly use those skills against her interests. For instance, he was quite sure that Novelty got strongly worded instructions not to tell him anything about memory manipulation, since that would allow him to mess around with the matriarch's memory packet and potentially feed her forged information. Still, Zorian was fine with that. He already got more out of the Arania than he thought he would have, and in case he ever got greedy for more than the matriarch was willing to provide, well, there were more Arania than the ones beneath Cyoria, and Novelty made it clear they didn't really talk to each other much. If he traded for a single secret with 10 different groups, he could easily amass far more knowledge than any one group would be comfortable with him having. For additional irony, he might even trade them a secret he got from one of the other groups he traded with. It was a classical trick that Icosians used when dealing with tribal groups, and the time loop only made it easier. But if he ever wanted to do such a thing, he needed to have some way of defending his mind. He got the impression that Iranian tribes outside of Cyoria weren't nearly as friendly as the matriarch and her tribe, and mind effects transferred across restarts. The matriarch promised to teach him the basics of telepathic combat, which he translated as inadequate to threaten us, but good enough to ward off cranium rats and random mind mages, so he needed to know how human mind magic fared against your average Arania. We aren't progressing my lessons, because you're not going to teach me anything, Zorian insisted. It's just an experiment. I want to see how my spells fare against you. Alright, I'm totally game then. Novelty agreed, suddenly enthusiastic. But, you're not allowed to attack me physically in response, okay? That would kind of defeat the purpose of the experiment, agreed Zorian. Right. So are we assuming I'm attacking from an ambush, or that I'm pressed for time? Novelty asked. The difference being? Well, if I was attacking from an ambush, I would try to simply bypass your shield entirely through superior skill. It's very effective when it works, but slow to set up, so it doesn't work if the target isn't either too busy with something to deal with me or unaware of the attempt. On the other hand, if time is of the essence, I just batter down the shields with brute force. It's faster but more mana expensive. Oh, and it's kind of hard to judge the exact amount of force needed to break through a defense without also damaging the mind it was defending, so, let's just assume I'm attacking from ambush, okay? Yes, let's, Zorian deadpanned. The next hour was as frustrating as it was instructive. Novelty took the whole thing as a game, improving as time went on, despite Zorian's futile attempts to refine his defenses through repeated castings and spell combinations. It was rather embarrassing to see the overexcitable, scatterbrained Arania go through his spells like they didn't exist in 30 seconds flat. Granted, those 30 seconds would be enough for him to incinerate her in real life, but that presumed he was in a position to do so, and that might be an unwarranted assumption. What if she was hidden from him? What if she was behind some kind of wards? What if she wasn't the only attacker? But a little embarrassment was worth it. He now knew that his best defense against Arania, and other psychics he supposed, was actually the basic mind shield spell. Other, more sophisticated spells couldn't seem to cope against Novelty's telepathic attacks. Most of the spells you used were really easy to trick and bypass with a few feints and a bit of careful timing, Novelty explained. They were all based on simple defense patterns and always reacted the same to my attacks. That magic shell you used to surround your mind with, though, it's such a crude thing, but I have to admit it gave me trouble. No patterns or anything fancy, just a solid, unyielding mental barrier.
I don't think I'd be able to bypass it at all if you hadn't kept messing up the spell every time you cast it. I was messing it up? Asked Zorian in surprise. Yeah. The shell had these minute imperfections in it that I used to slip past it. I don't think those were supposed to be there, Novelty said.
Minute imperfections, she said?
Sounded like a normal result of a usual spell boundary. Very few mages could cast a spell flawlessly, and they rarely needed to. Minute imperfections rarely mattered unless you were dealing with very special circumstances. Apparently, this was one of those special circumstances. Zorian suppressed a sigh. He could already hear the ghostly voice of Svim in his head lecturing him about the failures of today's mages and the need to practice until you could do the spells right instead of good enough. In retrospect, he was just asking for trouble with that line of thought. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. When Zorian arrived at his weekly session with Svim, he fully expected to get an hour of his usual crap from Svim, which in this particular restart meant taking a bundle of thin sticks and trying to incinerate one of the sticks without singeing the rest of them or burning his hand in the process. Admittedly, Svim was staring at him pretty hard when he came in, but Svim did a lot of really weird things during their sessions. Zorian hadn't even taken a seat before Svim decided to speak to him. I have heard you have been casting fireballs, Svim said. Is that true? Zorian forcibly stopped himself from scowling at the man. Him making a comment like that was never a good sign. Svim was never impressed with anything Zorian did, so no doubt he found something objectionable in his combat practice with Taven. How the hell did the man even find out about that? Svim's face told him nothing, and Zorian had already tried to use his rudimentary empathy on him to no avail, trying to see what made the annoying man tick. Svim had an incredible control over his emotions, and virtually nothing fazed him or truly set him off. I can cast the spell, yes, Zorian said carefully, as if talking slower would help him evade whatever minefield Svim set up for him with his question. Admittedly only at minimum power, but dash.
So that's a no then, Svim deadpanned.
He stared at him, as if challenging Zorian to contradict him. Fortunately, Zorian was far too wise to get worked up over Svim's proclamations at this point, so they simply stared at each other in silence for a few moments. Eventually, Svim broke the stare down with an overdramatic sigh. Mages these days, always rushing into things half-baked. I expected better from you. There is nothing wrong with being interested in combat magic, but immediately going for the flashiest, highest-rated spell in your reach is unwise. A half-powered fireball is no fireball at all. You should have concentrated on building a solid base until you could do it properly. Well, Zorian said calmly, why not show me how it's done then? In response, Svim wordlessly drew a stack of cards from his drawer and threw them at him. Zorian instinctively caught them before they could collide with his head, too used to his antics to be surprised at the move. Cards? He asked, turning them over in his hands. They looked like regular playing cards, except their faces were replaced with squares, lines, circles and other geometrical shapes.
Cards, Svim confirmed.
Specifically, cards made out of mana-absorbing material. The seemingly ornamental sigils on the corners expel any mana the cards gather, radiating it away into the surroundings. It takes a lot of mana to affect them in any way. And I'll be affecting them?
Zorian guessed.
You'll try, I'm sure, Svim said airily, pointedly rearranging the pens on his table instead of looking at Zorian. They're very hard to affect for mages of such meager skills as yours are. To make the story short, you'll be trying to burn the shapes painted on the cards, and only the shapes. You may begin when you feel ready. Zorian stared at the cards for a moment. He suspected he knew what the point of this exercise was. He had to use a lot of mana, and he had to use it instantly or the corner glyphs would simply radiate his mana away. That was pretty much the basic challenge of all combat magic. Shape a lot of mana quickly without messing up the spell boundary too much. So he took a deep breath, picked a card that looked easiest to him, it was just a circle in the middle, how hard could that be? And poured a sizable chunk of mana into his first attempt. Other than the corner glyphs glowing a little, nothing happened. Damn it. This just might be a little harder than he thought it would be. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After failing to affect the cards a few times and then overdoing it and burning down a few cards to cinders, singing his fingers in the process, Zorian finally managed to burn some blurry shapes that were clearly inspired by what was drawn on them instead of being an irregular hole burned through the center of the card. Predictably, Svim had some very disparaging things to say about that. Eventually, Zorian ran out of mana and had to stop. What kind of shaping exercise was so mana-intensive you can actually run out as you practice?
The Svim kind, apparently.
Instead of simply sending him away, though, Svim then proceeded to lecture him about the proper way of gathering ambient mana. Apparently there was a way to assimilate ambient mana faster if you sat completely still and focused on doing absolutely nothing else.
So not very useful, all things considered, but probably crucial if he intended to complete Svim's newest exercise in any sort of reasonable time frame. Then, as a parting remark, Svim casually remarked that they were going to continue their lesson tomorrow. That tomorrow wasn't even a school day didn't bother Svim in the slightest.
Good, Svim concluded. We have a whole day then.
We will need the time from what I saw today. It wasn't an isolated occurrence. From that day on, Svim insisted on practice sessions every single day, monopolizing every bit of free time Zorian had. Why did Svim suddenly decide to do that, when he usually never interacted with him outside their assigned meeting times? Hell if Zorian knew. It was certainly annoying though. The Arania, on the other hand, had their own frustrations. Trying to track down the wardbreaker that hired Taven's group to recover the watch turned out to be fairly easy, but getting access to him was anything but. In addition to being good at breaking and analyzing wards, the man was also good at building them, and he was a very capable mage to boot. The Arania lost 2 of their members trying to corner him and eventually gave up on him for that particular restart, focusing on other leads for the moment. They still did their best to counter the invaders during the summer festival, of course. The next 2 restarts were much the same. The Arania gathered information about the invaders, sometimes asking Zorian to speak for them if they had to interact with someone openly, and started a limited assassination campaign among the cultists and other invasion collaborators that they managed to identify. Zorian learned combat magic, Arania mind arts, and tried to survive Svim's lessons without punching the man in the face. Their efforts were steadily bearing fruit, with the invasion going more and more haywire with each subsequent restart, and the matriarch hoped their mysterious third time traveler was going to show up soon. The biggest surprise to Zorian was that Novelty actually remembered their interactions in previous restarts. Apparently the matriarch wasn't monopolizing the memory transfer like Zorian thought she would, and was instead giving him memories of 6 different Aranias in that memory packet of hers. Novelty, being something of Zorian's personal trainer by now, was deemed important enough to be included in that elite company, something the young spider was very smug about. Now though, Zorian was feeling it was time for a change of pace. 2 restarts full of Svim were enough for him, and Taven had taught him most of what she knew about combat magic anyway. He knocked on the door to Ilsa's office and waited for her to invite him in. Asterisk. Good morning, Mr. Kaczynski, Ilsa said with a hint of amusement. I haven't been expecting you until Friday. I suppose you've heard some stories about your mentor then? No, I already know what kind of person Svim is. It's not why I'm here, Zorian said. No, I'm here because I want to learn how to teleport. Ilsa blinked in surprise. That's quite ambitious. Leaving aside the question as to why I should spend my time teaching you that, what makes you think you're even capable of casting such a spell? Even the simplest of teleport spells are very difficult. A fair question, Zorian admitted. How about a demonstration? By all means, Ilsa laughed, motioning him to go ahead. Zorian didn't need empathy to see she didn't think he was capable of impressing her. Well then, challenge accepted. Every difficult shaping exercise, every complicated spell he learned over the past 2 years in the time loop, he showcased all of them. Every written test or theoretical question she fielded against him he countered with a perfect answer, sometimes because he honestly knew the topic, and sometimes because she tended to ask the same questions each time he tried to impress her. And then, when she was still reeling from the realization that he was skilled enough to graduate from the academy right at that moment if he wanted, he pulled out several magic objects from his backpack and started explaining his spell formula experiments to her. While not an official spell formula teacher, Zorian knew from previous restarts that she had very good knowledge of the field, and could appreciate the difficulty of feats he was showing her. I'm surprised you haven't applied for a transfer to a Tier 1 group with these kinds of skills, Ilsa remarked when he was finally done. Ah yes, the Tier 1 groups, the Academy's answer to students too advanced for the normal curriculum. Sadly, the prestige of belonging to one of those groups meant that many people did everything in their power to place their child into one of them, and that meant the actual lessons couldn't be that much more advanced from normal ones, else all the people who bought or otherwise arranged for their presence there couldn't keep up. Zorian had heard all sorts of things about those groups, good or bad, but the general picture seemed to be of a bunch of social climbers looking down on everyone else. Nothing that Zorian wanted to be a part of. I believe I can get more things done through independent study, Zorian said. If I truly thought my classes had nothing to offer me, I would just test out. Don't be too hasty, Ilsa warned. I'm sure you can find the Academy resources useful for another year or so. You aren't that advanced. The Academy didn't like it when people tested out. They publicly prided themselves on being able to help even adult mages, never mind gifted children. Graduating early implied that the student had nothing left to learn from the Academy, and was considered a bit of a slap to the face on behalf of the student.
You didn't get any money back for finishing early either. All in all, Zorian didn't really intend to test out. That wouldn't get him anything except create bad blood between him and the academy. Still, he always found that sprinkling some light threats into negotiations helped the other side take him more seriously. Ilse continued to think in silence for a while, rhythmically tapping her pencil on top of a folder full of written tests that Zorian had speedily filled out earlier in the meeting. Zorian didn't interrupt her, although he considered the long silence a bad sign. In all likelihood this attempt was a waste and he would have to try another approach in the next resta. Alright, here is my offer, Ilse said suddenly. I will transfer your mentorship from Svim to myself. I will give you instruction in advanced aspects of illusionism, alteration, animation, and conjuration. If you impress me with your dedication, I will then include lesser dimensionalism spells in that list, and if you prove yourself adept at those, then I will teach you the basic teleport spell. Zorian blinked. What? That was way more than he asked for. Not that he was complaining, but that sounded better than I hoped for, Zorian said. What's the catch? Well, first of all, I'm expecting you to be my personal assistant, Ilse said. I've been trying to get one for the past 2 years, but the headmaster refuses to pay for their salary and finding a skilled person willing to work for free is surprisingly difficult. Anyway, you'll mostly be dealing with a large number of tests and homework I get every single day, and I may also ask you to take over some of my teaching duties to first-year classes. Or any other random task I think of that I consider below me, really. Annoying, but a fair price for what she was offering. In fact, this whole thing sounded remarkably like. And you'll officially become my apprentice, Ilse continued. If I am going to teach you advanced magic and trust you with my work, I want to have some kind of legal hold over you. Like that. Normally Zorian would be very leery of signing an apprentice contract with someone he barely knew, considering their main purpose was to screw the apprentice over if they went against their agreement with their mentor, but this contract was only going to last until the end of the restart, so what the hell. Oh, and you'll be taking over the position of class representative for your group, Ilse suddenly said. Zorian winced. Not only was that a thankless, horrible job, it was also already taken. Akoja is going to be devastated, Zorian mumbled. He felt kind of bad at stealing her position, especially since he didn't actually want it in the first place, but there was no way he was missing this chance. Ilse laughed. Zorian, the reason I'm giving you the position is that Akoja doesn't want it anymore. She says she hates the position, that everyone shuns her because of it and that I should give it to someone else. Unfortunately, I haven't received any offers to switch with her. Not from anyone I trust anyway. She gave Zorian a knowing look. You were one of the people she recommended for the position, but I didn't even bother asking you about it. Everything I heard about you suggested you wouldn't accept the position. And you were absolutely right, Zorian agreed, still in a little shock. Akoja didn't want to be the class representative? But the girl lived for that stuff. And anyway, if she didn't want to do it, then why did she perform it with such dedication? If Zorian was stuck in a job he hated, he would do as little as possible, or even mess up deliberately so Ilse would feel pressured to replace him as soon as possible. Why couldn't Akoja do the same? The only reason I'm accepting this now is because your offer is so good. So we have a deal then? Ilse asked for confirmation. Yes, but I have a question and a demand, said Zorian. First, why do you want to teach me those particular subjects? And second, I want to learn the teleport spell before the summer festival. I somehow doubt you'll manage to master the prerequisites for the teleportation spell in little less than a month, Ilse said. But in the highly theoretical case you actually do so, I have no problem fulfilling your demand. Why are you so dead set about that spell? It's a bit of a dream of mine to be able to do that, Zorian shrugged. In my mind, teleportation has always been one of the examples of what a proper mage can do, should be capable of. Interesting. Out of curiosity, what are the rest of the things a proper mage can do? Asked Ilse. Make a force field, create a magic item, produce a fireball, repair broken objects and turn invisible, Zorian said. I can already do the first 4, and the 5th one is illegal without special permits. He was already working on acquiring an invisibility spell anyway, but she didn't have to know that. Ilse gave him a knowing look and Zorian would have been afraid she was reading his thoughts if he weren't sure he could detect any casual intrusion into his own mind. To answer your first question, I chose those disciplines because they're my own specialty, Ilse said. It's as only proper for an apprentice to learn his master's specialty, is it not? Sure, Zorian agreed. I'm not sure what all of those things have in common though. Aren't specialties supposed to be more focused? Well, when I was a young mage, I too had a bit of a dream, Ilse said. Specifically, I wanted to master true conjuration. Zorian blinked. As in, creation of real matter out of thin air? Isn't that a myth? That's the current Academy stance, yes, Ilsa agreed. Pre-Cataclysm sources claimed that powerful mages could manage the feat, but all the spells to do so have been lost and no one has been able to recreate them in modern times. Many mages think they never existed and the old records are making things up or describing something other than actual matter creation. Anyway, as a young mage, it had been my dream to recreate those spells, so I studied anything I thought could be a path towards that goal. Modern conjuration basically involves making solid illusions, so it was somewhat natural to start with illusionism and then progress to conjuration. And then, since true conjuration involves working with real matter, I moved on to alteration spells dealing with fabrication of items. And did you have any success? Asked Zorian curiously. Depends on your definition of success, Ilsa shrugged. My ultimate goal was to design a spell that would summon material from somewhere else, without the caster having to know exactly where the materials are coming from. That was how I imagined ancient Icosians could fake matter creation. I sort of succeeded, but the spell I made only works in a specially prepared room and the mana cost of the spell varies wildly from casting to casting, depending on what I'm trying to conjure. And there was that embarrassing incident with the gold creation part of the experiment swiping these ancient coins from a nearby museum. She shook her head. A story for another time. I have to get to class soon anyway. I'll prepare an apprentice contract for you to sign tomorrow, so be sure to drop by when you get the time. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next 5 restarts were both hectic and boring. Hectic in that there was always something that needed to be done, and boring in the sense that little of it was truly novel. He steadily improved his various skills. The Arania were getting highly adept at countering the invaders in various ways, and Zack seemed to have finally accepted that something highly unusual was going on in the background, and it wasn't caused by him. There was little chance of Zack identifying Zorian as the cause of the changes, since the sheer magnitude of them tended to drown out everything Zorian personally did. The Arania always started each restart very aggressively, giving anonymous tips to Scioria's police department, assassinating a few people, and even spreading a few rumors around. The result was that by the time Zorian entered his first class, the changes had already propagated throughout the whole city, academy teachers and students included. Zack didn't appear to suspect Zorian as the ultimate cause, or any other classmate for that matter. Zorian was starting to agree with Zack in that regard. Whoever the third-time traveler was, he certainly wasn't in their class. Zorian had, through various excuses, talked to all of them. It helped that he spent the past 5 restarts as the new class representative, so he had plenty of excuses for such, using his slowly improving empathy to see whether they reacted with shock or surprise when he dropped some of the more suggestive sentences that would only make sense to a time-looping person. He found nothing to implicate any of them. All in all, things were going pretty well in Zorian's opinion. The last restart was especially good as far as Zorian was concerned. He had finally managed to learn the teleport spell from Ilsa. Zack was actually starting to get smart about countering the invaders instead of simply trying to take them all on through his combat skills. And the last invasion attempt failed to conquer the main academy building or the student shelters because the Arania somehow managed to influence academy leadership into adjusting their warding scheme. But the matriarch was getting impatient. Something was making her more and more nervous with each passing restart, and she refused to tell him what, giving flimsy excuses every time he asked. She seemed to be focusing most of her energies on some kind of personal project, which she described as information gathering and following a hunch, and whatever results she was getting were clearly disturbing her. Zorian strongly suspected she had discovered some kind of vital information about the nature of the time loop, and she refused to share it with him for whatever reason. He was honestly kind of bitter about that. What could possibly be more disturbing than what they already knew about the phenomenon? Regardless, the matriarch was insistent that the third-time traveler had to be found, and the sooner the better. Once Zorian confirmed that they weren't in his class, she became convinced they, like Zack, weren't even present in the city most of the time. In all likelihood, they simply gave critical information to the invaders at the start of the restart and then went to do their own thing. If they wanted to get their attention, the invasion would probably have to be a spectacular flop. Accordingly, Zorian would be the first to admit he wasn't the easiest person to get along with. He was unsociable, irritable, and tended to assume the worst of people. He had always known that, even before he had died and gotten stuck in a mysterious time loop, but he had also always felt he was justified in his behavior. Indeed, if anyone had been foolish enough to criticize him about it before the time loop, he would have reacted with all the subtlety and grace of a disturbed rattlesnake. Now, well, he still felt he had good reasons to behave the way he did, and he wasn't going to win any friendliness contests anytime soon, but the time loop had changed him. Made him calmer, and perhaps a tad bit more considerate to people around him. He hadn't had an argument with his family in years. His financial independence was all but ensured once the time loop was over. His growing magical prowess had done wonders for his confidence, and the sheer scale of his current problem made all his previous frustrations seem rather petty in comparison. Thus, when Kiriel kicked him in the knee for the third time in as many minutes, he pointedly didn't snap at her. He didn't even sigh in exasperation. He just continued staring out of the window, watching the fields fly by as the train sped ever closer towards Corsa. "I'm bored," Kiriel complained. Zorian gave her a curious look. While the wards protecting the train disrupted mana shaping, they had only a rudimentary effect on his empathy, and what he was detecting from Kiriel wasn't boredom, it was a mix of excitement, anticipation and apprehension. As far as Zorian could tell, such complex mixtures of emotions appeared to be the most common emotion that people experienced, and they were almost entirely indecipherable at Zorian's current level of skill. "What's really bothering you?" he tried. Her mind immediately burst into a flurry of activity, and she opened her mouth to say something before losing her courage and lamely disguising her attempt to speak as a particularly deep breath. So she wasn't just being restless. "Nothin'," she muttered, averting her gaze and despondently picking at the hem of her blouse. Zorian rolled his eyes and kicked her lightly in the knee. Despite doing the exact same thing to him only few moments ago, she proceeded to send him a nasty glare. Unsurprisingly, her attempt at intimidation failed utterly. She was about as frightening as an angry kitten.
"Tell me," he insisted.
She gave him a long, suspicious look before relenting. "Will you teach me some magic when we get to Scioria?" she asked hopefully.
How troublesome.
The smart, reasonable response would be no. There was no way she would get anywhere in a mere month. This particular restart was going to be extremely busy as it was, and she was going to forget everything she learned at the end of the month anyway. "I'll see what I can do," Zorian said after a few seconds of tense silence. Well, tense for Kiriel. He was pretty sure she literally stopped breathing while she was waiting for an answer. "Yes," she crowed, pumping her fists in the air in triumph. "But in exchange, I'll want your help with something," he added. "Fine," she immediately agreed, not even asking what exactly he had in mind.
"Hey, can you dash?"
"No," Zorian immediately said. "The train is warded to disrupt mana shaping. No one can cast spells in here." Oh, Kiriel deflated. Truthfully, Zorian was bending the truth a little. The ward on the train that disrupted mana shaping was very weak and rudimentary, meant to deter overeager students and casual vandalism, and was little more than an annoyance to a proper mage like Zorian was. He could overpower the ward with ease, but he had analyzed it in detail during the previous restart and knew it reported any significant spellcasting to some remote location. He'd rather not get chucked out of the train before reaching Scioria just because Kiriel wanted a free show. Kiriel opened her mouth to say something else but was promptly interrupted by a sharp crackling sound that heralded the voice of the station announcer. "Now stopping in Corsa," a disembodied voice echoed. "I repeat, now stopping in Corsa."
"Thank you."
Well, at least Kiriel would soon get someone else to bother in their compartment. "So many people," Kiri remarked, watching the throng at the train station through the window. "I didn't know there were so many people going to that school of yours." Zorian, who was amusing himself by trying to count the number of people on the train station using his mind sense, made an absent-minded sound of agreement. While he was no longer totally oblivious to the world while using his mind sense, it still took most of his attention to get anything useful out of it. After half a minute of trying to separate the tightly packed mass of people into discrete individuals that could be counted, however, he decided the task was beyond him at his current level of skill and refocused back of Kiriel. "Why are mages so rare if there are so many people studying to become one?" she asked. "They aren't terribly rare," Zorian said. "It's just that most mages coming from rural areas don't stay there once they finish their studies. I totally understand them too. I know I have no intention of coming back to Sirin when I graduate."
"What? Why?" Kiriel protested.
Zorian raised his eyebrow at her. "Do I really have to answer that question?" Kiriel huffed and crossed her arms over her chest in obvious annoyance.
"I guess not."
"But that means I'll be all alone with mother and father then. That sucks." "Just pester mother to let you visit me often," Zorian shrugged. "She'll cave in eventually, especially since you'll be the only means through which they can maintain contact with me. Father doesn't care about either of us, so he'll follow mother's lead on this." Kiriel gave him a weird look. "I can come and visit you?"
"Anytime you want," Zorian confirmed.
"You don't think I'm annoying?" she asked. "Oh no, you're definitely annoying," Zorian said, smiling at her mutinous expression. "But you're still the only part of our family I actually like. And I bet you find me annoying too." "Damn right," Kiriel huffed, kicking him in the knee again for good measure. They watched in silence as people boarded the train and sought out empty compartments for themselves and their groups. But soon enough such empty compartments dwindled in number and their compartments soon got additional passengers, Ivory, Byrne, and 2 other girls he never met up until this restart. That was a bit unexpected, he really only expected Ivory to be there. But no matter, maybe it was better this way. The more audience he had for this, the better. Now all he needed was an opening. He didn't have to wait long. Well, your brother is far better than mine, one of the new girls said to Kiriel after his sister was done explaining who she was and why she was going to Cyoria. I'm pretty sure mine would have done just about anything in order to avoid taking his little sister along with him. I almost decided not to bring her, what with the whole Cult of the Dragon Below incident, Zorian interjected. But then I figured they're probably just a bunch of crazy idiots anyway. I mean, if it was so easy to summon an army of demons, all of Altazia would have been a burning wreck by now, wouldn't it? All conversation stopped as everyone turns to stare at him like he had grown another head. Zorian feigned confusion and gave them all a blank look. What? He asked finally. What exactly are you talking about? Byrne asked carefully. You didn't hear? Zorian frowned, shifting uncomfortably in his seat. The Cult of the Dragon Below issued a threat, well, technically a proclamation of intent but whatever, that they intend to summon an army of demons on the day of the summer festival. The planar convergence scheduled to occur on that day will be the most powerful one in centuries, so this is apparently a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. You're serious, Ivory half asked, half stated. It's what they said, Zorian shrugged. And Cyoria has a lot of those crazies running around, so I think I'm justified in being a little concerned. Cyoria has a lot of dragon cultists? Byrne asked incredulously. It's the hole, Ivory said with a sigh. It's something of a holy location for them, being a huge gaping hole in the ground of uncertain depth that continually spews mana into the air. They think it's a direct conduit to the heart of the world. Wow, good thing Ivory was here. Zorian didn't know that and would have had to make something up. He should probably read up on the cult's actual beliefs one of these days instead of simply thinking of them as a bunch of crazies. Know your enemy and all that. The conversation didn't linger on the cultists and their goals for long, and soon shifted to other topics. Zorian allowed it, not interested in pushing the issue. He had no idea if this exchange was going to have any sort of meaningful effect on the restart, but it cost him nothing to try and start the rumor mill a little early. The first domino was set. Asterisk. Much like the last time Zorian had taken Kiriel to Cyoria, Byrne and Kiriel decided to tour the train station for a while before they moved on to the city proper. By that time, of course, it was heavily raining. Unlike last time, Zorian was now in possession of a warding necklace that he had made while waiting for the departure time in Siren, so keeping the rain barrier up around the group didn't strain his mana reserves in the slightest. Consequently, he decided to be nice and didn't argue at all when Kiriel insisted they accompany Byrne to the academy. That's probably why Byrne asked about keeping in touch when they reached his destination and were about to separate. Zorian gave him directions to Amaya's place and told him to drop by when he had the time. He was pretty sure Amaya wouldn't mind in the slightest and, while Zorian himself didn't care much for the boy, he could see that Kiriel got along pretty well with the first year. And speaking of Amaya, their initial meeting went a lot better than it did last time. The fact they hadn't introduced themselves by frantically banging on the door and dragging water into the house probably helped with first impressions. Hell, she didn't even protest much when Zorian insisted he had something important to take care of and went out into the rain again. The important thing he had to do was speaking to the Arania to give them back their memories, but this time he bore additional gifts, 5 stone discs that acted as telepathic relays, drastically improving the ability of Arania to coordinate their actions across large distances. Naturally, the 6th disc remained in Zorian's possession, so he didn't have to descend into the sewers every time he wanted to speak with the matriarch. You know, when I told you to contact me as soon as possible, I didn't really mean you should call me in the middle of the freaking night, Zorian sent to the matriarch, putting as much of his annoyance and crankiness as he could manage into the message. He still wasn't very good at attaching emotions and images to his communication, but he was confident she would get the general picture of what he was trying to convey. I'm not sure about Arania, but we humans actually have to sleep during the night to function properly. My apologies, the matriarch sent back. She didn't sound sorry at all. It's a fascinating device you've gifted me with. Most impressive. Not really. It's pretty shoddy as far as magic items go. I took a lot of shortcuts in order to make so many, and it shows. It's a fairly large heavy disc made out of solid stone, so not very inconspicuous or portable, and it has a lifespan of only 2.5 months. That's still 1.5 months longer than needed, the matriarch remarked. True, Zorian agreed. I assume you can make long-lasting versions. Yes, of course, Zorian said. Could other artificers duplicate your work? she asked. Or is this something you came up with yourself?
Zorian frowned.
Why would she need other artificers when she had him? Did she plan to ditch him after they left the time loop or something? It's something I came up with, Zorian said. Other artificers would have to design a blueprint first. That could take a while.
True, but misleading.
He did design the relays on his own, basically from scratch, but it honestly hadn't been that difficult. He suspected any good magic item maker could design one within a month or two, provided they were either psychic themselves or had a psychic on hand for testing purposes. She could figure out that little detail on her own as far as he was concerned.
I see, she said.
Well, I guess I shouldn't keep you awake any longer. I just wanted to tell you I've reviewed the memory packet and am convinced it is genuine. Zorian rolled his eyes.
As if there was any doubt.
Apparently, having gotten what she contacted him for, the matriarch cut the connection and left him alone in his bed again. Well, alone in his head at least. Kiriel was very much in the room with him, a fact she immediately reminded him of by taking advantage of his momentary distraction to appropriate the last bit of bed covering he had managed to keep away from her thus far. He gave her a nasty look for that, but she just snuggled deeper into her cocoon of stolen blankets, blissfully unaware of his ire in her realm of dreams.
He sighed.
There was no way he was going to be able to go back to sleep now. He quickly cast a silencing ward on the room and then slowly extricated himself from the bed, taking care not to wake up Kiriel. She was annoying, yes, but it wasn't her fault his sleep was ruined. Note to self, the next generation relay needs an off button. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After surprising Amaya by already being awake when she woke up, Zorian went out into the city to hit the stores. The plan he and the matriarch hashed out last restart involved creation of a lot of magic items on his part, and that meant buying material components and specialist tools. Not to mention that there were a few things he had to buy if he wanted to seriously start teaching Kiriel how to be a mage. He really hoped Kiriel charmed Kana in this restart like she had the last time around. While Zorian himself was decently skilled in alchemy and could manage on his own if he had to, Kale's help would be invaluable in some of the projects he had planned for this restart.
Zorian. Over here.
Zorian snapped out of his thoughts and quickly made way towards the person calling him. Benasek was exactly the person he was looking for. He quickly sat down next to the chubby boy and exchanged a bunch of pleasantries before getting to the reason he had tracked the boy down today. Ben, my friend, you won't believe what I found out during our school break, Zorian said. I still don't understand what they were thinking when they came up with that stuff. It's like something out of a bad adventure novel.
Do tell, Benasek leaned forward.
Well, Zorian began, suddenly feigning reluctance. It's kind of confidential, you know. I'm telling you this in strict confidence because we're friends, so don't go spreading this around, okay? Noting that he was about to tell him something confidential and warning him to keep it to himself was crucial. It meant Benasek was going to spread the story around twice as fast as he normally would.
Of course, Benasek said pleasantly. You know me, Zorian.
I would never betray your trust like that. Zorian couldn't help but smile.
Thanks, Ben.
I knew I could count on you. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Having told Benasek all about the nasty terrorist plot to bomb Syoria during the summer festival, Zorian went back to Amaya's place to wait for Taven and her offer of joining the sewer run. He amused himself by creating one of those practice cards that Svim had him hone his shaping skills on. He had planned to simply buy a stack of them from one of the stores he visited this morning, but they were a lot more expensive than he had figured they would be. His respect for Svim rose slightly when he realized how much money Svim effectively spent on his training during that restart. Zorian's list of complaints about the man was several pages long, but it seemed that being cheap wasn't among them. He was still impressing Ilsa into taking him on as her apprentice, of course. Cheap or not cheap, the man was incredibly frustrating and only tolerable in small doses. He finished painting the glyphs on the corners of the card he was making and started binding the necessary spell combination. Kiriel, who was in the process of drawing a nearby vase of flowers, briefly looked up from her sheet of paper when she noticed him casting spells, but quickly went back to her work when she saw the lack of light shows or other impressive visual effects. He hoped that Benasek would keep silent about the source of the rumor Zorian had told him. He probably would. Ben never revealed his sources if he could help it, since he liked to pretend he had some super-secret sources to draw information from rather than just spreading rumors from his fellow students. But Zorian had a contingency plan to follow even if someone with official authority came to confront him about the story. The fact that the Arania were currently spreading the same story in several different places should also help mask where exactly the whole thing had originated in the first place. He was just putting the finishing touches on the card when Taven burst into the kitchen and locked onto his position. Hey Roach, nice place you got here, she said, plopping down to a seat next to him and peering closer to look at his work.
Ooh, I know what that is.
I've been meaning to get some, one of these days, But I always end up spending my money elsewhere. How many did you buy?
None, Zorian said.
They were too expensive for my taste, so I decided to make my own. This is the only one I made so far. Taven raised her eyebrow at him, looking amused at his claim. Zorian frowned, not liking the expression. She didn't believe he could make a card like this? This was nothing. He thrust the finished card into her face with a scowl.
Try it out, he told her.
Sighing dramatically, Taven took a deep breath and frowned. Zorian felt a mixture of surprise and frustration burst from her and realized she had tried to burn the circle he drew onto the card and failed. You couldn't do it, could you?
Zorian grinned. You made it wrong, she huffed. Did not.
Zorian protested. You just suck.
Do not, she shot back.
Why don't you do it if you're so special, huh?
Humph, Zorian scoffed, snatching the card back.
He positioned the card so that she could see the results of what he was about to do, and in the back of his mind he noted that Kiriel had decided to see what the fuss was all about and was studying the card as well, and then flashed his mana into the card in a practiced manner. The circle, and only the circle, momentarily shone red from the heat before collapsing into ash. Zorian blew a gust of air into the hole to scatter the remains across the table and then smugly handed the spent card to Taven. He crossed his arms and waited for her reply. Ahem, a mature female voice interrupted the scene from behind him. You will, of course, clean up this mess you've made on my table, won't you, Mr. Kaczynski? Oh, and I would like to warn you that I will bill you for any property damage you inflict on my material possessions with your experiments. Zorian turned and gave Amaya a big, friendly smile. She rolled her eyes at him and gestured towards the ashes on the table. Hanging his head in defeat, Zorian went to get a rag from the bathroom, ignoring Taven's soft laughter behind him. Just for that he was tempted to blow her off when she asked him to accompany her to the sewers.
Briefly.
The fact was, he definitely needed to go with her this time. So what was it that you needed from me anyway? Zorian asked, sitting down next to Taven again. Well, I was wondering if you'd join me on a little expedition. Zorian patiently listened to her explanation before revealing he had contacts with the Arania and requesting that they try talking to them first before barging in, spells blazing. Much like in previous restarts where he had brought the issue up, Taven accepted him hanging out with giant sewer-dwelling spiders easily enough, but this time she also had an additional request. Since you apparently think you're good enough to walk around the dungeon all by your lonesome, meeting sentient monsters and gods know what else, I would like to test your skills a little, Taven told him. Plus, it doesn't hurt to know what your actual combat skills are if you're going to accompany me and my team into a potentially dangerous situation. You do know some combat skills, don't you?
Plenty, Zorian assured her.
Good, so come to my place tomorrow at noon so I can test you, Taven said. You're sure they're going to hand us the clock if we ask nicely?
If they have it, said Zorian.
That guy who gave you the job doesn't sound all that reliable to me. I don't believe for a second that he didn't know what the Arania are, yet he still sent you go get a pocket watch from them. Either he's trying to get you all killed or, hell, I don't know what his game is there. If the watch is something very valuable or very illegal, he might not want to send someone who could recognize what they are holding, Taven frowned. Just how dangerous are these spiders of yours? I mean, even if sentient, they're still bound to be vulnerable to burning and such. Maybe he thought we would just bulldoze through them without talking. Arania are all mages, Zorian said. It wasn't strictly true, as only a small minority of Arania was armed with a true spellcasting system, but psychic powers were versatile enough to count as a sort of specialized spellcasting system. They are especially fond of mind magic, illusions, and stealth. And they have a telepathic link to one another, so they will know and remember you if you massacre some of their outposts. And then you'd have a bunch of magical spiders with a grudge looking to ambush you or lure you into a trap the next time you descend into the dungeon.
Shit, Taven said.
He felt a spike of anger from her before she reined it in and forced herself to calm down. That asshole better have been ignorant of the danger, or I'm reporting him to the nearest police station I find. That's practically a murder attempt. Let's talk to the Arania first and see what they have to say, Zorian quickly said. He didn't want Taven to confront the man and then cancel the whole thing. I guarantee they won't attack you so long as you have me with you. Taven gave him a long, unreadable look.
What? He asked.
Nothing, Taven said.
It's just that.
I thought I knew you, but now it turns out you have this whole secret life I've never known about until now. It's a bit unreal.
Yeah.
Kiriel suddenly piped in. She had been silent throughout their discussion, but apparently she had been listening to everything with rapt attention. How come you never told your own sister any of this? Oh, that one is easy, Zorian replied smoothly. I didn't want mother and father to find out, so telling you would have been foolish. Do you have any idea how many times you've gotten me in trouble by spilling my secrets in front of our parents?
Oh, come on. Kiriel whined.
I was a little baby. I didn't know anything. You can't possibly still be angry about that. No, of course not, Zorian mumbled uncomfortably. I did just tell Taven about the Arania right in front of you, didn't I? Taven shook her head sadly, rising from her seat. You keep too many secrets, Roach. I feel a little hurt that you felt you couldn't confide in me, but I was never one to hold a grudge, so I'll let it go. Just don't expect this to be the end of it. I'm going to pester you endlessly until I get the whole story. See you tomorrow.
Wait, Zorian said.
Actually, yeah, there is something I need to tell you.
All of you.
Miss Kurashka, I know you've been eavesdropping on us for a while now, so you might as well sit down for this. Imaya whirled around from where she was fiddling with the cutlery and placed her hands on her hips, giving him an angry look. I was not doing any such thing, she told him. I was simply minding my own business, and in my own kitchen no less. If you didn't want me overhearing your conversation, you should have taken it elsewhere. My mistake, Zorian agreed easily. He was pretty sure she had finished whatever she had come into the kitchen to do for a while now and was simply hanging around to hear them talk, but whatever. Kiri, do you remember how I promised to teach you spellcasting in exchange for a favor back in the train?
Yeah.
Kiriel confirmed hesitantly. Right, a little background first. I am what is commonly known as an empath, a person who can sense other people's emotions. Unfortunately, up until recently, my powers have been kind of running amok. There was nobody I could turn to for help, at least not on the human side of things.
The spiders, Imoya surmised.
Yes, Zorian agreed. Arania are all empathic as part of their innate nature. Thanks to them, I now have more or less gained control over my empathic abilities, though it will take years of practice to truly refine them into something reliable. Follow me so far. What am I feeling right now?
Kiriel asked.
I actually don't know, Zorian admitted. People's feelings are rarely very simple, and unless they are feeling one emotion very strongly, I'm reduced to educated guesses based on my previous interactions with the person. The more time I spend around someone, the easier I can read them. But isn't she your sister?
Imoya asked.
You'd think that if anyone was familiar enough for your ability to work, it would be family. Our family is, Zorian hesitated, searching for a proper word.
Slightly dysfunctional, I guess.
I try to stay away from them most of the time, so I haven't interacted with Kiriel all that often. And I'm not the only one keeping secrets around here. Kiriel is also keeping a lot of things close to her chest. I guess we don't really know each other all that well, sibling bonds notwithstanding. There was a brief silence as everyone involved digested that admission, but the awkward atmosphere was quickly broken by Amaya clearing her throat.
Well, she said.
I guess it's a good thing you're both here now to reconnect.
Yeah.
Kiriel immediately agreed. Hey, do you think I could be an empath too? Sorry, Kiri, but I'm pretty sure you aren't, Zorian said. I would have been able to sense it if you were. You can sense other empaths?
Taven asked.
I can sense all minds around me, empath or otherwise, Zorian said. I also get some basic information about each mind, how complex their thoughts are, their species, their gender, stuff like that. Empaths light up like little suns on my mind sense, so, sorry, Kiri. It's fine, she said dejectedly. You can sense people all around you, regardless of obstacles?
Taven asked. Zorian nodded.
And the range on that ability is? If I'm busy with something else and just running my mind sense in the background?
About 10 meters, said Zorian.
If I'm specifically concentrating on scanning the environment? Easily 10 times that. However, if there are a lot of minds around me, I have trouble processing the information, and they all sort of start to blend together in a confusing, headache-inducing mass. I mostly just shut my empathy off when I'm around big crowds. Roach, I am so recruiting you for my team, Taven said. I've been trying to find a tracker for my team for a while now. Now all we need is to teach you some divination spells and dash. Already done, thank you, Zorian said. I am quite proficient in divination. Even better.
Taven said.
You're hired.
We'll see, Zorian sighed. Fascinating, Imaya said.
I've never heard of that aspect of empathy, though I guess it makes sense that someone who can sense emotions can locate other people through it. But that's not what you wanted to talk about, is it?
No, it's not, Zorian nodded.
It's not common knowledge, but empathy is just an initial expression of a much more dangerous ability. A sufficiently skilled empath can bridge the gap between minds and connect with any person in range in order to talk to them telepathically, read their thoughts, fool their senses or mess with their memories.
and Arania have been teaching me how to do that. He paused to gauge their reactions. Well, none of them were quietly panicking or burning with outrage, so that was encouraging. I have no intention of doing that to any of you without permission, Zorian said. But at the same time, I need someone to practice on. The Arania aren't very suitable for this. Their minds are too alien for a beginner like me to understand. I need a human volunteer, and I'm hoping for you to help me out, oh sister of mine. You want to read my mind? Kiriel asked. To put it bluntly, yes, Zorian said. And if I say no, will you still teach me magic? Absolutely, Zorian said. It's a request, not blackmail. I'll just have to find someone else to help me if you refuse. Well, okay, she said. I guess I'll help you. But you can't talk to anyone about the stuff in my head. And you have to tell me all about your secrets in exchange. Sure, Zorian smiled. Sounds like a fair deal to me. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The whole confrontation went off surprisingly well, Zorian reflected. Sure, Imaya had been avoiding him ever since and Kiriel was giving him these weird looks, but none of them were terrified of him or anything, just mildly uncomfortable. They were taking the revelation much better than he had predicted they would. And then, of course, was Taven, who was apparently not bothered at all by his admission that he was learning how to read people's thoughts. You ready, Roach? She asked, twirling her combat staff in her hand. I'm ready, yeah, Zorian said, gripping his spell rod tighter. If he knew anything about how Taven thought, and he did, she would immediately go on the offensive. Her battle philosophy basically boiled down to attack hard and you won't have to defend to begin with, though she could defend too if pressed. He had no way to win a protracted fight with her, even if he was technically a better mage than she was, so he would have to resort to trickery if he wanted to prevail here. It would be nice if he could eke out a win against her. Her face when she lost against little old Roach was bound to be absolutely glorious to behold. A blink and suddenly there were 5 magic missiles homing in on him. He let them crash uselessly against his shield and responded with a somewhat exotic electrical spell. A beam of electricity shot towards Taven, who erected a basic shield of her own to tank it. Halfway towards its target, the beam split into 3 smaller beams, one pivoted to the left of Taven, the other to the right, and the third one straight above it. And then they all changed their paths again and crashed against her from 3 different directions, completely bypassing the shield in front of her. It wasn't enough. Somehow, Taven managed to smoothly transition from a single direction shield to a full aegis before the beams managed to reach her. Zorian threw a couple of smoke bombs around the training hall to blind her, relying on his mind sense to tell him where she was, and started casting a complicated spell that wasn't etched into his spell rod the moment his location got obscured by the smoke. Taven responded by casting several gusts of wind to disperse the smoke and hopefully catch him in the area of effect as well. She had just about stripped him of his smokescreen when he finished the spell and felt his mana reserves drain almost completely dry. If this doesn't work, then that's it for this fight, he thought. A bright beam of concentrated force shot out from his hand and slammed into Taven's shield. The shield flared at the point of impact, shattering almost instantly, and Taven was lifted off her feet by the impact and thrown violently against the floor. She didn't get up, rendered unconscious by the impact. Oops, Zorian said quietly. I think I overdid it just a little. That could have easily killed her if the wards hadn't worked properly. After casting a few divinations to make sure she was mostly okay and not bleeding internally or something like that, Zorian allowed himself to smile. He would have to work on his restraint, but it was a victory. And she hadn't been any gentler towards him in their previous fights, so she hardly had any right to complain about excessive force. He couldn't wait to see Taven's face when she woke up. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Come on, Roach, Taven growled. Find those spiders of yours so we can be done with this mission. I'm getting sick of this place already. Zorian sighed and refocused on scanning his surroundings. This would be going faster if Taven stopped snapping at him every so often. Talk about being a sore loser. Hey, a male voice whispered into Zorian's ear, breaking him out of thoughts. What happened between you and Taven to get her so bothered anyway? Zorian glanced at Grunt and considered how to answer for a second. He decided to be blunt and truthful. I beat her in a spar, he said. She thinks I cheated. Grunt gave him a considering look. You beat Taven in a spar? Aren't you a 3rd year? Sure am, Zorian agreed, before he noticed a familiar presence on his mental map. Oh hey, there they are. After the initial introductions were done, Taven immediately moved on to the reason they were down in the tunnels in the first place, only to get disappointed. So you don't have the watch? Taven asked. Alas, I'm afraid the next group of attackers managed to break into our treasury and escaped with a great many of our artifacts. The watch we claimed from the thief being among them, the matriarch said regretfully. I do know where their base is, however. This was all a bunch of bullshit, Zorian knew. The watch was indeed somewhere else, specifically in one of the forward outposts that the invaders used to launch attacks on the Arania, but it was there because the Arania had put it there. The idea was for Taven and her group to stumble onto the outpost, realize they're stumbled onto something big, bigger than they could handle, and then report it to the authorities. It was Zorian's job to make sure Taven and her group survived the encounter with the invaders. How convenient, Zorian scoffed, that getting the watch involves taking out one of your enemies in the process. A happy coincidence, the matriarch said easily. We both get something out of it, after all, you get the location of the watch for free, and I get to deal with one of my problems without risking my web. Now, do you want the location of the base or not? Just who are these enemies of yours, anyway?
Taven asked.
I don't know exactly, the matriarch said. The attackers consisted of a mage controlling 2 war trolls, but the base is guaranteed to have more forces than that.
War trolls. Taven blanched.
Hell, that is way more than we signed up for. The guy is definitely not paying us enough to confront a couple of war trolls with mage support, Mumble said quietly. Maybe check it out anyway?
Zorian tried. Like, from distance?
I may be able to tell how many forces there are in the place. Yeah, Taven said after considering things for a few moments. Yeah, we should check it out at least. No offense to the matriarch here, but a bunch of guys running around the sewers with tamed war trolls sounds a bit implausible. Maybe she saw something else. I suppose it's possible, the matriarch allowed. I haven't actually seen trolls before, and wasn't personally present when the incident occurred, but they sounded very much like the trolls humans speak of.
Right, Taven nodded.
Where did you say this base was again? *****. The base wasn't actually in the city sewers. That part of the dungeon was somewhat patrolled and monitored, and it would have been impossible to hide a large mass of soldiers there for an appreciable length of time. For that matter, the Arania didn't actually live in the sewers either, although they considered them part of their territory. Instead, both the Iranian home base and the various invader outposts were situated in what was known to Scioria authorities as the intermediary layer. It was not particularly rare for mages to descend into the intermediary layer, but it was not a common occurrence either. The intermediary layer was too dangerous for a casual stroll by an unarmed civilian, but mostly devoid of anything valuable that would attract dungeon delvers and other adventurers. The city hired mercenaries to sweep through the place every few years and get rid of any obvious threats that had set up residence, and they usually also picked the place clean of anything valuable, leaving a great expanse of little value. For those who wanted to challenge themselves against the denizens of the underworld and search the place for riches, there was the hole and its direct access to deeper levels that hadn't been picked clean over the decades. Most of the visitors from the city consisted of an occasional thrill-seeking student and an occasional patrol to keep an eye on things. The invaders chose the timing of their invasion well. The city was so focused on the summer festival and its associated problems that it didn't pay attention to what was happening in the dungeon at all. This would normally not be such a problem, as very few problems could spring out of nothing in a couple of measly months, especially with little to no indication that something big was happening. But now... Holy shit, Taven whispered, peering from behind their cover to look at the camp again. They've got a freaking army there. Get down, you idiot, Grunt growled at her, pulling her down behind the rock they were using as cover. Do you want them to see you? If they notice us, we're dead. There must be at least 100 trolls down there and at least 20 handlers. Sorry, Taven said. It's just so unreal. Zorian had to agree. He was expecting it, and he was still surprised at the scale of what they were seeing. Then again, this was why the matriarch had chosen this particular base out of the 12 or so she knew of. The others were smaller and much better hidden, but this particular base was situated in a large open cavern and had enough artificial illumination that a human observer could see the whole camp easily from a sufficiently high vantage, like the one they were using, for example. In fact, the vantage point they were using was pretty much perfect for observing the camp.
I wonder.
He silently ran his fingers against the walls of the tunnel that brought them here.
It was bumpy but smooth. Far too smooth to be natural.
The rock they were hiding behind was the same. Apparently this was even more of a setup than I thought it was, Zorian thought. I bet one of the Iranian mages made this tunnel specifically so we could find it. It would explain why no one seemed to be paying any attention to this particular entrance, even though the other two are both guarded. They don't even know it exists. Well, whatever, time to do his part in this charade. He pulled out a mirror from his backpack and silently cast a scrying spell on it. The base had a divination ward, of course, but it was based on the idea of stopping people from realizing that the base was there to begin with.
Since Zorian knew that the camp existed and where it was, and was in fact right next to it, the entire ward was pretty much useless against him. After 5 minutes of watching the camp through the mirror, Taven decided she had seen enough and motioned him to cancel the spell.
"Let's go," she said.
"I want to get out of here before our luck runs out." They almost made it out without complications.
Almost.
As the four of them approached one of the seals between the sewers and the deeper layers of the dungeon, they suddenly came face to face with a duo of hooded mages flanked by 4 trolls. For a moment, both groups halted and tried to make sense of what they were seeing, neither group really expecting to stumble upon each other. Zorian noted with annoyance that their mental presence was somehow muted, no doubt a countermeasure against the Arania, and cursed himself for thinking that his opponents wouldn't have some way of dealing with mind sense. The impasse was broken when one of the mages ordered the trolls to charge. Neither Taven nor her 2 teammates hesitated when faced with 4 war trolls charging at them, raising their staffs to blast the attackers before they could overrun them. Zorian decided to keep the mages busy instead and fired a small missile swarm of 4 piercers, 2 for each mage. Several things happened simultaneously. One of the mages dropped whatever spell he was casting and raised a shield to successfully tank the missiles coming towards him. The other was less skilled and fumbled his shield. Both piercers hit him straight in the chest and he went down in a shower of blood. Grunt and Mumble used quick flamethrowers to halt the charge of the trolls, but while 3 of the trolls did flinch away from the flames, the largest, best armored troll lurched forward, a little dazed but unharmed. Taven hit them all with a battering ram of force, intending to knock the whole group down and give them some space, and for the most part succeeded. The 3 recovering trolls and the surviving mage were hurled deeper into the tunnel and away from them, but that one troll at the front kept its ground. It raised its huge iron mace for an overhead strike and screamed out a challenge, its shout staggering them like a physical blow, acting almost like a lesser version of the battering ram that Taven just cast. Strange, Zorian had always thought trolls had no magic other than their absurd regenerative capabilities. He had no time to consider this, however, as the troll immediately capitalized on the distraction it caused and surged forward. Frantically, Zorian erected a large shield in front of the group, trying to buy time. Sadly, unlike the other troll Zorian had battled in the previous restarts, this one was too smart to just crash into the shield. It smashed its mace into the shield with great force, once, twice, 3 times. The shield broke and the troll kicked him in the chest, catapulting him backwards where he collided with Grunt and Mumble and interrupted whatever they were about to cast. Taven, on the other hand, managed to finish hers. A vortex of fire surged forward, finishing off the surviving mage and the 3 other trolls that were moving to aid their comrade but leaving the lead troll merely singed. And very, very angry. "Shit," Taven said quietly, as the troll raised its mace for a killing strike. Even though he knew her death wouldn't be permanent, even though he had known there was a chance for this to happen when he had agreed to participate in this plan, Zorian found himself completely horrified at the idea of watching Taven get crushed to death. Killed because of him and his plots and schemes. He reached out to the troll's mind and noticed it was no longer being muted. While Taven's spell failed to incinerate the troll, it seemed to have burned out whatever protected it from mind magic. Rather than try any sort of sophisticated attack, he simply flooded it with meaningless drivel, blasting its mind with random telepathy. The troll flinched in shock and spasmed, halting its attack and dropping the mace it was holding. Zorian immediately threw 2 explosive cubes at its feet. "Taven, get back." She didn't have to be told twice, immediately snapping out of her daze and scrambling backwards out of the troll's reach. Zorian activated the bombs as soon as he judged her out of reach and the troll was enveloped in a deafening explosion. Somehow, it still survived. It was kneeling and clutching its leg in pain, and bleeding all over, but Zorian could already see its flesh knitting together. Damn it, what was it with this one troll? Was it a super troll or something? And then 2 ice blue beams impacted directly into the troll's chest, courtesy of Grunt and Mumble, and the creature immediately froze over and went still. "Is it finally dead?" he asked. "I don't know and don't care," Taven said. "Let's get lost before we meet another one." Zorian took a deep, shuddering breath and nodded in assent. Then he tried to take a step and winced at the pain in his leg. He could walk, but he just knew he was going to be hurting for the rest of the week. "This better be worth it, you damn manipulative spider," he inwardly thought. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. "So it's all done?" the matriarch asked. Zorian gripped the stone disc in his hand tighter. "Yes. I just said so, didn't I?" Thankfully, there were no actual casualties, though it was close. In many ways our close brush with death works in favor of your plan, since Taven is really pissed about these people now and determined to bring them to justice. She is going to report the whole thing tomorrow to the city authorities. "I sincerely hope it wasn't you who arranged for us to stumble onto that group, Miss Spear of Resolve, or I'll be very angry at you." "Don't worry, I had nothing to do with it,"
the matriarch assured him. Right, Zorian sighed. Maybe he was being paranoid, but the matriarch's behavior had grown ever more secretive over the past few restarts, and he wouldn't put it past her to pull something like that. How about you? Is your task done? Yes, the matriarch confirmed. I have contacted Zack and told him that the Arania are aware of the time loop. Zorian stared at the stone disc in his hand in silent contemplation. It was done. Zack finally knew he wasn't alone in the time loop. True, the other boy didn't know about Zorian being one of the time travelers. The matriarch had presented herself as the time traveler and made no mention of Zorian, but it was only a matter of time now. There was no way that Zorian could fool the other boy for more than a couple of restarts now that the idea of there being other time travelers was no longer totally ridiculous in Zack's mind. Assuming he even wanted to. After all, if this plan of theirs worked and the third time traveler was neutralized, there would be no reason not to introduce himself to Zack immediately afterwards. So, Zorian said. How did Zack react to your introduction? Confusion, surprise and outrage, the matriarch responded. He had pretty much figured out that there was someone else looping beside him. It was the only way to explain all the wide-scale changes that had been happening in the last handful of restarts. He was very confused about how they came to be and why they didn't come to talk to him, though, and was considering doing something eye-catching to get our attention. The idea that the other time traveler is a giant talking spider caught him off guard, but I don't think it will be a problem in the long term. He didn't seem to be arachnophobic or a human supremacist. Anyway, he was pretty angry when I told him there was a third time traveler and that he had been mind-wiped by them, so I cut our meeting short so he can cool off a little. Understandable, Zorian said. I know that Arania consider memory editing to be business as usual, but humans tend to flip out over such things. Do you think he bought your story about you being the other time traveler? Actually, I said there are several Arania time travelers. That I had a way to bring other people into the time loop. Technically true, and makes us look like a bigger threat. Not sure if that was really necessary, Zorian mused. Or even wise. What we have planned already should be sufficient to annoy the third time traveler into confronting you. Making yourself look more dangerous than you already are is just going to make him more cautious and dangerous. You're overthinking things, the matriarch said. We're trying to set a trap, not engage the enemy in battle. Given that our enemy hasn't responded to our provocations so far, I think that getting him to take the bait is a bigger priority than worrying what happens once he does. As you have yourself stated, and as Zack has learned so painfully over the course of this time loop, there is only so much a single mage can tackle on his own. However capable our opponent is, he's not walking off from a well-prepared ambush. Right, Zorian said dubiously. He was far less certain than she was about that plan, but it wasn't like he had a better idea. And besides, maybe having one of her plans blow up in her face would make her more forthcoming with information in the next restart. So do we have Zack's support on this? He will help, yes, the matriarch confirmed. I didn't really have to offer anything to make him cooperate. He even asked for a list of targets so he can help us soften up the invading forces before the actual invasion date. Very earnest and straightforward, that boy. Quite unlike you and your rampant paranoia, I might add. Zorian narrowed his eyes, gripping the stone disc in his hand a little tighter. Was that it? Was the matriarch trying to replace him with Zack? Someone more trusting and easier to manipulate? Was Zorian going to be next on the chopping block once the threat of the third time traveler was gone? That settled it. He was going to reveal himself to Zack sometime soon, regardless of how this ambush turned out. There was an advantage to anonymity, yes, but it was massively outweighed by the danger of allowing the Iranian matriarch exclusive access to Zack. That could end up very badly for Zorian. You've been silent for a while, the matriarch noted. You do know I was just teasing you, right? I was just thinking, Zorian said, thinking about how glad he was they were communicating through the relays at the moment. It made it next to impossible for the matriarch to read his thoughts unless he specifically sent them to her. It wasn't really a safeguard he consciously installed, more like a consequence of their shoddy construction, but Zorian was pleased with the end result all the same. What about the money? I'll be running out of savings soon, you know. I'll be able to get you about 20,000 pieces by the end of the week. Will that be enough? For the ingredients? Sure, confirmed Zorian. If we have to hire experts though? I'm not so sure. Good experts are expensive, especially if you're hiring them on a tight schedule or expect them to be discreet. Hopefully Kale will agree to help us, or else I'll probably have to hire an alchemist. I'll leave that to you, the matriarch said. You understand the problem far better than I do. There was a brief silence as both Zorian and the matriarch considered what to say next, if anything. Listen, the matriarch suddenly said.
Did you know that the Arania sometimes scatter small memory packets into the minds of their males? Zorian blinked.
What?
What did that have to do with anything?
No, said Zorian hesitantly.
I can't say that I did.
Well, they do, the matriarch said.
It's a pretty good way to leave secret messages if you know what you're doing. If you break the message into sufficiently small chunks and embed it carefully enough into the targets, it's virtually impossible for anyone without a key to even find them, let alone piece them together into a coherent whole. Why are you telling me this?
Zorian asked.
Just in case, the matriarch responded. Arania males are far smaller than female ones and very, very cowardly. They're frightened by fire and loud noises just like any other animal, and most divination spells designed to track Arania do not register them as the same type of creature. Most of the time when an Aranian settlement is destroyed, a lot of males will survive the destruction. Leaving messages encoded in their minds is a good way to leave messages from beyond the grave.
Zorian frowned.
So the matriarch did acknowledge that the ambush could go wrong. But why would she leave a message for him in such a roundabout, complicated way?
Why not just tell me? He asked.
It's probably nothing, the matriarch said.
And you worry too much as it is.
This is really just a precaution in case of the worst outcome. Novelty will give you the key when you see each other next time. Before Zorian could continue the discussion, the matriarch cut the connection.
Very mature, Zorian mumbled, throwing the disc on the bed beside him.
Still, as annoying as the matriarch was right now, she had been nothing but helpful so far, so he would give her the benefit of the doubt. Maybe she really did have good reasons for her secrecy. Still, after this restart, maybe he should start making his own precautions.
Just in case.
Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. At Sayoria's train station, Zorian waited. It would be a while until Kale and his daughter arrived, and in the meantime Zorian amused himself by messing with the pigeons milling about on the platforms. Animal minds were paradoxically both harder and easier to affect with psychic powers than human minds. Harder because simpler minds were harder to sense and pinpoint, easier because their thoughts were easier to discern and subvert once a psychic finally managed to connect to them. The pigeons weren't that hard to sense, not if he had a direct line of sight on one and could devote all his attention on the task, so there was little the birds could do to defend themselves against Zorian's experimentation. He simply sat on his bench and systematically targeted pigeon after pigeon, practicing his skills. Sometimes he simply tried to make sense of their rudimentary minds without alerting them to his intrusion, other times he tried to flat out hijack their senses or puppeteer their body. Neither task was going terribly well, but it was something to pass the time with and he did have some success. After the 50th pigeon or so, he could distinguish a pigeon that was hungry, sick or in pain from those that weren't. He could make a pigeon stumble or freeze up for a second, or frighten them until they fled as far away from him as possible. Actually, that last one was extremely easy. Considering the effect was almost identical to the spook animal cantrip he had learned back in their second year, he shouldn't have been surprised. Though that did give him an idea. Mind spells that affected animals weren't restricted as heavily as spells that targeted humans. Hell, some of them were freely available in the Academy library. It might be a good idea to try some in one of the future restarts and compare the results with what he could achieve with psychic powers. For now though, he concentrated on another idea. Rather than flat-out puppeteer the pigeon, he was trying to simply dampen its fear and influence it into approaching him on its own. It was a lot harder than scaring the bird away. The pigeons were already inclined to bolt at the slightest provocation, so it didn't take much to send them running, but having them approach a strange man with no food that kept staring at them went against their instincts. It took him over 20 tries, but he gradually learned how to steer the pigeons towards him. Finally, on his 24th attempt, he found a pigeon fearless enough to play along with his game. It slowly meandered close and then briefly took flight in order to land on the same bench Zorian was occupying. It cooed and stared at him, and when Zorian reached out with his hand and scooped it up, it did not resist in the slightest.
Success.
Zorian reached into his pocket and offered the docile pigeon in his hand some bread. It was only proper to reward such a cooperative experiment subject. And his achievement was just in time too, since Kale's train was arriving at the station. He put the pigeon down on the bench and left to help Kale disembark.
Kale Tveranov?
I'm Zorian Kaczynski, one of your classmates. Miss Zalady sent me to help you settle down and show you around the city. Don't worry about your daughter, I know the value of being discreet. Kale gave him a searching look before nodding. I appreciate the help, Mr. Kaczynski. As well as your silence. Lead the way if you will. It's no problem at all, Zorian said, creating a floating disk of force and loading the other boy's luggage on the platform. We live at the same place, after all.
We do.
Kale asked curiously.
Well, yes.
Or at least we will if you have rented a room at the place Miss Lady had recommended to you. She recommended the same place to me when I told her I'm bringing my little sister with me this year and sought alternatives to academy housing. Your little sister? Asked Kale, shifting Kana in his hands. The little girl studied everything around them with her bright blue eyes but remained resolutely quiet. How come you brought her with you, if you don't mind me asking? Our parents went on a trip to Koth and someone has to take care of her. And, well, that someone has always been me in cases like this. I don't mind all that much really, and the owner of the place seems to be good with kids. Well, that's a relief, Kale said. To be honest, I had great reservations about coming here, and I was kind of worried Miss Lady overstated her friend's fondness for children in order to get me on board with the enrollment. I don't think you have a lot to worry about. Imaya, the owner of the place, seems honest and friendly enough. And I'm an empath, so I can usually tell. Kale gave him a sharp, questioning look.
Too sudden? Zorian asked.
Sorry, but I wanted to get it out of the way first. I know some people can't stand the idea of someone knowing their private emotions, but I don't think I can keep it a secret from someone that I'm going to share a roof with on a permanent basis. If you aren't worried about living with a Morlock, I don't think I have rights to complain about you being an empath, Kale said, shaking his head. He gave his daughter a sad look. Truthfully, I am sort of jealous. Kana is so quiet most days, I sometimes wish I could peer into her head and see what she's thinking about. Kana immediately wrapped her little hands around Kale's head and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Kale snorted derisively and ruffled her hair, a smile dancing on his lips. Kana 1, Kale 0, Zorian thought to himself. Quiet she might be, but Kana clearly knew how to deal with her father effectively. A few moments later, when the moment had passed, the two boys resumed their conversation in a much less reserved fashion, the ice having been successfully broken. Imaya's kitchen was crowded. Crowded and loud. Between Zorian and Kiriel, Kale and his daughter, visiting Ilsa and Taven, and finally Imaya herself, the room was as full as it could comfortably be and there were constantly at least two simultaneous conversations going on at any particular moment. Strangely enough, Zorian felt comfortable being there. In the past, these kinds of gatherings had annoyed him terribly, and he would find some reason to excuse himself and leave as soon as possible. The difference, he realized, was that he was no longer in a gathering of strangers. This was the first time he actually felt he belonged in one of these things, instead of being a barely tolerated intruder constantly scrutinized for weakness and misbehavior. He still remained mostly quiet, of course. But it was a comfortable silence. And then Grunt and Mumble hit it with polar beams and froze it solid, spoke Taven animatedly. I don't know whether that really killed it, but it put it out of the fight long enough for us to run for it. Most harrowing experience of my life, let me tell you. I'm really glad Zorian was there. If I had chosen any other third-year student as filler, I don't think I'd have survived that encounter. Zorian fidgeted in his seat, a little uncomfortable at the praise. If it weren't for him, Taven wouldn't have encountered that troll in the first place, so he didn't feel like he had done her any favors. While it's indeed impressive that Zorian can contribute in such a fight, I'm going to have to insist you refrain from bringing him along to your dungeon delving in the future, Ilsa said with an amused smile. He's my apprentice now, and it would look absolutely terrible on my record if I let my apprentice be killed by a rampaging troll or some other monsters immediately after signing the contract.
Yeah, Taven fumbled.
Well, I have no intention of going down there for a while. I reported the incident to the police, but the cleanup will probably take months, and the place is too dangerous for me and my group at the moment.
A wise decision, Ilsa nodded.
She then shifted her attention to Zorian. And the same principle holds for you. I don't want you taking such risks in the future. I will ignore the issue this once, since you were helping a friend and the situation escalated beyond anything that could reasonably be expected, but from now on consider all excursions into the dungeon forbidden until further notice. Of course, Zorian immediately agreed, having no intention of actually honoring the restriction. And I want you to consult me before doing anything similarly dangerous in the future, Ilsa warned. Is there anything else I should know about? Not really, Zorian said. Ilsa gave him a hard stare. Maybe he should throw her a bone to distract her with before she starts actually monitoring him. Well, I'll be meeting my Arania tutor on a regular basis, but she's totally harmless. Wouldn't hurt a fly, despite being a giant spider. Ah yes, the spiders, Ilsa said with obvious distaste. Don't worry, Imaya has already told me about your condition. I wanted to speak to you about that, but I'll wait until we can meet in a more private setting. Zorian nodded, appreciating Ilsa's discretion. Kale still didn't know about the full extent of his mental abilities and Zorian didn't believe this was the time to reveal them. He was kind of disappointed that Amaya had told Ilsa about his condition, without asking for his permission. It was by no means unexpected, but still disappointing.
I'm curious, Kale said. If your teacher wouldn't hurt a fly, what does she eat?
I'm pretty sure all spiders are strict carnivores.
Mostly rats and stray dogs, Zorian said.
Rats? Kiriel asked in disgust. I'm told rats can get pretty big in Cyoria, Zorian said.
Oh boy, can they ever, Taven confirmed.
I swear I once saw one of them stalking a cat instead of the other way around. She's just telling fishermen's tales, Amaya quickly assured the disturbed-looking Kiriel. I've lived here my whole life and have never seen anything like it.
How do you know that stray humans aren't also on their diet? Asked Ilsa.
According to Novelty, the idea is about as likely as a group of humans hunting an occasional dragon in order to put some meat on the table, that is to say, not very. There is almost always easier prey around, answered Zorian. Not that Arania are harmless, far from it, but if they kill me it's not going to be because they want to eat me.
Novelty? Kale asked.
That's the name of the Arania tutoring me, Zorian shrugged. Well, technically her name is Enthusiastic Seeker of Novelty, but that's unwieldy and she doesn't mind if I shorten it. That name sounds stupid, Kiriel said. Zorian opened his mouth to tell her that Kiriel was also a stupid name when he thought better of it. For one thing, it was best to reserve immature bickering with her when they were alone. For another, he had just thought up a much more amusing and diabolical idea.
Want to meet her? Zorian asked. What? Kiriel asked. Novelty.
Want to meet her? Kiriel stayed silent, mulling it over.
I don't know.
I don't like spiders. They're disgusting.
Well, okay, Zorian shrugged.
I just figured you'd jump at the chance to meet with a member of a reclusive race of magical creatures that very few humans can boast speaking to. Once in a lifetime opportunity and all that. But I guess I understand Dash.
Well, Kiriel fumbled.
Actually, I changed my mind. She's not going to try to touch me, is she? Of course she was going to try and touch her. Novelty wanted to touch everything. By her own admission, she once stuck one of her legs into an open flame in order to see what would happen. I'm sure she'll keep her distance if you ask politely, Zorian told her. How he kept a straight face after telling her that he'd never know. Sometimes he surprised even himself. The conversation continued for a while after that, but eventually began to peter out. Ilsa and Taven excused themselves and left, while Kiriel amused herself with trying to teach Kana how to draw. Of course, unlike Kiriel, Kana was a typical child with age-appropriate, that is to say appalling drawing aptitude, but neither Kiriel nor Kana seemed discouraged by that. Zorian excused himself and went to his room to see if he could get some work done before Kiriel came looking for him. It was not to be, though. Barely a minute after he had sat on his bed, Kale showed up and knocked on the doorframe to get his attention.
Am I interrupting something? He asked.
No, I was just considering what to do with myself. Did you need something? Asked Zorian.
Sort of, said Kale.
I just came to tell you that you don't have to dance around the issue of your mind magic anymore. I already figured out you're not just an empath. Kiriel told you, didn't she?
Zorian sighed.
Not so much told me as gave me enough clues to figure it out.
She's a chatty kid.
But there is no need to be angry at her. It's not like I'm going to turn on you just because you're learning how to read people's thoughts.
Thanks, Zorian said.
Although quite frankly, it would be kind of hypocritical of you to shun me for dabbling in forbidden magics, Mr. Junior Necromancer. Kale immediately flinched back in shock and gave him a wide-eyed look.
What?
There is no way. Zorian gestured him to quiet down, and Kale immediately shut up and peered down the corridor to make sure no one had been listening. Zorian knew they hadn't been. He could feel that all of the other residents were still back in the kitchen. His scrutiny done, Kale quickly stepped into the room and closed the door, leaning heavily on it.
How? He asked.
He sounded more panicked than menacing at the moment, but Zorian knew that could change at any moment if he didn't get a satisfactory answer. Do you know the arcane lock spell?
Zorian asked.
Yes, Kale said, still sounding rather dazed. Lock the door then, and I'll make sure we're safe from any stray divinations, Zorian said, and immediately started casting a temporary divination ward at the room. It wasn't anything fancy, but it would ward off simple scrying attempts and hopefully notify him if anything more complex targeted them. Not that he really thought they would need it, but it was good practice and you could never be careful enough. 5 minutes later the room was as secure as Zorian could make it on such quick notice, and Kale looked increasingly impatient. Zorian decided to get on with it. He opened his mouth and began to speak. Let me tell you a story of lost time and a month that refuses to end. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Unpaid teenage labor was an age-old tradition among mages. While the ancient apprentice system had largely been replaced with specialized magical academies, and the quality of young mages had improved drastically as a consequence, there were some things that simply couldn't be learned in the classroom. For things like that, a mage needed a mentor, someone to show them the tricks of the trade, teach them unique skills and spells they had developed and did not share lightly with others, or just plain connect them with the right people. Said mentors usually had plenty of work they considered beneath them, ideally of a sort that took advantage of their students' magical ability and prepared them for their future vocation. Ideally. As Zorian trudged towards his classroom, half an hour before any of his fellow classmates, he reflected on the fact that life was rarely ideal. In practice, a lot of work given to apprentices consisted of chores that their mentor thought beneath them or various busy work. The duties of the class representative, for instance, were largely one giant waste of time. In the previous restarts, this fact didn't bother him all that much. The job was fairly easy so long as you didn't take it as seriously as a Koja did, but this time he had so many things vying for his attention that he resented this additional duty being piled up on top of it all. Maybe he shouldn't have talked Ilsa into taking him as her apprentice this restart, but, well, what's done is done. He yawned. He supposed he was just cranky today since he had gotten very little sleep last night. His conversation with Kale literally took hours since the other boy wanted to know absolutely everything and kept asking for details. While Zorian didn't begrudge the other boy for wanting answers and considered the time well spent, he kind of planned to use that time to read through the research assignments he had collected from his classmates on behalf of Ilsa. Assignments he had to give to Ilsa today, complete with corrections and grade recommendations. He had thought his knowledge from previous restarts would make the task a child's game, but apparently something about their massive changes to this restart caused Ilsa to give out completely different topics for research, and he had to actually read everything from scratch. He ended up spending most of the night dealing with those stupid things and then had to get up half an hour earlier than usual too because he was class representative to boot. Peering into the classroom, he saw that a Koja was already inside. He rolled his eyes at her excessive punctuality and marked her down as present on his little attendance sheet. The blackboard was full of horrible drawings, love confessions and other garbage, but he knew better than to wipe it clean right now. A clean blackboard was utterly irresistible to some of the idiots in his class, and they would no doubt make a mess again by the time the teacher finally showed up. Who knew, maybe if he left it alone long enough a Koja would take care of it on her own initiative, as she was sometimes wont to do. The first to arrive were, surprisingly since they weren't normally early birds, Annika and Army, the famous Ashirai twins. The Ashirai family consistently produced soul-bonded twins as their descendants, and the two sisters he shared his class with were no different. Zorian had considered asking them for help back when he thought he was soul-bonded to Zack, or at least questioning them about the mechanics of soul bonds, but eventually decided it would be a bad idea. For one thing, mage families tended to jealously guard their family magics, and it was obvious that the Ashirai family was trying to become an official house with their own magical specialties centered around their soul bonds. Asking too closely about their family style could have ended up blowing up in his face spectacularly, and Zorian hadn't been willing to risk it, time loop or not. A second concern was that the twins were unreliable. Benesek level unreliable. They were giggly little twits who took nothing seriously and wouldn't keep quiet even if he paid them. No, it had definitely been smart of him to stay away from them. Next to arrive was Kale, who apparently couldn't sleep very well after yesterday's revelations, and eventually decided to just come early. They didn't talk much before the Morlock boy decided to retire to his seat, but Zorian could already see there would be more questioning in the near future. Lovely. He had forgotten how inquisitive and interested in the time loop Kale had been the last time he had been aware of it. Briam, Naeem and Edwin were marked down as present next. Briam gave him a wave as he passed by him, his other hand holding his fire drake familiar close to him, while Naeem and Edwin were too absorbed into their conversation to take notice of him. Zorian didn't really mind. It wasn't like he knew either of them all that well. Naeem was a first-generation mage, much like Zorian and Akoja, a child of some soldier that rose to the rank of general in the wake of the disruptions caused by the Splinter Wars. Edwin had golem makers as his parents, and they clearly passed on their enthusiasm for the craft to Edwin. He was always tinkering with various mechanisms and making blueprints, even during lectures or other times during which he should have been concentrating on something else. The next to come was Rainey, the red-headed mystery that transferred into their class in the previous year. She was reserved, polite, extremely attractive, a good student and absolutely refused to tell anyone about her family or origins. The only one who knew anything concrete about Rainey was Kiana, another of his female classmates, and she was resolute in her silence. And so it went, student after student, until the list was complete and he could finally slip inside and try to rest for a bit before class started.
He absent-mindedly erased the blackboard with a single alteration spell, causing the chalk to simply peel off the surface and fall to the floor, and sat down to wait. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. No, Ben, you cannot turn in your assignment a week from now, Zorian growled. The deadline was yesterday. I have to hand them over to Ilsa today. Don't you see the problem here? Come on, Zorian, this is what friends are for, Benesek complained. What good is having your best bud as the class rep if you can't ask him to cut you some slack? You're not asking for a favor, you're asking for the moon, Zorian told him, giving him a flat stare. I cannot help you in this regard. But I really can't get another demerit, Benesek said, giving him a hopeful smile. Tough, Zorian said. I guess you should have thought about that before you decided to completely blow off another assignment from Ilsa. You already know she can't stand students boycotting her homework. She's completely ridiculous. Benesek said. What kind of teacher gives out 3 assignments during the first week of the year? A new voice cut in. Zorian silently offered a prayer to whosoever was still listening on the spirit planes for the interruption. He was seriously ready to strangle Benesek to get him to shut up. This wasn't the first time he was suffering through this conversation, but he usually wasn't so tired when dealing with his sort of friend. He was honestly rethinking his connection with the boy at this point. As it turned out, the interruption was by Nialu, though Kiana and Jade were also hanging behind her. All 3 were holding a sheet of paper. I know the deadline for the assignment was yesterday, but I was sort of wondering if you could turn it in now? Zorian finished. She nodded furiously and extended the paper towards him. No, Zorian deadpanned. Seriously? Jade piped in. You're going to make a big deal out of this? Yes. Zorian asked rhetorically. Why don't we just leave this here, Kiana said, placing her assignment on his desk, and you can decide whether you want to bother with them when Benesek is done annoying you and you cool down a little. Hey! Benesek protested. Sure, Zorian shrugged. You do that. Zorian patiently watched as the 3 of them left their assignments on his table and filed out of the classroom, waited until Benesek finally gave up on convincing him to write Benesek's assignment for him, he supposed. And then he calmly fished out a pen from his backpack and wrote, "Did not turn an assignment within the deadline," at the top of each sheet of paper before unceremoniously shoving them into his backpack along with the other assignments. There, let Ilsa decide what to do with them. Why are you still here, AKO? Zorian sighed, turning to the last person remaining in the room. Your assignment was flawless, if that's what's worrying you. I'm glad you decided to take the position from me, she said. I don't think I could have gone through another year of it. When I accepted the position back in our first year, the teachers said it was a privilege. That there were benefits for the class representative. That it commands respect. But it was all a sham, and by the time I realized that nobody was stupid enough to take the position from me. Hey, protested Zorian lightly. I'm not saying you're stupid for taking it, she immediately clarified. You accepted it because it was bundled along with the apprenticeship with Ilsa. You were far smarter about it than I had been. More like less naive, Zorian said. She flinched at his remark. Apparently he hit too close for comfort. Why did you sink so much effort into it if you hated it? Why not just boycott the whole thing? Because it would be wrong, she said vehemently. You shouldn't shirk your responsibilities. And I had accepted the class representative duties as my responsibility. Zorian gave her an incredulous look. What? She challenged. Defiant. Daring him to tell her she was wrong. Nothing, Zorian said. He didn't want to argue with her. Ever since he had started to develop his empathy, he became increasingly sure she had a crush on him. A small one, but it was there. And while he didn't return her feelings at all, he also didn't want to hurt her emotionally. And he would have hurt her if he started talking to her honestly. They were 2 very different people, with different worldviews and ideals, for all that Akoja seemed to think they were alike. Listen, AKO, he said, rising from his seat. I spent most of last night reading through the assignments and I'm not the best person to hold a philosophical discussion with right now. Can we table this for another day? You shouldn't have procrastinated until the very last day, Akoja said. That's almost as bad as what those 3 did. No it isn't, Zorian disagreed. He hefted his backpack in one arm and rose from his seat. And it's impolite to preach like that. See you around, AKO. Wait, she said. Zorian could suddenly feel a wave of nervousness emanating from her, and the fact she was wringing her hands under her desk and looking anywhere but in his direction completed the impression. Can we talk? Not now, but I'd like your opinion with something. Crap. This had never happened before in any of the restarts. What set her off?
He really hoped this wasn't a love confession. He couldn't afford that kind of drama right now. Can it wait until next week? He asked. I will be really busy the next few days. Yes, she immediately agreed. That's perfect. I need to gather my thoughts on the subject anyway. I'll tell you when I'm ready. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. You wanted to see me? Zorian asked as he peered into Ilsa's office. Ilsa gestured him to come inside, too busy sipping on her tea to give a verbal response. Zorian sank into the visitor's chair and promptly handed her all assignments he had collected from the students. She took a glance at them before setting them aside and taking another sip from her cup. For a minute or so, she just kept silently scrutinizing him. Finally, she put down her cup and sighed. I wanted to talk to you about your experimentation with mind magic, she said, drumming her fingers on the table. I'm sure you're aware of the rather illegal nature of most mind-affecting magic, but since it's the product of an inborn ability rather than access to restricted spells and literature, some allowances can be made. The Empath Association goes to great pains to make a distinction between empathy and mind reading, and to claim one is just a logical extension of the other is novel. And more than a little controversial. Nonetheless, my discreet inquiries into the subject have discovered there is indeed a known link between the two abilities, so your story holds water. Technically, empathy and mind reading are indeed different. Empathy is a passive skill with no mental intrusion involved, while mind reading requires one to actively invade the mind of another, explained Zorian. It's just that every empath is capable of mind reading with the right training.
Oh? Interesting, said Ilsa.
I'm surprised more mages haven't stumbled upon the fact then. I thought about that actually, Zorian said. The Arania are born with the ability. They speak to each other telepathically as their normal mode of communication. They have telepathic scuffles as kids, they use it to hunt their prey, for just about anything. It's natural that they would refine and build upon the ability, exploiting it to its logical extreme. Human empaths, on the other hand, are rare and isolated, so most of them have to rediscover the wheel alone, so to speak. It doesn't help that few people are willing to let someone read their mind, so any training is almost certainly illegal. So most people who discover their latent telepathic abilities are either going to keep mum about it or become outright criminals. There probably is a fair number of empaths who have discovered the fact, but they certainly aren't going to admit it to anyone. Excellent reasoning, Ilsa praised. And actually, it is the issue of training partners in particular that I wanted to talk to you about. I understand your sister has already agreed to help you with your training, but I am given to understand that having a wide variety of targets to practice on would be preferable, yes? Yes, agreed Zorian. Believe it or not, one of the students has issued a request for someone to help them train their mind magic expertise. Understandably, none of the teachers are eager to have a student mess around with their heads. But simply refusing it is, politically, unfeasible. You want me to step in and take a teacher's place, Zorian surmised. It would benefit both of you, Ilsa said. You both want a target to practice on, and you're both more qualified to help one another when it comes to mind magic than any of the teachers the Academy has at its disposal. And if the other student protests this? Asked Zorian. I mean, they may have wanted someone to practice on, but that doesn't mean they're willing to let someone else practice on them in turn. Then it wasn't a simple case of the Academy refusing a request out of hand, now was it? Ilsa said, giving him a conspiratorial grin. But I very much doubt the student in question would make a fuss about that. What do you say? Zorian hummed thoughtfully. While there was a risk that the other side might find out about the time loop from his thoughts, he did possess some rudimentary mental defenses and was familiar with limitations of mind reading. So long as he didn't let the other student trawl through his long-term memories, he should be fine. And he was curious about this other student dabbling in mind magic. All right, I'll give it a try. Who am I going to be working with? One of your classmates. Tinami Aope, Ilsa said. Zorian blinked. Tinami was, wait, of course it would be her. Aope were rumored to dabble in mind magic, among other things. Not all rumors were malicious nonsense. And it would explain why Ilsa knew about the request in the first place, come to think of it. Besides, didn't he promise to himself to introduce her to the Arania at some point to see what would happen? Yeah, he was totally fine with this. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Hello Tinami, Zorian said, walking into the empty classroom Ilsa had reserved for their lessons. Am I interrupting anything? She fidgeted. I'm actually waiting to meet someone. For mind magic practice, right? He asked. Her eyes widened in response. That would be me. I will be your partner today, if you would have me. I don't want to be rude, but I was kind of hoping for an expert. Ha,
So Ilsa didn't tell her who was going to teach her? Strange. I'm a natural mind mage, Zorian said. I'm the closest thing the Academy has to an expert on the topic. Why don't we try this and you can leave in a huff if I can't satisfy you, okay? She immediately flushed scarlet and looked away, her feelings cycling between embarrassment and outrage. Maybe he should have worded that better. Bad choice of words, let's pretend I said something else, Zorian said quickly. Anyway, I'm surprised you didn't know who would be teaching you. How much did Ilsa tell you about me? Just that you need someone to practice on, too, Tinami said quietly. I don't really mind. I have enough mental discipline to keep sensitive things from my surface thoughts most of the time. Likewise, Zorian said. And I won't allow you to look into my memories. All right, she agreed. I mostly just wanted to practice telepathy and mind reading. The spells are not hard to cast, but actually using them takes a lot of practice. Well, feel free to go first, offered Zorian. Just for the occasion, Zorian had memorized portions of a biology book describing various forms of wild plants, and simply recited them in his head while Tinami tried to read his thoughts. Not only did this ensure he wouldn't reveal any sensitive details to Tinami, it actually made her job easier. It was a lot simpler to read someone's thoughts when they thought in concrete words and sentences, as opposed to a confusing stream of consciousness that composed the vast majority of people's thoughts. In fact, the matriarch explained to Zorian that it was simply not possible to read people like a book, unless they were literally reciting text in their heads like he was doing at the moment. There was always a large amount of guessing and extrapolation involved, and no mind reader could completely understand another sentient being. But they could get pretty damn close. Why are your thoughts full of information on plants? Tinami asked with a frown. Apparently, Tinami didn't know that. Aope's style of mind magic training was very crude, and boiled down to throwing a kid into the swimming pool and hoping they didn't drown. A bit disappointing, really. He eventually shifted to reciting sequences of numbers and imagining simple geometric shapes. I guess I owe you an apology for doubting you, Tinami said. You really do know your stuff. Do you want to try now? Zorian nodded and then focused on her, homing in on the glittering star he saw in front of him through his mind sense and connecting with her mind. Are you sure you're ready? She yelped and jumped in her seat. What? Telepathic communication, he explained. But you didn't cast a spell, she frowned. I don't have to. As I said, I'm a natural mind mage. I can sense all minds in my vicinity and I can connect to them if I want to. Right now I am talking to you telepathically, but if you're ready I will expand my awareness to your surface thoughts. She closed her eyes for a second but then frowned and opened them again. Wait, she said. I don't understand. If you made a telepathic link between us, why can't I use it to talk to you telepathically? I suppose that's how it works if you use a structured spell for it. Well, yes. I mean, there are various sending spells that simply send a mental message to someone, but you need to cast them again and again every time you want to send something to the target. If you want a proper mental conversation with someone, you create a telepathic link between them and yourself. The main issue being that people often don't know how to filter their thoughts well and end up sending inappropriate things over the link. I guess you could say I continually send messages over the link I established between us. I don't know how to establish a two-way link yet, I'm afraid, Zorian said contemplatively. The Iranian never mentioned anything about two-way telepathic links, and in retrospect it was obvious why. A psychic could use an established link to reply telepathically regardless of who the maker of the link was. Every Irania was psychic, so why would they bother with two-way links? It was something he would have to figure out on his own, probably. Anyway, are you ready? Yes, she nodded. Feel free to start. Unlike him, Tinami didn't resort to text or numbers, and instead did her best to imagine a random scene out of her life in as much detail as she could make it. The scenes were wholly unexceptional, one of Ilsa's lectures, an inconsequential conversation between Jade and Nilu as they talked next to Tinami, a walk down the street. It was all very visual, but still very challenging. His little sister was still much harder to read, ironically because she wasn't trying to hide anything from him. Her disjointed, stream of consciousness succession of thoughts was next to impossible to figure out unless he engaged her in conversation and made her focus on one particular issue. Okay, I'm officially jealous, Tinami huffed. I've been practicing this for 3 years with my mother and her friends, and I'm nowhere near this good. Don't feel too bad, Zorian said. I have an unfair advantage. So do I, Tinami said. My family has been dabbling in mind magic for generations, and I have their advice. It's frustrating to realize just how much raw talent can mean in a field like this. It's not just raw talent, Zorian said. I too have a teacher with generations of mind magic practice. She raised her eyebrow at him. There aren't very many of those, she remarked. I'm pretty sure my mother would know if any of our rivals adopted a new student. Not many human ones, you mean, Zorian smiled. Your mother definitely wouldn't know, not unless she keeps tabs on the many colonies of telepathic spiders scattered throughout Altazia. Tanami stared at him in silence for a few seconds, before leaning towards him excitedly. Telepathic spiders? You mean, you have actually met one of the legendary Arania? Legendary? Zorian almost scoffed, but he supposed that the spiders were very good at hiding themselves. While there were humans who knew about them, very few seemed to be willing to advertise their connections to the Arania colonies. Zorian didn't think it was because of intimidation on behalf of the Arania, or at least not just because of that. In all likelihood, the mages that were in the know simply wanted to preserve their monopoly on the business with the Arania and didn't want rival mages butting in and demanding their piece of the pie. Her name is Enthusiastic Seeker of Novelty, Zorian said. Would you like to meet her? The temple was just as imposing as it had been the last time Zorian had visited it. The same guardian angels glaring down at him, the same deserted feel to the building, and the same creation story carved into the heavy wooden doors. This time he studied the carvings on the door with more interest than he had done the last time, however, since some of the images were rather interesting in light of things he had discovered after his first visit. Specifically, some of the bottom carvings depicted monsters that sprang up from the world dragon's flaking heart, and these monsters were clearly primordials. They had the whole impossible patchwork creature look that seemed to be the primordial's one defining feature, and they matched the descriptions of well-known primordials he had read about in the books. The unholy cross between scorpion, dragonfly and a centipede was clearly Hynth, the locust lord, whose bronze carapace was impervious to just about everything but divinely forged weaponry and whose 4 pincers could tear steel like paper. The ability to release clouds of biting, devouring insects from pores on his body that devastated the countryside for kilometers around the thing, all while the primordial tackled anyone strong enough to stop them, completed the image of a living natural disaster. The cluster of wings hanging above Hynth was probably Gatus, who was allegedly a ball made out of multicolored bird wings, and only bird wings, and created storms and tornadoes wherever it went, funneling matter into the center of its sphere where it seemed to just disappear without a trace. The boar/crocodile/porcupine thing was Ushkechko, a beast made out of indestructible black glass that poisoned anyone who so much as scratched themselves on one of its numerous bladed protrusions and could fire said protrusions like arrows at opponents. The slug-like entity covered in eyes and mouths was. Can I help you with something, young man? Zorian wrenched himself from his scrutiny of the door to look at Batak. The last time he had been here he had asked to speak with Kylie, but this time the man in front of him would suffice. He might even be preferable, considering Kylie was supposed to be a master diviner. He gave the man a nervous smile and spoke. I wanted to have a talk with you, if it's not too much of a problem. Of course, the man said happily, quickly ushering Zorian inside. Zorian recalled from last time that the temple didn't receive many visitors. It must be a pretty lonely existence to serve as custodian of this place. Before long they were both seated in front of a small table in the kitchen-like room that Batak used to receive visitors, a prepared teapot steaming in front of them. So, what did you want to talk to me about? Batak said after some small talk, raising his cup to his mouth and taking a long sip. I wanted to ask about primordials, Zorian said. Batak promptly choked on his tea and spent the next few seconds coughing. Why would you want to know about them? Batak asked incredulously. I'm not sure I should tell you. I don't want any trouble. Batak gave him a curious, impassive look, but Zorian sensed a note of worry in his mind. Well, I'm not sure whether you know or not, but there is a rumor spreading around that some people are going to try to disrupt the summer festival, Zorian began. I've heard about that, yes, Batak sighed. Well, a few days ago I went with some friends into the upper levels of the dungeon to do a job for a client. A simple find and retrieve job, but we ended up running into an underground base full of war trolls and nearly died in the process. The police are keeping it very hush at the moment, but I understand their investigation revealed it wasn't the only base down there. Somebody had spent months preparing a beachhead for this attack, and they have a lot of assets to burn. After more than an hour of explanations and clarifications, Batak seemed to accept that the attack was something a lot more serious than he had thought and, more importantly, that it was just a distraction for an attempt at primordial summoning. Thankfully, everything Zorian was telling him was totally true, so whatever method of truth detection the man was using returned his explanations as genuine. The fact that Kylie had a prediction blackout around that time probably did a lot to legitimize the claim in the priest's eyes, since the successful summoning of a primordial could be the reason for her divinations failing. Which was actually why Zorian came to this temple in particular, rather than, say, the main temple of the city.
I'll notify the church hierarchy. They should be able to spare a squad or two of investigators to check it out, Batak said. Especially if they have solid proof rather than just an anonymous tip. Do you have anything in writing, perhaps? Here, Zorian said, retrieving a stack of documents and notebooks from his bag and handing them over to Batak. This is everything I have about the invasion. I tried to be as thorough and methodical as possible. I'd really prefer if my name was not mentioned anywhere, though. Batak eyed the stack speculatively. I cannot guarantee that. If your name comes up during the investigation dash. It won't, Zorian interrupted. Well, then I don't foresee any problems, Batak shrugged. A bit odd of you to have so much information on this group if you're not a defector from their ranks. Zorian said nothing. All right, Batak said, perking up and shaking his head slightly as if to clear it. Are you still interested in hearing about the primordials, or was that just a ploy to get my attention? I'm still interested, yeah, Zorian said. I'm really curious why they felt the need to organize all this just to summon one. To be fair, I don't think knowing more about the primordials will satiate your curiosity in that regard, Batak said. Anyone who wants to summon one of these things is clearly insane. But no matter, tell me, what do you know about the primordials in the first place? They're some kind of powerful spirit hailing from ancient times, Zorian tried. Like Fae or elementals, only older, weirder and far more dangerous. Batak sighed. I knew you were going to say that. In the future, when you're interested in some aspect of the spiritual world, please consult religious texts first before delving into mage-written works. I know the church can be a little biased about a lot of things, but we really do know our stuff when it comes to the spirits and everything related to them. Ever since the gods fell silent, spirits are the only thing we have left, so we have done some extensive work on them. And we don't hide it much either. Zorian nodded sheepishly. It never even occurred to him to look at religious texts on the topic. He blamed his town priest back in Sirin, who was a bigoted old hypocrite that kept making problems for Zorian whenever they crossed paths and consequently soured the church as a whole for him. Batak drummed his fingers on the table for a few seconds, gathering his thoughts. All right. First, let me tell you something about actual spirits. I'm sorry if this is already familiar to you, but I need to get it out there to explain why primordials absolutely cannot be spirits. Zorian motioned for him to continue. Spirits are, from a practical standpoint, divided into two main groups, outsider spirits and native ones. Outsiders spend most of their time in their own spiritual worlds and can only ever enter ours if summoned by someone from this side. Demons and angels are the most famous of outsider spirits, though lumping all demons into a single group is mostly done by humans for human convenience. There is no demonic equivalent to the angelic hierarchy, and two demons are as likely to fight each other as they are to cooperate on a common goal. Native spirits are a multitude of spirits that exist on the material plane by default. You already mentioned elementals and Fae, which are the two most common types of native spirits. It is likely that native spirits were once outsider spirits that gradually adapted to life on the material world, as they share the key feature that all spirits have. Namely, that they don't really have bodies the way humans and animals do. They are disembodied souls that need some type of vessel to contain them and allow them to interact with the world around them. So spirits are soul entities, Zorian mused. Like liches or body snatchers. Yes, very much like that, Batak agreed. In fact, some spirits are very much body snatchers and prefer inhabiting bodies of humans and animals. And it's likely that the process of transformation into a lich has been developed by studying spirits and the way they interact with their vessels. Anyway, primordials. Primordials have bodies. Actual, flesh and blood bodies. Most people, even mages, assume they're spirits because of their strange forms and great resistance to damage, but they really have more in common with dragons and other magical creatures than with spiritual entities. Spirits tend to be weird because their bodies are usually just ectoplasmic shells, which they can twist into whatever unnatural form they feel like taking. Primordials are creatures of the material world, just like you and me. But wait, Zorian said. If primordials are not spirits, but some kind of strange magical creature, how are the attackers planning to summon one? Asked Zorian. They don't, Batak said. I didn't want to interrupt you while you were talking, but you almost certainly misunderstood something there. Primordials can't be summoned, since they're down here with us already. Bound, forced into sleep and locked away, but still with us. What they can be is set loose. Zorian felt a shiver run down his spine. The primordial wouldn't disappear, he realized. The Abasan invaders thought they were summoning a fancy demon to go romp over their enemies, but that thing was never going back to its home plane on its own. It didn't have one. Why were they sealed away? Zorian asked. Why not just kill them? Primordials don't die the way most things do, Batak said. They are a remnant, a relic of the age when the world was still fresh and the world dragon had only just been bound at the center of our world. They are her original children, the purest expression of her rage and hate, and they have found ways to strike out at humanity and the gods even in their death. They spawn smaller, weaker primordials in their death throes, and often inflict corrupting effects on the area in which they died. Even the gods found the aftermath of one of them dying to be difficult to deal with, so they eventually just contained the lot of them and trapped them in far corners of the earth. And the attackers believe one of them is in Cyoria, Zorian stated. Apparently, Batak said. I wouldn't know personally. No one has ever seen one of these prisons within living memory, and written records are deliberately vague about their locations. Still, Cyoria had effectively been a far corner of the world up until relatively recently, historically speaking, so I suppose it's possible. Strange that no one had ever found any indication of it in all this time, though, considering how many mages delve into the depths of the hole on a regular basis. I see, Zorian said. He excused himself soon afterwards. While interesting, this truthfully didn't change much and his task had already been done. Asterisk. Zorian was feeling pretty pleased with himself for organizing this little event. While setting up Kiriel for a meeting with Novelty was done purely for amusement and sheer curiosity at how Kiriel would react to Novelty's antics, introducing Tanami to Novelty was, well, okay, it was also mostly done for the sake of his curiosity and amusement. But that didn't mean he didn't take advantage of it to gain something from Little Miss Forbidden Magic's Aope. Like, say, getting her to teach him the invisibility spell. He just knew that Tanami had been taught how to cast that spell, restricted magic or not, and he was totally right. So now he had finally completed his list of spells every proper mage should be able to cast, and all it took was promising to do something he had intended to do for free anyway. And the cherry on top? Novelty loved him for promising to bring her 2 new humans to meet. He didn't need to make it up to her in any way, because she thought he was doing her a favor. Yes, Zorian was feeling very pleased with himself. Now all he had to do was wait with Kiriel until their 2 guests showed up and then stand back and watch the fireworks. Novelty would come first and meet with Kiriel to start with, since that meeting was bound to be shorter and more casual, and would then remain to greet Tanami when his classmate eventually showed up at Amaya's place. There shouldn't be any problems, but just in case there were problems and they somehow degenerated beyond his ability to handle, Zorian had arranged for a bit of insurance. So Arania are about the size of a dog? Kiriel asked. A big dog, Zorian said. But Novelty's not scary at all, and I'm sure you'll get along splendidly. She reminds me of you, actually. A giant spider reminds you of me? Kiriel asked him, sounding surprisingly threatening for a 9-year-old. You'll find out why soon enough, Zorian said, more amused than anything. She's coming over as we speak. He had been devoting only half of his attention to his conversation with Kiriel, trying to train himself to pay attention to his mind sense and talk at the same time, and had thus immediately noticed Novelty when she came in range, despite the fact that she had tried to dim her mental presence to surprise him. He immediately launched a telepathic attack on her, and she promptly dropped her attempt at stealth in favor of a short mental wrangle that resulted in Zorian being quickly booted out of her mind. Despite his poor showing, Zorian was pleased. He had been doing such greetings for a few days, ever since he realized that Novelty didn't consider such telepathic play fights hostile, and compared to his initial results, this was absolutely amazing. It was kind of amusing how Novelty refused to actually teach him telepathic combat due to the matriarch's orders, but had no problems helping him practice in such a fashion. In fact, after his first few attempts, she sometimes even initiated such impromptu telepathic combat herself, or tried to stalk and surprise him like she did today. He supposed she didn't think of it as teaching, it was just a game as far as she was concerned. She would be rather cross with him if she ever caught him thinking it, but she really was still a child in many respects. That was barely any better than yesterday, Novelty complained, apparently not sharing his optimistic self-assessment. This is why I think we should have gone with my idea for teaching you. It would have been 1,000,000 times faster than our lessons so far. You are not locking me in one of your hatcheries, Zorian told her. But you'd have left a master of telepathic combat within a week. Novelty protested. Well, master by human standards, anyway. No, Zorian responded. He suddenly became aware that Kiriel was tugging on his shirt. What is it, Kiri? You drifted off, she said. I was just talking to Novelty, he said. She looked at him oddly. Telepathically, I mean. Oh, Kiriel said, her eyes widening in realization. I'm so jealous you can do that. I wish I could talk to people without being overheard. It would have been so helpful around Mom. Don't I know it, Zorian sighed. So many things would have been easier if I could have done that earlier. Though maybe it was a blessing in disguise. A lot of people back in Siren would have freaked out if they started hearing voices in their head, and mind magic abuse is punished very harshly by the Mage Guild. Anyway, let's go introduce you to Novelty. To her credit, Novelty hadn't immediately rushed in towards Kiriel and started to crawl all over her. To Kiriel's credit, she didn't immediately scream in fear and try to hide behind him upon seeing a huge black spider hop into the room. Instead, the two of them faced each other square on, standing a good deal of distance from each other, and carefully scrutinized one another. "A mini-human!" yelled Novelty telepathically, breaking the standoff. "Great web, she's so much smaller than you. Can she even talk yet?"
What? Kiriel protested. "Of course I can talk.
I even learned how to read and count last year. What do you think I am, a baby?"
"Oh, you can talk, that's excellent. Excellent."
"I actually was afraid you were a baby," Novelty admitted, skittering left and right to take in Kiriel from different angles. "Not that there is anything wrong with being a baby, but I got assigned as a babysitter for so long and it gets so boring after a while, you know? They're all so needy and grabby and they never know anything interesting."
Yeah, Kiriel said.
She shot Zorian a suspicious look, but he was maintaining his impassive facade through superhuman will. His lips only twitched into a smirk once she returned her attention back to Novelty. "I guess I can understand that. But I'm definitely not a baby anymore. I'm 9 years old, and that's a lot." "Wow, that is a lot," agreed Novelty. "You're only a year younger than me. How come your brother is so much bigger than you then?" "He's older than me?"
Kiriel tried.
"Wait, if you're 10, aren't you just a kid like me?"
"No way,"
Novelty protested. "I went through the maturation ceremony last year, so I'm totally an adult of the tribe and no one can say otherwise." Zorian watched as Novelty and Kiriel went through a clash of cultures in miniature, gradually coming to an understanding of sorts. They both complained about not being taken seriously by people around them, it was a mystery as to why, no really, and exchanged some information about their respective species. Zorian actually learned a few new things about the Arania that he had never really thought to ask about. Apparently Arania had a lot shorter lifespan than humans did, with 55 years being considered positively ancient. He knew they could spin webs from before, but apparently the webs weren't at all involved with hunting prey and were instead used exclusively as construction material to make walls, bridges, etc. He had also thought they were fully subterranean in nature, with only Scioria's colony interacting with the surface so heavily, but it turned out they all preferred to hunt on the surface and only used the dungeon to build their settlements in. Eventually, Novelty decided to try her luck and approached Kiriel, which resulted in his brave little sister immediately backpedaling and cutting the meeting short. Not that Zorian was very surprised by this turn of events at all. If anything, this went a lot better than he thought it would. Hell, Kiriel even indicated she might not be averse to the idea of another meeting in the future. "Ah," Novelty wilted, drooping pitifully over the couch she was currently occupying. "I scared her away." "She did say you could meet her again in a few days," Zorian pointed out. "But I wanted to talk some more," Novelty telepathically pouted. "Just give her some time to digest the whole thing. And don't try to hug her next time."
"But humans love hugs."
"I totally read so in one of your books." Novelty protested. Zorian thought about explaining to her that that wasn't universally true among humans. His parents were never really big on physical contact, with any of their children really, and Zorian didn't remember the last time he was hugged by anyone other than Kiriel. Not that he was particularly crazy for hugs himself, mind you. He decided against it. "I'm afraid that Arania just don't have what it takes to give a proper hug," Zorian nodded sagely. "Sad but true." "Do we really look so ugly to you humans?" "Scary," Zorian corrected. "The word you're looking for is scary. You probably shouldn't have spent so much time lovingly describing how your fangs can easily punch through bone and hardened leather, or how you kill your prey by driving said fangs into your victim's neck and severing the spine. But cats do the same thing, and cats are cute. You explained so yourself. And then you butted in to note that cats are yummy, thus completely invalidating my attempt to make you seem less threatening," Zorian noted. Novelty sent him an unintelligible telepathic message accompanied by a note of annoyance. Zorian just shrugged and went back to his book while they waited for Tinami to show up. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk.
"Oh. My.
Goddess," Tinami said, staring at Novelty like she was the best thing ever. "She's beautiful." "Well yes, I don't want to sound arrogant but I have been told I'm quite a looker," Novelty preened, standing a little straighter and trying to look more dignified. "And she really does talk telepathically, just like the stories say."
Tinami exclaimed. She turned towards Zorian. Wherever did you meet one of them? How did you befriend her? Can I touch her? Do you think she'd teach me her ways if I ask? Do you dash? I don't think I'm capable of pulling off the yes, yes, no, yes routine, so one question at a time please, Zorian said. Also, most of those questions you should be asking Novelty here instead of me. Oh. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be disrespectful and ignore you, Tanami said, turning back to Novelty. I was just excited and it felt natural to talk to the guy who brought me here. To be honest, I was half convinced this was his idea of a prank and already had a little curse prepared dash. Hey! Zorian protested. That's totally illegal. But I guess it won't be necessary now, and that's probably for the best, Tanami continued blithely, like she was not interrupted at all. She took a deep breath. I'm Tanami Aope, by the way. 30 minutes later, Zorian found himself unceremoniously booted out of the room so they could have some privacy. Ungrateful scum, the both of them. He considered spying on them with a scrying spell, but considering their conversation mostly consisted of Tanami fawning over Novelty and the young Arania feeling very smug about the attention, he really wasn't losing much. He remained close by for another half an hour, in case of possible problems springing about, but after a while it became obvious he wasn't needed, nor much wanted, and entered the room to tell them he was going for a walk. The moment he was far enough from Tanami that he could no longer feel her on the very edge of his mind, since he found a quiet corner and shrouded it in some basic anti-divination wards. You can come out now, he said to no one in particular. The matriarch promptly stepped out of the nearby shadowed corner, fading into visibility. The trick was somehow less impressive now that he could duplicate the feat and become invisible himself. So, she is neither a time traveler nor is she connected to the invasion in any way, the matriarch said. And as far as she knows, neither is her family. Zorian nodded. He had expected that. The Aope were part of Eldamar's ruling elite and tied far too tightly into its power structure to participate in a wild stunt like this invasion, and Tanami was too genuine to his senses to be constantly pretending, but it was nice to have a confirmation. You had no problems with her mental defenses? She had them, but they were of the wrong sort, much like the advanced ones you demonstrated to Novelty, the matriarch said. I'm certain she hadn't noticed my intrusion, and I've done nothing except look, so there should be no traces left for anyone to find. There is no way for her to have fooled you? Zorian asked. I've read plenty of stories where people are pretending to be dominated by a spell cast by the villain, and then surprise him by a stab in the back once they let their guard down. Must be a human mind magic thing. I can't see that sort of thing happening to a psychic. Well, unless the target has constructed a fake mind on top of their real one and fooled the attacker into thinking it was the target's actual mind. But that almost never happens. Constructing a fake mind that is actually convincing is really hard. Zorian blinked. He hadn't even known that constructing fake minds was possible. Well, sorry I bothered you with this, I guess, Zorian said. Nonsense, it was a reasonable suspicion and I actually found a number of useful details by trawling through her mind. Not only is her family not at all friendly towards the invaders, they are likely to be quite annoyed about their plans. Scioria is their power base and they don't want it ruined. And since Novelty is back there, charming the young Aope heir, we will have an easy way to get in contact with the head of house. Getting such a prominent noble house on our side will guarantee that the evidence of an invasion plot is taken seriously. Have you spoken to the priest? Yes, Zorian confirmed. He said the church would send someone to look into it. Yet another proof of our legitimacy, the matriarch stated with satisfaction. Hopefully I won't get pulled in for questioning, Zorian said. I don't think my half-truths and understatements could stand up to professional investigators. My web is trying to divert any ongoing investigations away from you, so it shouldn't be much of a problem, the matriarch said. We've already ambushed and killed 3 different investigation groups by the cult of the dragon below, and we've been subtly redirecting official Sciorian investigations towards us. You? Asked Zorian in surprise. It has been decided to turn this restart into something of a testing run, the matriarch explained. As I've told you before, my web's goal is to eventually reveal ourselves to the city at large and join the population as rightful citizens. While full disclosure would be too disruptive for what we're currently trying to achieve in this restart, we've decided to reveal ourselves to a number of prominent people in Scioria during this restart, both to coordinate the response to the invasion better and to sound out their reaction. And? Asked Zorian, honestly curious. It's a mixed reaction, and the fact we're bringing news of an impending invasion doesn't help calm people down. We've overheard several secret meetings that discussed how to deal with us in a hostile manner, thankfully with the conclusion that they should wait until after the summer festival before doing anything, but also a couple of meetings that discuss how to profit from our presence. Which you have no problems with, Zorian surmised. Nobody wants to kill the goose that laid golden eggs, the matriarch said. No offense to your kind, but I trust your greed more than I trust your compassion. I talked to Zack about that issue you wanted to talk about, by the way. You were right. He doesn't remember any restarts being cut short for any reason whatsoever. You dying doesn't seem to reset the time loop. I knew it, Zorian said. Even Zack would have realized something was wrong if he kept restarting every time I was killed before he was. This is more proof that Zack is the anchor of the loop. Zorian had at one point toyed with the idea that there was an actual mind behind the time loop, a god that decided to break the silence, perhaps, or some kind of very powerful spirit. However, there were a lot of little ways in which the situation matched better with the idea of the time loop being a spell of some sort, and none was so clear as the way the spell was treating time traveler detection. Clearly, on some level, the spell knew it was Zack who was the anchor of the time loop and that everyone else was a tagalong. However, at the same time, it could get easily confused, via a little soul blending, into including multiple people into the awareness of the loop. That sounded more like a dumb spell function trying to reconcile incompatible directives with each other than a willful, intelligent mind making a judgment call. The trouble was, a spell implied a human caster. And a human caster shouldn't be able to roll back time once, much less repeatedly. If we manage to provoke the third time traveler into revealing themselves, most of the questions about the time loop should be answered easily enough, the matriarch noted. I suspect they know what the time loop is and how it functions. Yeah, agreed Zorian. Let's hope so. Asterisk. Days passed. When Zorian was not attending to one of his numerous obligations, he'd never try to do so many things at once in the future. He alternated between creating the various traps and items needed for the ambush of the third time traveler and helping the Arania root out the cranium rats from the city. Picking the ambush site and preparing it had fallen mostly on Zorian's shoulders in the end. The Arania knew how to make traps and ambushes, of course, but most of them were based around lethal force or mind magic assaults. Considering that the third time traveler almost certainly knew how to counter Iranian mind magic and that they wanted him alive, little of it was useful for their purposes. Thus it fell to Zorian to design something that would contain and disable their target, or at least distract them until the Arania could strip them of their mental defenses and do their thing. Kale contributed by helping Zorian make a mixture of powerful alchemical sedatives for disabling purposes, and the matriarch served as his assistant since she was the most capable Arania when it came to structured magic and knew a lot about the local mana flow of the settlement. She would also be the one to lead the execution of the actual ambush with her fellow Arania, so she had to be extremely familiar with how the trap was going to work. In the end, Zorian decided upon a 3-part trap, set in the middle of the Arania settlement. The first part was a fairly exotic effect on the floor that turned stone temporarily liquid. The effect would only activate for a moment, immediately shutting off and turning the stone back into a normal solid state once the target sunk to their knees into the rock floor. As far as Zorian could tell, there was no easy way for a mage to get themselves out of the rock once the effect ended. The spell couldn't be dispelled any more than the ashes of a fireball-destroyed book could be dispelled back into a pristine state, and trying to blast the rock off was liable to blow the caster's legs along with it. The only convenient way of getting out was to phase or teleport out, which is why the second part of the trap was a dimensional lock that would shut down most dimensional shenanigans. Finally, the last part involved dousing the combat area with smoke infused with a powerful sedative Zorian made with Kale's help. It was a bit simple, but Zorian had read that the best plans are always simple. Just in case, though, he had built backup traps in several other Iranian caverns. These were a lot less sophisticated ones, though, and boiled down to explosions. A whole lot of explosions. Aside from that, Zorian had made a great deal of combat equipment for the Arania participating in the ambush, shielding discs that they could strap onto their body to shrug off some of the weaker attack spells, stone cubes and alchemical vials that produced a variety of effects when set off, and some equipment for himself and a handful of mercenary mages that the matriarch discreetly hired as additional muscle during the ambush. Of course, in an ideal scenario Zorian wouldn't have to fight anyone at all and the equipment he made for himself would be a useless waste of time. But really, what are the chances of an ideal scenario? Things had been going a little too well for him as it was. As for the hunt for the cranium rats, that had actually been his own idea, and he had been pleased that he had thought of something the Arania, with all their connections and psychic might, hadn't. The basic idea was to capture one of the rats and then use that specimen as a connection for divining the location of the rest of the rats. Not quite a novel idea to the Arania, but they thought heavily in terms of mind magic and tried to follow the telepathic links connecting the captured rat to the rest of the hive mind, something that quickly failed, since the main collective promptly cut the connection with any captured rats. Zorian, on the other hand, used good old locator spells, divinations meant to find and keep track of all sorts of things, so long as the caster had something connected with what you're trying to find. A cranium rat, even if disconnected from the collective, was sufficient for those divinations to work. Zorian ended up following the connections until he located the main bodies of the cranium rat swarms. There had been 4 of them, as it turned out, and then, with a handful of Arania acting as support and psychic power suppressant, herded them into tight formations that could be wiped out with a single fireball spell. By the end of the month, the cranium rats had been effectively wiped out. When he was finished torching the 4th rat swarm, one of the Arania assigned as his bodyguard during the operation told him she finally understood why humans were supposed to be so scary and dangerous. Zorian wasn't the only one who was busy. Kiriel persisted in trying to learn magic, more stubbornly and diligently than Zorian had ever seen her. She was doing very well for a complete beginner, but the sad fact was that she was closer to him in talent than, say, Daimen or some other child prodigy. Novelty had become something of an unofficial liaison between the Arania and House Aope, and was as a consequence subjected to a crash course in diplomacy and proper conduct by the matriarch, something she constantly complained about to Zorian whenever they met. Tanami, for her part, was much more interested in her lessons with Zorian once she found out some details about what being psychic means, and appeared to be working on some kind of personal project that consumed most of her free time. Zorian suspected, from the snippets of thoughts that briefly bubbled into her consciousness during their lessons, that she was trying to somehow artificially make herself psychic. Which struck him as crazy dangerous, since it meant messing with your own mind and all, but that was House Aope for you. Kale was also pursuing some kind of personal project that he refused to elaborate to Zorian, though it apparently had something to do with spell formula because he kept borrowing Zorian's books on the topic. Zorian left him to his work. Kale had been incredibly helpful throughout the month, taking it upon himself to help Zorian as much as he could for some reason. Zorian didn't think it was just generosity and hadn't forgotten just how fascinated with the time loop the other boy was last time, so he wondered when the other boy would approach him about what he really wanted from Zorian. Apparently, the answer was just before the summer festival. "Hello Zorian," Kale said. "Are you doing something?" "Not really. I'm just waiting for a Koja to show up so that I can go to the dance," Zorian said. "There is no point in starting anything since she's bound to show up absurdly early." "What is it?" "Ah, a Koja." He still wasn't sure why he had asked her to be his date for the evening. Probably because she gave every indication she wanted him to, and he didn't want to make her sad for no reason. Not that she had actually come out and said it, though, hell, she even chickened out on the meeting she had arranged with him and made it look like she wanted some school advice instead of, well, whatever it was she had really wanted to talk about. Hopefully she would be a little less pushy this time around and the evening wouldn't end in as big of a catastrophe as it had the last time they went out for the evening. "I have a gift and a request," Kale said. Zorian mentally translated it as a bribe and a demand. "First, I have been thinking about your stories of previous restarts and couldn't help but notice the presence of a powerful lich on the side of the invaders. Those are very hard to deal with, especially with classical magics." "But not with soul magic," surmised Zorian. "Well, sort of. It's not easy, even with soul magic, but there are some tricks you could pull on a lich if you knew how to mess with souls. The thing you need to remember is that a lich's soul is automatically pulled back into their phylactery when their physical form is destroyed. This is because destroying their body severs the link between their soul and their body, obviously, since there is no body to speak of anymore. Still, if you could sever the link between the soul and the body, something that is a lot easier to do with creatures whose soul is artificially connected to the body through magic, then their souls would immediately be wrenched back to their phylactery, even if their body is technically intact. They'd be effectively banished, Zorian concluded. It wouldn't kill them, but the process of possessing a new body is not that fast for a lich. They need a whole day at the minimum, and that's assuming they already have a new body ready to go. Banishing the lich back to its phylactery is as good as killing it, at least for your needs. "You're telling me you can teach me a spell to do that?" asked Zorian excitedly. "Well, no," said Kale, promptly popping Zorian's bubble. "And it would be of dubious value even if I could. The spell requires you to touch the target." Zorian winced. "Yeah, I don't see myself getting within touching range of the lich." "So I got you this instead," Kale said, handing him a small silver disc, reminiscent of a particularly large silver coin. Closer scrutiny, however, quickly made it clear it was some kind of a spell tool, being covered in spell formula instead of typical imagery common to currency. "I don't have to touch the lich," Zorian realized after thinking about the coin for a few moments. "I just have to make sure the coin touches him." "Yes," Kale said. "I noticed your fighting style seems to be based around items, so I've imbued the spell into that disc. It should work, but I make no guarantees, so use it at your own risk. I tried to make it as small and non-threatening as possible, but there is no way to be sure the lich will let it touch him," Zorian finished for him. "Trying to keep a strange item thrown by your enemy from touching you is common sense.
I don't suppose that hitting the target's shields is sufficient, is it?
I'm afraid not.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of.
Thanks anyway.
What about your request? Well, the truth is I want a favor in exchange for helping you. I know you're almost certainly going to make further use of me in future restarts, and I have no problems with it, except I want to get something out of it too. I'm not sure what I can do for you that won't be rendered hollow by the restart, but okay, shrugged Zorian. What is your wish, oh great Kale? I want the same thing you're already doing, to use the time loop to improve my skills, said Kale. In case of magics that require shaping skills and the like, this is clearly next to impossible without being brought into the time loop, but there is a magical discipline that is far less dependent on shaping skills. One that I happen to be quite good in.
Alchemy, said Zorian.
Exactly. Now, practicing alchemy on my level involves a lot of experimentation, testing the effects of your brews, improving them and designing original concoctions. These things take a lot of funds and a lot of time, but once you have a recipe for a potion, you want me to help you design finished potion recipes and then give you the result in subsequent restarts, thus allowing you to refine your recipes further and then take those results and dash.
Exactly.
Kale said. And then, when the time loop ends, you're going to give me the fruits of this labor and I will have saved myself months, possibly years of my work. It will require you to delve more deeply into the intricacies of alchemy than you did currently, but I don't see that as being a big problem for you. You're clearly going to need it if you intend to rely on items so much. As it turned out, Kale had spent most of the month running various experiments and promptly brought him a notebook with the results. There was a lot of text there, but Kale explained he only really needed him to memorize the last 2 pages, which listed which avenues of research were dead ends and outlined a partially finished recipe for some kind of anti-fever potion. Kale explained that giving him those results in the following restarts wouldn't just help Kale improve his craft, but would also allow Zorian to convince the other boy he was really a time traveler far faster than would otherwise be possible. And would also make Kale more willing to help, sooner, wink wink nudge nudge, do you get it yet? Not seeing the harm, Zorian spent the rest of the wait memorizing the results and then leafing through the rest of Kale's research notebook. It wasn't every day that a mage got to scrutinize another mage's research methodology, after all, and Zorian could use some pointers for the future. Zorian, your girlfriend is here. Kiriel called, trying to sound teasing but just ending up mocking and annoying in the process. Coming, said Zorian, closing the notebook and going out to greet Akoja, who was trying not to look too awkward in front of Amaya and Kiriel. And failing miserably, as she seemed completely at a loss how to deal with his sister's lighthearted teasing and Amaya's advice on what to do if Zorian got too grabby during the evening. Kick him in the crotch seemed to be the gist of it. After a few minutes, he decided to have mercy on her and drag her away from those two so they could be on their way. It was time to get this show on the road. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The evening had been going splendidly. Akoja was still rather frustrating, but with the date not being a mission from Ilsa this time around, she wasn't nearly as insistent on dragging him along to pointless introductions and the like, and instead settled for criticizing him every 5 minutes and in general being far too self-conscious and high-strung for what was ostensibly a casual dance. As for the invaders, they were doing incredibly poorly. Zorian kept monitoring the situation through the telepathic relays he had left with the Arania, and it was obvious that the whole invasion had unraveled at the seams. While the city didn't believe the invasion was of the scale described by the Arania and vastly understaffed their response forces, though as far as Zorian understood the city's reaction was considered a huge overreaction by a large portion of the leadership, they were prepared to respond to some kind of invasion, and the attackers were a mere shell of their usual strength, due to the lack of forward bases and a whole lot of assassinated leadership. There was no initial bombardment because the artillery mages had been ambushed before they could do their thing. The academy had opted to change their warding scheme so the attackers couldn't just teleport wherever they wanted to go, and their invasion routes were being actively contested by defending forces that continually swelled as the city realized the scope of the invasion and drew on all the combat assets available to it. So saying that Zorian was surprised when the door to the dancing hall was suddenly and violently blown into bits, showering the unfortunate guests who stood too close to the entrance with a rain of splinters and concussive force, would be a vast understatement. A few moments later, before the dust had a chance to settle and screams died down, 3 people strode into the hall. At the center of the 3-man formation was the Lich. It was just like Zorian remembered it, an imposing skeletal figure, its bones black and vaguely metallic looking, wearing a crown and a suit of metal armor. In its skeletal hands it held a scepter, completing the royal-like appearance. To the left of the Lich strode forth a woman clad in black clothing reminiscent of a military uniform, simple pants, a plain jacket with some kind of crest sewn in on it. It was too far for Zorian to see clearly, but it seemed to feature a skull as a prominent motif. Who the hell actually puts a damn skull on their crest? And heavy leather boots. All very bland and utilitarian, if somewhat sinister looking due to its black color. She strode purposefully forward, gripping a sword strapped to her belt, her expression stony and severe, and Zorian couldn't help but notice that her pale skin and coal-black hair, currently tied into a tight ponytail, made her seem somewhat vampire-like. She was a vampire, wasn't she? Gods, every time he thought the Abasin force couldn't possibly look any more sinister, they pulled something out of their closet to show him that they totally could. The final part of the triumvirate was a person in a blood-red robe which covered him from head to toe. His face was invisible behind a patch of darkness that seemed to fill every open portion of the robe, obscuring the wearer's features. Unlike the Lich and the vampire girl, who did their best to look dignified and imposing, Red Robe, which is how Zorian promptly named him in his head, walked carefully and scanned the shocked crowd with interest, his cowled head swinging left and right in search of something. Or someone, as it turned out. The moment his eyes locked onto Zack, he immediately stopped and spoke. "Him," Red Robe intoned, his voice magically distorted and resonant, pointing his staff at Zack. As if to punctuate the statement, a small stream of war trolls and brown-robed mages suddenly poured into the dance hall through the broken door, and everyone snapped out of their daze and realized they were under attack. All chaos broke loose. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The plan Zorian and the Arania matriarch had made assumed that the third time traveler would attack Zack, overpower him and then pull the information about the Arania out of his mind. Zorian was not sure about a lot of these steps, but a big one was the idea that Zack could lose against the third time traveler so easily. For all his flaws, the other time traveler seemed to be a capable combatant. It did not take long for Zorian to understand that Red Robe was the third time traveler, and the way he intended to beat Zack was immediately obvious, by not coming alone. Zack seemed to have problems tackling the Lich on its own, and with Red Robe and the vampire girl joining the undead mage, the outcome was never in question. Admittedly, Zack was in a room full of mages who also fought against the three attackers, but the other forces they had brought with them served their purpose as distractions and tied down most of them. Kieran tried to help, as did a couple of others, but they just weren't on the level of their opponents. But they certainly tried. Kieran summoned some kind of glowing whip of force that severed the arm of the vampire girl at the shoulder and then used the same whip to fling her sword, which was clearly magical, burning with strange purple fire that ate through force fields, out of her reach. It was this that finally confirmed his suspicions that she was some kind of undead, as her severed stump didn't bleed at all and the sudden loss of an arm only seemed to inconvenience her. She promptly pulled out a knife with the other arm and returned to attacking people again. Red Robe was actually bloodied by one of the students when they managed to overpower his Aegis with a coordinated barrage of magic missiles, but sadly enough that stunt just about wiped them all out and he was sufficiently well after it ceased to take them down in response. As for the Lich, he was utterly unfair. Nothing seemed to scratch those bones of his in the slightest. Zack actually managed to blow his shiny armor to bits with some kind of black bolts and even knocked the thing's crown off its skull, but nothing ever made a mark on the bones. What the hell was that thing made of? Zorian reluctantly didn't involve himself. The plan didn't call for it, and quite frankly he was likely to end up dead if he tried. He did help put down a couple of war trolls and disposable mages that ventured too close to his position, but other than that he just watched uneasily as Zack was slowly taken apart by his three opponents. But things never go as planned. Eventually Kieran finally got tired of the one-armed vampire girl butting in on his fight with the Lich and blasted her away. She landed next to a Koja. He had gotten separated from a Koja earlier in the attack and decided not to go after her, since she was clearly terrified and would want him to stay away from any danger, while he personally didn't intend to completely stand on the sidelines while people died. Now, however, the vampire girl suddenly decided to go after a Koja instead of rushing back into her original fight. Why? Hell if Zorian knew, maybe she wanted a hostage? In any case, Zorian immediately threw a low-yield explosive cube under her feet to halt her in her tracks and then poured most of his mana into an incineration beam aimed straight at her chest. Beam spells weren't Zorian's ideal form of combat magic. They dealt a lot of damage, but they were also very mana-intensive and it was easy to waste most of the beam's power on the surroundings if you couldn't keep the beam constantly on target. And in a room packed this tightly with panicky civilians, surroundings often meant innocent bystanders. Zorian knew that he needed to kill the vampire girl quickly, however, as she was extremely fast and her blades could cut through force fields with ease, meaning he'd get his throat slit the moment she got close to him, so he had to use the most damaging spell in his repertoire. Thankfully, she was sufficiently dazed by the explosion that Zorian didn't have any problems keeping the beam on target, and he knew from watching her fight against Zack and Kieran that she was vulnerable enough to fire. He kept the beam on her for full 5 seconds, reducing her to a little more than a heavily charred skeleton and a pile of ash. A Koja seemed to be in shock, both at the sudden lunge towards her by a crazed undead woman and the brutal method of her destruction. The other students around him were watching him with a mixture of fear and awe, and Red Robe continued his fight against Zack without reacting. The Lich, though. Oh crap, the Lich was staring at him.
Indeed, the Lich took one look at the smoking corpse of the vampire girl and then locked its hollow eye sockets with Zorian, its gaze seeming to look right through him. Kieran used the moment of distraction to launch another one of those glowing whip things that severed the arm of the vampire girl like it was paper, but instead of moving out of the way, the Lich simply snatched the whip out of the air with one of its skeletal hands, its finger bones closing around the thread of severing light with no ill effects that Zorian could see, and pulled. Kieran let the whip dissipate almost immediately, but not enough to maintain balance. The Lich promptly fired an angry red beam of jagged light and drew a line between Kieran and Zack. They both went down in a spray of blood.
"Watch it!"
Red Robe yelled. "That could have killed him. I told you I need him alive." "I grow tired of this," the Lich responded. "He is alive enough for your purposes, and this way he'll struggle less. And you should watch your tone, little whelp. You're not in charge here, and I could kill you whenever I want without anyone batting an eye. Enough of your information has turned out to be incorrect that your value is being questioned." "I told you we have a leak," Red Robe said. "That's why I need Zack intact." "You don't need him intact to rip the information from his mind," the Lich said. "Do your thing and be quick. There are already reinforcements from the city on the way here." Red Robe seemed to want to say something, but the Lich had already returned to scrutinizing Zorian some more and eventually simply bent down to Zack's motionless form and started casting some complicated spell before placing a hand on Zack's head. Zack's motionless form suddenly blurred into action, as Zack revealed himself to have just been pretending to be unconscious and tried to punch Red Robe in the face. Sadly, while Zack wasn't totally unconscious, he wasn't in top form either, and Red Robe deflected the attack before slamming Zack's head into the floor several times until he went limp and then repeating the spell.
The Lich chuckled hollowly.
"Now who's being too rough? You could have cracked his skull with that stunt, you know? Living beings are such fragile things."
"The Arania?"
Red Robe said after a while. "I can't believe it, I'd never have thought those thrice-damned bugs would be. No matter, I have to go. Time to go tie some loose ends." "The Arania were never part of the dash," began the Lich, but Red Robe already teleported away.
"Humph.
"I am killing that fool when I meet him later. He's more trouble than he's worth." He turned back to Zorian after a few moments, and people around him edged away from him. "I hated her, you know," the Lich said conversationally, pointing at the smoking remains of the vampire girl. "She thought she was so much better than little old Quatakikl. I was a relic," she said, "while she was the next generation of undead or some bilge like that. Now look at her, killed by a precocious student with a simple fire spell. Still, while I find the situation amusing, I can't exactly let you get away with it, you know. She was kind of important, much as it rankles me, and I can't just go back home and say, 'Remember that Zoltan house heir you told me to take care of?'
I kind of lost her, oops.
The head of house will at the very least want your head for this, if not your soul." Crap, crap, crap. So he ended up killing some kind of house heir now? On the other hand, it was nice to have a confirmation that the Lich was Quatakikl. Quatakikl was male, wasn't he? He could stop referring to the Lich as an it now. Now if only he could get out of this with his soul intact. "I don't suppose you would accept a bribe to pretend you couldn't catch me?" asked Zorian with as much calm as he could muster, taking out the silver disc Kale gave him and flinging it towards the Lich. Thankfully, amazingly, the Lich reacted just as Zorian expected him to. He extended his hand and snatched the coin out of the air. Zorian had figured the Lich would do that instead of knocking it aside with a shield or something, as he seemed to consider himself invulnerable, not an unwarranted assumption considering those weird bones of his. In any case, the moment the Lich's skeletal hand closed around the silver disc, he froze in place for a moment before collapsing to the floor like a puppet with its strings cut. "What?" one of the students behind him asked.
"What happened?"
"What the hell did you do to him?" Zorian ignored him. Instead he rushed towards Kieran and Zack and started examining their injuries. A few seconds later he was pulled away by a girl who looked a few years older than him and who claimed to be a trained medical professional, so he let her do her thing. Instead he pulled a telepathic relay out of his pocket and closed his eyes in order to contact the Arania and see what was happening on their front. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It had started so well. The red-robed intruder, presumably the third-time traveler, walked blithely into the trap, his confidence buoyed by the familiar layout of Iranian defenses near the entrance, as well as several victories against the sentries that the matriarch had purposely sacrificed in order to lull the enemy into a false sense of security. The moment he was near the center of the room, the floor turned to liquid and he sank into it before it froze solid again. The Arania and the human mercenaries the matriarch had hired for the evening attacked immediately, dousing the area in sedatives and disabling spells. But something was wrong. The sedatives didn't seem to have any effect on the robed man, and many spells also failed to have any effect. Even stricken immobile, the man somehow managed to defend himself effectively, exploiting any openings to fire off strange purple beams that slew anyone they hit instantly. They were slow to cast and only targeted single opponents, so their losses were light, but it was still frustrating. Finally, one of the purple beams hit one of the human mercenaries and his companions lost their nerve, responding with a barrage of glowing lances that tore straight through the robed man's shield and impacted his chest. For a moment, the matriarch was afraid that they had killed the man, making all her preparations and plotting meaningless, but the reality turned out to be far worse than that. Instead of erupting into a shower of blood and gore, the robed man simply turned into smoke. The opponent they had been fighting hadn't been the third time traveler in person. It had been merely an ectoplasmic shell infused with some of his skill and magic. A simulacrum, meant to test the waters and distract them. A cone of purple light washed over the room, instantly slaying all of the human mercenaries and scores of her loyal Arania. Damnation, their opponent had taken advantage of the distraction their simulacrum had provided and set up an ambush of his own. She turned to sound a retreat too. Asterisk. Zorian jolted awake from his trance as his connection to the matriarch had been violently severed at the end. Watching the events unfold from her perspective had been strange and mildly unpleasant, and Zorian would have to talk to the matriarch later about doing stuff like that without asking for permission, but considering the sudden end of the transmission, the matriarch was probably dead. And the rest of the Arania would probably soon be as well.
They failed.
All that preparation and they had still failed.
Damn it.
Zorian. A raspy voice from the floor near him broke him out of his thoughts. It was Zack, who was apparently conscious again, a heavy bandage wrapped around his head.
You with us again?
You kind of drifted off for a while.
Yeah, Zorian breathed out. I'm fine.
They say you killed the Lich, Zack said, pointing weakly towards a pile of black bones some distance away from them. A couple of braver students were clustered around the fallen body of the Lich, whispering and pointing. How the hell did you manage to do that? I severed the connection between his soul and his physical vessel, thereby causing it to snap back into his phylactery. He's not really dead, just banished.
Oh, Zack said. Still, that's...
I never managed to do anything even close to that. How is it that you knew how to do that? You. I need to go, said Zorian, rising to his feet.
Hey, wait.
Zack said, trying to rise up before wincing in pain and giving up on that idea. You can't just ignore me and go, Zorian.
Zorian
ignored Zack, as well as Akoja's questions about where he was going. He just continued towards the exit, mentally plotting the path to the nearest sewer entrance.
Nobody moved to stop him.
Zorian, you ass. I swear I'm going to punch you in the face the next time I see you. Zack shouted behind him. Sorry, Zack, Zorian whispered to himself. But this takes precedence. Asterisk. By the time Zorian had arrived to the Iranian settlement, the whole place was dead, and Red Robe had moved on somewhere. Probably to hunt down any fleeing Arania that had scattered into the city. Zorian knew that a number of Arania were above ground at the time the ambush had been taking place. Whatever the reason, Zorian thanked his good fortune and started examining the place for additional clues about what had happened and for any surviving male Arania. The fight had been fierce, but Zorian couldn't help but notice that most of the damage to the settlement had been inflicted by the Arania themselves, as they futilely tried to halt Red Robe's advance through the use of the spell cubes he had gifted them and their own traps. Red Robe killed incredibly cleanly, leaving no mark of damage on the bodies of the fallen. It was those strange purple spells obviously, but why was he taking such pains to kill all the Arania so bloodlessly when he could just chuck a fireball and fry the lot of them? He was thorough though. Zorian didn't know whether the man was unaware that the Arania males were not intelligent or simply didn't care, but quite a lot of males ran afoul of his desire to kill as many Arania as possible. This thoroughness was another strange thing. The man hadn't seemed hysterical or furious back in the dance hall, so why was he so insistent on getting every last Arania before the time loop was done? He even wiped out the children's creche, for God's sake. Yes, obviously killing them all would ensure that he got any time travelers amongst them for sure, but still, they would all be back in the next restart anyway.
Disturbing.
Even though the emotional impact of seeing an entire settlement butchered down to the last child was blunted somewhat by their obvious non-human anatomy, Zorian was still sickened and disturbed by the cold-hearted brutality of the third-time traveler.
Well,
maybe the matriarch's message from beyond the grave would provide some answers. With the help of his divination compass and his mind sense, he slowly tracked down the surviving males one by one and extracted the pieces of the message they held. There were two parts of the message, Zorian soon realized. The first was a simple narration, a voice message left to him by the matriarch explaining her actions. The second was a detailed map of Sayoria's underworld, with several locations marked as important.
Both messages were incomplete, due to the thoroughness with which Red Robes hunted down the Urania, and the matriarch seemed to prioritize the map as more important, since several mails had redundant copies of some of the sections of the map. As the time loop inexorably inched towards its end, Zorian took stock of what he had managed to piece together. Missing. Mean things went awry. I know you think I had it coming by rushing into this, but... Missing. Simple, the time loop is degrading. I can't tell how long it will be before. Missing. Can leave at any time. Thus, stopping him was... Missing. Can only ever be one winner in this game. I am truly... Missing. Hope it won't be necessary, but just in case I put in a map too. Missing. Whole other continent. I didn't think it was possible, even with the help of... Missing. That was it. The map was also full of holes, although Zorian noted he still currently had what was an incredibly accurate map of Cyoria's underworld by commercially available standards. Before he could really consider the message at length, the loop ended and everything went dark. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Zorian's eyes abruptly shot open as a sharp pain erupted from his stomach. His whole body convulsed, buckling against the object that fell on him, and suddenly he was wide awake, not a trace of drowsiness in his mind. Good M-. Kiriel began, only to get cut off as Zorian immediately shot upright into a sitting position, sweeping Kiriel into a crushing hug. The suddenness of the motion shocked Kiriel into a few seconds of silence as Zorian took several deep breaths to calm himself down. What's wrong? Kiriel asked, wriggling inside his grip but not really trying to break free of his hold. Zorian promptly let her go and tried to think of a good answer. He failed to think of any. And nothing, he exhaled. It's just a nightmare. I'm sorry for worrying you. And it really was a nightmare. All their manipulation and preparations, all his combat practice, all the tricks he had thought of, and they still lost. They lost miserably. The Urania, they had been hunted down like stray dogs and massacred. Why? What could the third-time traveler hope to accomplish with such pointless brutality? And the message the matriarch had left him didn't explain much of anything either. Like I was really worried, she huffed, giving him a sharp poke and jumping away from him. Mother wants to talk to you, so you better hurry down. Right, Zorian said, getting up and making a motion towards the door. Predictably, Kiriel sped away to occupy the bathroom, and Zorian immediately locked the door to his room once she was gone and started pacing around like a caged tiger. He needed to warn the Urania, and he needed to warn them as soon as possible. He wasn't going to bring Kiriel with him this time, and the moment the train disembarked in Cyoria he was, no. That was too slow. Far too slow. Considering Red Robe's actions in the previous restart, and the fact that he knew they were time travelers now, Zorian wouldn't put it past him to butcher them all at the start of the restart this time. The Urania needed to be warned right now, not by the end of the day. He would have to teleport directly to Cyoria. He mentally apologized to his mother and Kiriel, since they were going to have a fit when they realized he had gone missing from his locked room, and started casting. He couldn't teleport straight to the Uranian settlement. The Uranias had actually warded most of their settlement against teleportation, and in any case the Urania lived deep underground. Teleporting underground was a bad idea. Between the sheer amount of rock in the way and the magical interference created by heightened levels of ambient mana, which only got worse on a mana well like Cyoria, there was a good chance he'd end up killing himself. As much of in a hurry as Zorian was, killing himself in a teleportation accident was even worse than being late, and he had no mana to waste either. Teleporting to Cyoria's teleport beacon was going to be hard enough on its own for a mage of his meager capabilities in the field. Teleportation had a reputation of being dangerous among most mages. This was because at its core, the classical teleportation spell wasn't a pure dimensionalism spell, it had a substantial divination component that divined the exact coordinates of the location the caster was trying to reach, and if the caster set up the divination wrong, well, all sorts of weird and unpleasant things could happen. Then there was the fact that some people really didn't like people teleporting into their home and territory and set up wards that didn't just cause teleportation to fail, but to fail catastrophically. Such wards were illegal, but used by a certain type of people anyway. Other than that, though, teleportation was a fairly safe and convenient method of transportation. So long as your destination wasn't behind wards. Or underground. Or somewhere you've never set foot in. Yeah. Whatever, the point was that it could get him to Cyoria in mere moments. Cyoria thankfully had a teleport beacon in the city that funneled travelers into a central location and simultaneously made teleportation easier, and less mana-intensive, for the mage doing the teleporting. That meant that Zorian wasn't going to spend most of his mana on the teleport, which was a very good thing. His world shifted unpleasantly, he still wasn't good enough with a spell to produce a smooth transition like Ilsa could manage, and suddenly he was at Cyoria's teleport redirection point.
He promptly ran into the city proper and went about preparing himself. As tempting as it was to immediately descend into the dungeon and seek out the Arania, he had to think of his own safety first. The Arania could be saved in some other restart, but if he got captured by the third time traveler, all would be lost. He had to wait half an hour or so until his mana reserves regenerated enough that he would feel safe descending into the dungeon, so he set off in search of a store to buy some equipment at, as there wasn't enough time to make his own. Well, finding a magical store in Scioria wasn't too difficult. Unfortunately, their selection of spell rods legally available to someone like him had been very underwhelming. He bought a shielding bracelet and a rod of magic missiles, but everything else required permits he didn't have. I hate to sound like a crazed killer or something, but don't you have something more lethal in your selection? Asked Zorian impatiently. Well, sure, but I can't really sell them to you without getting into trouble, can I? The merchant said with a radiant smile, not at all disturbed by his question. The Mage Guild keeps a close eye on the sale of spell rods and such, and I don't really want to get into trouble for a handful of coins. Sorry. He then gave him a shrewd look. But you know, if it's lethality you're worried about, may I suggest a somewhat unorthodox choice? He reached beneath the counter and withdrew a plain wooden box, placing it on the counter. With great fanfare, he opened the box and showed its contents to Zorian. Zorian stared at the contents for a few seconds, thinking it over. It was unorthodox, yes, but... I'll take it, he said. The man gave him a knowing smile and started to write up a bill. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. He knew something was wrong the moment he approached the Iranian settlement without being intercepted by the sentries. He should have been intercepted by now, especially since he had been deliberately inflating his telepathic presence to be as noticeable as possible. But no one came to confront him, and no one answered his vocal greetings. It was unnerving, and as Zorian got nearer and nearer to the Arania settlement, an undercurrent of dread began to seep into his mind. Was he too late? But he came here as fast as reasonably possible. He finally encountered one of the Arania after a few minutes, followed by another one 30 seconds later. Dead, both of them. There was no sign of physical damage Zorian could see, either on the dead Arania or the environment, and he could detect no magical residue to indicate heavy spellwork. It looked eerily like the aftermath of Red Robe's attack in the previous restart. He promptly stopped to cast 3 different protective spells on himself: non-detection to stop simple divination, invisibility to hide from sight, and a spell to increase his natural spell resistance. He didn't know what those purple spells were, but they looked like direct effect spells rather than simple projection attacks, so spell resistance should work against them. Finally, he took out a cheap scarf he had bought back on the surface for this very purpose and wrapped it around his head to hide his identity. He was currently invisible, yes, but that was going to get disrupted the moment he cast a spell, and it wasn't something to rely on. Then he proceeded more carefully into the settlement proper. It was a graveyard. Everywhere he looked there were dead Arania, silent and motionless, legs curved inward and glassy black eyes staring at nothing in particular. The terrifying thing was that there was absolutely no sign of struggle anywhere he looked. No spell damage, lingering mana concentrations or groups of corpses piled together as they attempted to delay the attacker at some choke point. In fact, most of the Arania seemed to have simply dropped dead in the middle of some mundane activity, such as feeding on a rat corpse or making some kind of sculpture out of webbing. After 30 minutes of trying to piece together what happened, Zorian was tempted to conclude that the third-time traveler enacted some kind of wide-scale area of effect ritual that duplicated the effect of those purple beams of his and killed every Arania in the settlement in a single moment, before they even realized what was happening. The problem was not every Arania had died. Some of the males had survived whatever spell wiped out all of the females and roughly half of the males. And them being simply outside of the settlement when the spell took effect didn't sound relevant, since the forward guards he passed earlier on the way to the settlement had also been dead and they were pretty far from the settlement proper. After capturing several males and delving into their minds, he was starting to notice something. All of the males he captured felt familiar to him. He had delved into their minds before, in the previous restart when he was retrieving the matriarch's message from them. No. It couldn't be. The Arania weren't time travelers, so why would? A sizzling sound accompanied by a flash of light heralded the opening of a magical portal somewhere behind him, and he immediately whirled around to confront the newcomer. Hopefully it would be Zack and... Of course it was the third-time traveler. For 2 whole seconds, the 2 mages stood in silence, staring at each other in surprise. The third-time traveler was in the exact same getup he had used in the previous restart, a blood-red cloak that covered every inch of his body and wreathed in some kind of protective spell that left his face as an empty, featureless patch of darkness beneath the hood. Zorian was technically invisible and the other mage shouldn't be able to see him, but he knew from the way the other mage was looking straight at him that the spell was not having any effect on the other mage. The moment was broken when the red robe whipped out a spell rod in a fast,
practiced motion, and fired a swarm of 5 magic missiles at Zorian. Caught off guard, Zorian could do little except soak the hit with his shielding bracelet. Thankfully the shield held, but he knew he wasn't going to win any fights with a guy that bested Zack. He managed to set off a disintegration spell at the floor of the cave between them, throwing clouds of dust into the air and allowing him to disengage from battle.
He ran.
Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk.
He didn't get far.
You are shielding yourself from divinations, Red Robe said in his distorted voice.
Good.
At least you're smarter than that fool Zack. Can you believe that even after all these decades in the time loop he still hasn't learned how to hide himself from the most childish of locator spells? You, on the other hand, have been in the time loop for, what?
3-4 years?
And you already know how to shield yourself from my soul perception. Zorian said nothing, trying to sink further into the crack he was hiding in and racking his brains for a way to lose the man. It was fortunate that Kale had taught him how to shield himself from soul sight, because Red Robes was apparently a motherfucking necromancer. He was just fortunate he figured out how the man was seeing him, or else he'd be already dead by now. They're permanently dead, if you're wondering, Red Robe continued. He didn't seem to be able to pinpoint him with his soul protection active, but he clearly could tell he was around. And he was slowly getting closer to Zorian. When I killed them in the last restart, I didn't just kill their bodies. No matter how many times the time loop repeats itself, the Arania will always start the time loop dead, their bodies present but their souls forever gone. Soul magic is so fascinating, isn't it? Even though he had been suspecting it, Zorian still felt his heart drop at the admission. The Arania were dead permanently? That's... He felt a storm of outrage and guilt building up in him and ruthlessly crushed it. Now was not the time. There would be time for breakdowns and self-recriminations later, but now he had to make sure that there would be a later. But I'm not as violent and unreasonable as I might first appear, you know? Red Robe said conversationally. If you tell me the names of other people the Arania have brought into the time loop, I promise I will leave you alone. I might even teach you a thing or two. Zorian blinked. Is that why Red Robe hadn't flooded the whole room in fire to flush him out? Because he thought there might be more time travelers beside him? Ha! In retrospect, that seemed like a reasonable conclusion. The matriarch did claim such to Zack, after all. Suddenly Red Robe surged forward and snatched him by the shirt. Before Zorian could do much, the other mage slammed him into the rough wall of the Arania cavern several times, causing Zorian to see spots and hover on the edge of unconsciousness. He tried to break free, but he was never particularly gifted in the physical areas and Red Robe's strength was utterly superhuman and completely out of proportion with his size and build. How many others have the Arania brought into the time loop? Red Robe asked menacingly, dropping all pretenses of politeness and friendliness. Someone else might have been tempted to try and lie, but Zorian knew it was best to stay quiet. A statement could be divined for hidden meanings and veracity. You could not divine the meaning of silence. Oh fine, have it your way, Red Robe said with a dramatic sigh. I guess I'll just have to rip it out of your mind like I did with Zack. Regardless of what those arrogant bugs told you, the Arania aren't the only ones capable of mind magic. Zorian felt the other mage trying to connect with his mind, but he immediately realized the attempt was incredibly crude and simplistic. Zorian was better and he knew it. Not willing to let this mistake on the part of his opponent go to waste, he promptly clamped down on the connection and blew Red Robe's telepathic attack to bits before counter-invading his mind. Knowing he had no experience with subtle attacks, he simply proceeded to blast the Red Robe's mind with an undirected telepathic scream. Red Robe flinched back and tried to terminate the connection. When that failed, he reached for his spell rod, but Zorian caused his hand to spasm and it promptly slipped between his fingers and clattered to the floor of the cave. After several seconds Zorian realized that, while the other mage was no match for him when it came to telepathic combat, he wasn't defenseless either. He couldn't overpower Red Robe mentally, and the moment his concentration dropped the other mage was going to sever the connection and beat him to a pulp in the physical world. He tried to commandeer the Red Robe's limb to release its grip on him so he could flee, but the hand remained resolutely wrapped around his neck. Well, fine then. Zorian reached to his belt and retrieved the revolver he had bought from the merchant, emptying the entire wheel into Red Robe at point-blank range. He lost concentration as the gun fired, the bang surprising him with its volume, but as the first 2 bullets impacted Red Robe's chest he immediately released Zorian in favor of erecting a hasty shield around himself. The last 4 bullets splashed uselessly against the plane of force the other mage had managed to raise in front of him, but the damage was already done, as the first 2 bullets had already struck true, tearing through whatever protections the other mage had on his robe and drawing blood. Zorian took advantage of the aftermath to flee, hoping that Red Robe's fresh wounds would inhibit his pursuits. The lack of footsteps following him told him he was correct.
A disintegration beam narrowly missing his head also told him that his opponent wasn't out of the fight yet. "You shot me." The red robe's voice yelled hysterically behind him. "What kind of mage uses a gun?" Zorian didn't grace this with a response and instead opted to keep running. The idea of simply activating his bombs, the only item he bothered to make before coming down here, and killing himself was tempting, but he realized that would be a horrible idea. His opponent was a necromancer. Suicide wasn't going to protect him from Red Robe, not in any way that mattered. It wasn't like the time loop was going to reset itself when he died, it only did that for Zack. No, he had to find a way to kill himself in such a way that Red Robe could not recover his body afterwards. After racking his brains for a second, he accessed the map of the underworld the matriarch had left for him and searched for something. There. That tunnel led to a long vertical shaft that ended in a giant underground lake marked as dangerous. That probably meant there was something living there, ready to eat anyone who ventured into the waters. His body would likely be eaten long before Red Robe could recover it. He sped off towards his destination. He narrowly avoided the next two spells, Red Robe's constantly on his toes, not nearly as crippled by his wounds as he should have been. He shot him in the chest, for God's sake. Twice. What the hell did he do to himself to get that kind of resilience? Some kind of forbidden ritual, maybe? Red Robe seemed to finally lose patience with him and flooded the entire corridor in a vortex of crackling blue lightning that immediately caused Zorian's muscles to lock up and washed all his thoughts in a sea of pain. He was too late, though, because Zorian had already stepped over the edge of the hole leading into the vertical shaft and inertia caused him to promptly tip over and fall in. Zorian tumbled through the air, for some reason thinking it was funny he was doing his damnedest to kill himself while the third time traveler was trying to stop him. He had the presence of mind to activate the explosives in his pocket just before he hit the surface of the water and his world ended in light and pain. End of Arc 1. Zorian's eyes abruptly shot open as a sharp pain erupted from his stomach. His whole body convulsed, buckling against the object that fell on him, and suddenly he was wide awake, not a trace of drowsiness in his mind. "Good morning, brother." An annoyingly cheerful voice sounded right on top of him. Morning, morning, morning. Relief immediately flooded his mind, closely followed by despair. He did it. He kept his soul safe from the third time traveler and survived the encounter entirely unscathed. But his allies? Zorian? Are you all right? Zorian stared at his sister for several long seconds, a million thoughts racing through his mind. She looked uncomfortable with his blank stare and silence, but Zorian couldn't really bring himself to care at the moment. His mind was still stuck on his desperate escape from Red Robe. On the fact that he almost got captured by a mass-murdering psychotic necromancer with an untold amount of time-looping experience. On the fact that said necromancer now knew there were other human time travelers running around and could be coming after him this very moment. On the fact that the Arania were dead. Dead and never coming back. He absent-mindedly pushed Kiriel off of him, put on his glasses and started pacing around the room. Killing a soul was impossible. They could not be destroyed, only modified. Everyone said so. The teachers, all the books he had read discussing the topic, Kale the amateur necromancer. Hell, even the goddamn Lich had said so in one of his offhand comments back when Zorian was first brought into the time loop. How, then, did Red Robe manage to kill the souls of the Arania? He supposed the simplest explanation would be that Red Robe simply found out something that normal mages hadn't. He was a necromancer with a huge amount of time and an easy way to avoid the usual consequences of various grisly experiments. Perhaps he succeeded where other necromancers had failed. Zorian didn't think this was likely. The Lich seemed to be a better mage than anyone he had met thus far, Red Robe included, and he certainly considered a soul-killing spell impossible, but that just might all be wishful thinking on his part. He didn't want the Arania to be gone for good. Damn it, he had grown to like the stupid spiders. Sure, they'd had their disagreements, but he had really never wished them ill and he didn't think they had wished him ill either. Novelty certainly hadn't, and she couldn't lie to save her life. If he was being perfectly honest with himself, he had practically thought of Novelty as a second little sister. But now she was gone, just like the rest of the Arania beneath Scioria. And the worst thing? He let it happen. He had spent the whole evening gathering the matriarch's last message, oblivious and uncaring to what was really happening, while Red Robe was hunting down the Arania across the city. He had known he was dealing with another time traveler, and he had never once considered that the man might have developed countermeasures against others of their kind. Gods, he felt so stupid now. Although it was strange. First of all, if Red Robe could permanently get rid of anyone who bothered him with a spell like that, why hadn't he used it more often? Surely the invasion would be a lot easier if he got rid of a couple of key stumbling blocks. Yet Zorian never heard of any notable people waking up dead at the start of each restart, and he had access to the extensive information network maintained by the Arania.
There was an obvious answer to that, of course. There could be a significant cost associated with a spell which Red Robe was unwilling to pay. But the fact that he had gone out of the way to remove every single Iranian Cyoria made Zorian doubt that. If there was a serious cost associated with it, he would have made sure to investigate more thoroughly and soul-kill only those he had to. Secondly, the Irania weren't actually time travelers, so the spell shouldn't have worked. Zorian was quite sure that the time loop didn't pull every soul back in time. If that was the case, every mage would feel the difference after a dozen or so restarts as their shaping skills miraculously increased overnight. Plus, there are normal necromantic killing spells that forcibly banish the soul from the body to kill people, and Zorian had occasionally seen them in use during the invasion. If every person whose soul was banished from their body ended up dead at the start of the time loop, the number of inexplicable corpses showing up at the start of the time loop would have started to pile up quickly, and everyone would have realized something was very wrong by the time Zorian was brought in. So all in all, clearly the souls of regular people who were not time travelers weren't affected by anything that happened to them in previous time loops. The fact that Red Robe's spell affected normal people in future time loops was strange, to say the least. Zorian stopped pacing and frowned, idly noting that Kiriel had left the room at some point. He was getting the feeling that Red Robe was exploiting the very nature of the time loop to somehow get the desired effect. Zorian himself had no idea how the time loop really functioned, but presumably Red Robe did. Without that knowledge, he was probably never going to figure it out. Like always, he needed more information. Except his main source of information, the Irania, had been utterly wiped out by the enemy, leaving him with nothing except a cryptic, incomplete dying message. Damn it. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Over the next few hours, Zorian simply went through the motions, trying to hide the frustration, shame and panic he was feeling and to appear as normal as possible. He had failed to keep his inner turmoil strictly to himself, if Mother's worried questions were any indication, but in the end she accepted his explanation of being slightly shaken from a recent nightmare and stopped bothering him, so he took that as a win. And what a nightmare it was. Aside from losing the Irania, there was a non-negligible chance that Red Robe managed to figure out his identity and was going to assault the house at any moment now. True, he had managed to hide his face behind a scarf and had never spoken, but there were ways nonetheless. He didn't even think about trying to immediately leave the house in panic, though. The first and main reason for that was that if Red Robe had identified him and was coming to Sirin, then his family was in danger of being permanently killed, just like the Irania, and he wasn't willing to let that happen. Kiri had grown on him over the course of the time loop, and while he didn't like his mother very much, he wouldn't let some psycho murder her. No, it was bad enough that the Irania had paid the ultimate price for his mistakes. He'd be damned if he'd leave his family to save his own hide. The second reason was that, while it was certainly possible that his identity had been compromised, it was just that, a possibility, not a certainty. Yes, it would be easy to track him down by noting which students from Zach's class were missing and then checking them out one by one, but it was entirely possible that Red Robe wouldn't think of it. After all, as far as Red Robe was concerned, the mysterious human time traveler was associated with the Irania, not Zach. There was no reason to search for him among Zach's classmates. And while Zach probably knew that Zorian was a time traveler by now, Zorian strongly suspected he would be out of Cyoria when Red Robe came knocking. If Zach had even a smidgen of common sense, not a certainty admittedly, he would skip town first thing in the morning upon starting a new restart. Considering Red Robe thoroughly trounced Zach during the invasion by bringing the Lich as his backup, and that Zach actually remembered it happening this time, Zorian felt that even Zach wouldn't be crazy enough to stay where the clearly superior enemy could find him. That was a lot of assumptions to rely on, but what else did he have left? He was backed into a corner. All he could do was wait and hope Red Robe wasn't a master detective on top of being a scarily good necromancer and gods know what else. In any case, his plan was quite simple at the moment. Go board the train as normal, then promptly disembark upon leaving Sirin. He had no intention of going back to Cyoria in the near future. Red Robe was bound to pay attention to Cyoria for a while, trying to catch any time travelers the Irania may have brought in, so going there so soon would be just begging for trouble. Any minor misstep could blow his cover, and he didn't trust himself to be able to lay low for multiple restarts at a time. No, best if he avoided the city for a while. He would have to return there at some point, of course, but he had to be a lot stronger and a lot better informed before he could show himself in the city again. Aside from his determination to avoid Cyoria at all costs, his plans were virtually non-existent. He was feeling rather lost at the moment. All emotional attachment aside, the Irania were also his best allies in this messed-up event, and losing them effectively pulled the rug from under his feet. What the hell was he supposed to do now? The conclusion he settled on was that he needed some time to calm down and come to terms with what happened. Think up a new way forward. He would probably end up just wandering around the country for a restart or two. Or maybe a dozen restarts. Yes, now that he thought about it some, the time loop was the perfect time for him to go on a countrywide, maybe even a continent-wide tour. Just exploring and sightseeing. Very relaxing. Admittedly, the matriarch's last message mentioned something about the time loop gradually decaying, but she named no concrete deadlines in the fragments he had managed to piece together, and he believed she would have put greater emphasis on that part if the timetable was particularly tight. No, that statement was there just to let him know he did not have an infinite amount of time to work with. He had some fairly large, but very much finite number to look forward to, and time was steadily ticking. At least he hoped. He was quite doomed otherwise. Large but finite he could work with, but if he had only a handful of restarts left? It didn't bear thinking about. Mr. Kaczynski? Ilsa said, breaking him out of his thoughts. Just as well, his thoughts had taken a dark turn again, and he was tired of feeling depressed. Are you listening to me? I'm listening, Zorian lied. He wasn't really listening, of course, but that was because he'd had this conversation with Ilsa a million times by now. Right, Ilsa said dubiously. As I was saying, you can pick up your badge when you finish school since it's so expensive and dash. What if I want to pick it up now? Zorian interrupted. His savings should be enough to fund a month of aimless wandering, so he probably didn't need the badge for work, but he didn't like the idea of keeping his spellcasting abilities a secret lest some overzealous policeman report him to the guild and ultimately bring the academy in. Having a badge to prove his certification and membership would allow him to do as he pleased for the most part. You can pick one up at any of the mage guild offices scattered around Eldamar, Ilsa said. Most large cities and regional centers have one. Oh good. He had feared he could only pick one up at the academy or something. Eventually, Ilsa left, her parting words being that she looked forward to seeing him in class. That was new. Did she suspect he intended to blow off school to do his own thing? Well, whatever, even if she did, it did not matter much. The academy always had a rather anemic response to students who didn't show up for class. They would send a letter to his parents informing them that he wasn't attending his classes, and that was it. And fortunately for Zorian, no one would be at home to read the mail by the time the letter arrived, since his parents were going to Koth to visit their precious daimon. Satisfied that his course had been set for the moment, he picked up his things and set off towards the train station. As the train departed from Sirin and started its journey towards Syoria, Zorian began to relax somewhat. Part of that was that train rides always made him kind of sleepy and therefore sapped the tension straight out of his body and mind, but a great deal of it came from the fact that Red Robe was nowhere to be seen. Hours had passed, enough time to prepare and mount an attack on the Kaczynski household several times over for someone of Red Robe's abilities, and no hostile force had struck against him or his family, so chances were that Red Robe wasn't coming at all. That meant his identity was probably safe for now, which was a major relief. If he hadn't discovered Zorian's identity in the previous restart, he probably wouldn't discover it at all. A month was ample time to track him down if Red Robe knew where to look. He wouldn't really relax fully until several restarts passed as peacefully as this one, but this was an encouraging sign. He just had to make sure he didn't make any more stupid mistakes in the future. The train stopped for a moment and then continued onward towards Syoria. Zorian opted to stay on the train for now, despite his initial intention of getting off the train on the very first station after Sirin. The first stop after Sirin was an even smaller village that gravitated towards Sirin and had nothing notable to recommend it to anyone. Him disembarking there would be noted and remarked upon by the inhabitants, and there was a chance that someone might recognize him and report him to his family before they could leave for Koth. And that was the kind of drama he really didn't need at the moment. And besides, what the hell would he do in a tiny unfamiliar village like that? No, it was far better to wait until Nigelvar and then travel on foot to Teshingrad. Nigelvar was also a small town of little note, but it was an important enough transport junction that no one would find a traveler who disembarked there on the way particularly strange. Teshingrad was a regional capital. It couldn't hold a candle to Eldamar, Korsa or Syoria, but it was big and influential enough that newcomers were normal. Teshingrad also had a mage guild office, so he could pick up his badge there. He disembarked at Nigelvar without complications and immediately set out towards Teshingrad. Unfortunately for him, the storm that invariably hit Syoria on the first day of every restart was apparently a more wide-scale phenomenon than he first thought, because he found himself in the middle of a raging rainstorm halfway there. His rain shield thankfully held out long enough for him to reach one of the roadside inns and take shelter there. He ended up spending the night there, slightly annoyed at the delay despite not having any concrete plans for the restart. It did not help that the food was terrible and the people kept giving him funny looks. It was probably his clothes. The ones his mother made him wear were clearly a bit fancy and out of the price range of most commoners, and he didn't have the chance to change before entering the inn. He made sure to put a basic warding scheme on his room to deter would-be thieves and attackers,
but thankfully no one tried anything while he slept. Having survived the night at the inn without incident, Zorian departed the place early in the morning and reached Teshingrad a few hours later, only to get unpleasantly surprised when he tried to pick up his badge. As it turned out, Ilsa had not been exaggerating when she said the badge was expensive. It would cost him half of his savings to have one of those made. It was a highway robbery in Zorian's opinion, but the man he spoke with in the Mage Guild office wouldn't hear anything about lowering the price. Instead, he pointed Zorian at a nearby wall where a job panel stood. It was similar to the job panel posted at the academy in Cyoria, only the jobs were much more reasonably priced, since the town did not have the same glut of amateur mages that Cyoria did. It would take 2 days for Zorian's badge to be ready for pickup, so he figured he may as well earn some money while he waited to replenish his money stash. It wasn't like he had something better to do. The job list was rather more eclectic than he hoped. He was sure that 2 chickens and a bag of flour was a fair price for fixing up a broken wall, but it was of no use to him personally. And the couple of job postings that did not define any concrete payment sounded very suspicious to him. Even so, he still found plenty of things to occupy his time with. Thus, for the next 3 days, Zorian helped with a bunch of repairs, tracked down a missing goat, carried a stack of stone blocks from one end of the town to the other on one of his floating discs, helped the local alchemist harvest her herbs, and eradicated a particularly nasty rat infestation in one of the private granaries on the edge of town. None of it was particularly difficult, but Zorian would be lying if he said he didn't learn anything in the process. It was a lot different knowing a spell academically and trying to use it to solve concrete problems. "Well, there you go," the man behind the counter said, handing Zorian his badge. It was quite unexceptional in appearance, though Zorian could feel a complex spell formula embedded in it when his fingers touched the surface. He would have to take one of these things apart someday to see what that was about. You can apply to any job you want with that, not just unofficial ones like the ones on the job board. Nice work, by the way. It's been a while since someone went through the town and helped out the townsfolk like that. "I didn't really do it out of charity," Zorian grumbled. "Oh, I know," the man said. "But there are a lot of mages who would consider such petty jobs to be beneath them and refuse to do them out of principle. A lot of them look like something the civilians could do on their own," Zorian admitted. "And no offense, but why don't you help if it's something that so desperately needs doing? I kind of doubt the guild would place a non-mage as their representative for the area." "Ha!" The man laughed, not at all insulted by the accusation. "I do in fact help, when I find the time. This position is a lot busier than it appears, trust me on that. And while those jobs are admittedly not very desperate, most of them would take great efforts and a lot of time to accomplish without magic, whereas even a baby mage like yourself can solve them in less than an hour with a handful of spells. So yeah, maybe you didn't save the world in the past few days or whatever, but the people you helped are certainly glad you made their lives a little easier. The townsfolk saved some time, you got some easy cash to spend, and I got rid of some of my more annoying obligations. Everyone's a winner, no?" Said Zorian noncommittally. "So, do you have a specific job already waiting for you, or are you in search of one?" the man asked. "Nothing specific," Zorian said. "I was going to wander around for a while and see what catches my eye." "Ah, I see. Well, I can recommend a few neighboring sites if you're interested in checking them out." "Sure," shrugged Zorian. "It can't hurt to check things out, I guess. Alternatively, if you're looking for a better paying version of the sort of one-off jobs you've been doing for the past few days, I recommend you go north, towards the Sorokian Highlands. Always plenty of work at the frontier, whether it's in infrastructure building or hunting monsters and whatnot. Much more dangerous than hunting overgrown rats, of course, but also a lot more profitable." "An interesting idea," Zorian said. The only problem was that Cyoria was the main springboard for the expansion efforts into the Highlands. From what Zorian could figure out from the maps, it was very hard to bypass Cyoria when going that far north, and he didn't want to be anywhere near the city for the foreseeable future. "You know, I can't help but notice that the Mage Guild is pushing the settlement of the Sorokian Highlands pretty aggressively. What's up with that?" "Ah well, it's the whole thing with the splintering, you see? Successor states are always looking to one-up each other and searching for advantages that could let them overcome their enemies. Eldamar has a nice big access to untamed wilderness to the north, so it would be a bit silly not to take advantage of it. It's a place rich in natural resources, I hear, both magical and mundane." Zorian spent an hour with the man, discussing the region and his options. He didn't really want to settle down in any place in this particular restart, but he supposed he might want to try out some of the options presented by the man in the future, and in that case it might be convenient to have visited the location already and thus be capable of teleporting there directly. So for the next 2 weeks, Zorian walked around the region, visiting various workshops, libraries, alchemists, herbalists and so on. Or just plain sightseeing and doing odd jobs for the villagers and townsfolk he encountered along the way. He did not stop his magical training, but in the absence of any sort of clear goal or a convenient repository of spells like the Academy Library had been, he defaulted to the most basic of advancement methods, shaping exercises. It helped that most of the rural mages he met on his journey had some private shaping exercise they were willing to show him. And unlike Svim, who simply told him the end result he wanted and refused to elaborate, they actually had detailed instructions about what to do and in what order. By the end of the time loop, Zorian had learned how to peel the surface of a marble away, layer by layer, how to do the same to an apple and other fruit, how to cut paper by dragging his finger along the cutting line, how to induce a gentle ripple in a pool of water without touching it, how to levitate a blob of water and shape it into a perfect sphere, then freeze that sphere, and finally, how to telekinetically draw geometric shapes in the dust. None of those were really mastered in the Svim sense of the word, but luckily Svim wasn't anywhere near him this time, so he could simply move on to the next exercise when he felt he had absorbed it to his liking. Shaping exercises were a lot less annoying when he didn't have to keep doing them until they could be done flawlessly, he found. He also continued practicing his mind powers. They were extremely important, he felt. If it weren't for them, he would have never survived his altercation with Red Robe intact. At some point he planned to seek out other Iranian colonies and execute his exploit the time loop to slowly leech Iranian magic from them plan, but right now he couldn't do it. It was too soon, his memories of Irania and their demise, and the role his obliviousness and carelessness played in it, too fresh in his mind. So instead he simply used his empathy on every person he spoke to and practiced connecting to the minds of various animals. He particularly liked walking near streams and ponds and taking control of the dragonflies flitting about in order to make them perform dizzying acrobatics around him. Insects had such rudimentary minds that taking total control over them was exceedingly easy, though figuring out how to puppeteer them effectively took some doing, and he still couldn't keep control over more than 3 dragonflies at the same time. Time passed. For the most part he managed to keep himself busy enough that he didn't have enough time to be depressed, but all his worries and feelings of powerlessness returned in full force every evening as he prepared himself for sleep. Every plan he tried to make seemed hollow, doomed to failure. He wasn't powerful enough. He didn't know enough. Red Robe had years and years of experience over him, and that was never going to change. As the end of the restart approached, his mood only turned darker. He had avoided another confrontation in this restart, but what about the next? Would he wake up next time to eerie silence, only to find out that Red Robe got to his family after he had left them lifeless, soulless husks for him to find? On the last night of the restart, Zorian didn't sleep at all, simply watching the night sky from a small, isolated hill he had found in his travels, idly using his mind powers to deflect mosquitoes away from him as he stood consumed in his own thoughts. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Zorian's eyes abruptly shot open as a sharp pain erupted from his stomach. His whole body convulsed, buckling against the object that fell on him, and suddenly he was wide awake, not a trace of drowsiness in his mind. Good more hey. Kiriel yelped as Zorian enveloped her into a strong hug. What the hell, Zorian? Let me go, you brute. Still the same Kiriel as ever, Zorian sighed dramatically, a weak smile on his face. Now get off of me before I hug you some more. His family was all right and, just like in the previous restart, Red Robe was nowhere to be seen. Thus, a much happier Zorian once again boarded the train and disembarked at Nigelvar. He didn't bother picking up his badge this time, though, it really was very expensive, and no one had actually asked to see it anyway. Instead he simply teleported himself to the last place he'd been at in the previous restart and continued his wanderings. Being a mage out there in the periphery was a lot different than being a mage in Cyoria, Zorian mused. Without the massive quantities of ambient mana gushing out of the hole, conserving mana was actually a noticeable issue. Even shaping exercises tended to deplete his reserves after a couple of hours, whereas back in Cyoria his main limitation had been his patience and existing obligations eating into his free time. That was another reason why Zorian focused on shaping exercises in preference to any actual spellcasting while traveling. He was also starting to miss the Academy Library. He had thought its reputation was way overblown for a while now, but now that he could no longer hit its vast shelves every time he ran into some issue he realized just how damn convenient it really was. It had a lot of holes where really exotic topics were concerned, but its selection of basic spells and books on common topics was second to none. Out here in the periphery, finding a spellbook that had the exact spell you needed was damn hard. They existed, but they had only the most basic of things, and if you wanted anything exotic you were directed to some other settlement or private collection or whatnot. He also found out that magic detection spells were a lot more useful than he had first realized. Outside of Cyoria, magical items and creatures actually stood out when exposed to such scrutiny. Back in Cyoria, most general magic detection spells just returned false positives all the time,
You had to narrow your divination criteria down to something specific to get results. All in all, he was starting to understand why mages tended to flock towards Cyoria and other cities situated on top of mana wells. Those kinds of places provided a whole lot of resources that were hard to acquire elsewhere in one convenient location. But Zorian's journey continued. He was determined to visit every large city in the country, if nothing else then so he could teleport to any of them as he pleased, and he was seriously considering a journey around the continent as well. The only thing stopping him was that international travel was bound to be a hassle, and he was doing all this traveling to relax, not argue with border officials about authorization. When another restart passed and Red Robe still failed to show up, Zorian finally allowed himself to more fully relax. It had been 3 restarts, and Red Robe still hadn't tracked Zorian down. He was pretty sure that meant he never would then. Not a master detective then, that was good to know. Buoyed by the knowledge that he dodged the bullet this time, Zorian seriously considered what to do next. He needed to contact Zack, but it wasn't a priority. Zack likely didn't have any crucial information that would help Zorian figure out how the time loop functioned, and Zorian didn't know how to find the other time traveler anyway. They were bound to meet again at some point, and Zorian wasn't going to play dumb again when they finally encountered one another, but he saw no need to waste his time on looking for a boy who probably didn't want to be found right now. It wasn't like he didn't have anything to do in the meantime. He absolutely needed to master a number of skills before he considered going back to Cyoria and looking for Zack. He needed to find out more about soul magic, he needed to hone his mind magic into a proper tool and weapon like the Arania had done, and he needed to raise his combat skills to a level where he could meaningfully counter Red Robe in open combat. The first priority was pretty obvious. He needed to know how to at least counter soul magic if he wasn't going to get blindsided again when dealing with Red Robe. Preferably he also wanted to figure out what Red Robe really did to the Arania and, if possible, reverse it. He still had Kale's list of people who could help him in that regard, and all of them were conveniently outside of Cyoria. The second was just as crucial. Whatever knowledge about the time loop the matriarch gained behind his back, she almost certainly did it by ripping it out of someone's mind. Someone who wasn't Red Robe, probably a handful of normal people not aware of the time loop but still holding a small part of the puzzle. If he could identify these key people and read their minds, he could find out what the big secret was. In other words, he needed to develop his mind magic, ethics be damned. He didn't think he could do this on his own, so he would have to seek out other Arania webs for this. Lastly, he was embarrassingly powerless against Red Robe in their last encounter, and if the other mage hadn't made some big mistakes when handling him, he would have lost utterly. He needed better traps and ambush tactics, better combat skills in order to not be utterly doomed when said ambushes fail, and better movement magic to retreat and escape when said combat skills prove insufficient. As far as he could tell, the only effective way to improve here was simple practice, in other words, going around and looking for trouble. The only problem with this was that this went against pretty much every instinct he had. It would have to be done though. He figured that delving into the dungeon and taking a few restarts to visit the untamed wilderness to the north should do for a start, and he would figure out later where to go from there. In line with those goals, he decided that his third post-Arania restart was going to be a bit more systematic than his previous wanderings. After marking down the locations of Kale's associates on a map, he chose a medium-sized town called Nyazov Dveri as his next destination. The town was close to the northern wilderness and had a notable dungeon access, so there should be plenty of opportunities to practice his combat skills. It was situated on top of a rank 2 mana well, which was fairly anemic as far as mana wells went but was nonetheless better than nothing, and finally, it was roughly in the center of a diffuse cloud of Kale's associates scattered throughout the region, so he would have easy access to the rest of them should the one in the city prove to be a dead end. It was, as far as Zorian could tell, an ideal place to start at. The next day he teleported to the nearest town he could reach with his teleport spell and set off towards his target. Life takes you to all sorts of unexpected places, Zorian mused, once again taking the knife to the winter wolf's corpse. If someone had told me, back in my first year at the academy, that I would need to know what the best way to skin a winter wolf was, I would not have believed them. Then again, he technically didn't need to skin the animal, he just felt it would be a horrid waste not to, since winter wolf pelts fetched a pretty high price back in Nyazov Dveri. If he was going to venture into the wilderness, looking for monsters and dangerous animals to fight, he might as well earn some money doing it. Finally, the bloody work was done. He was sure a real hunter could have done it in a quarter of the time and hassle, but he didn't care, a success was a success. He placed the pelt in his bag and went off in the direction of the stream he had encountered earlier, intent on washing the blood and grime off his hands and clothes. At some point he intended to use spells to do these sorts of things, but since harvesting spells were based on animation, they were sort of useless to him right now. Animation spells worked by embedding a portion of the caster's mind into the spell, so until Zorian knew how to properly skin an animal the old-fashioned way, he couldn't hand it off to an animation spell.
As he walked towards the stream, he kept an eye out for the reason he was in this particular section of the forest in the first place, a small cottage of an old witch called Silver Lake, who was one of the possible sources Cale had named in his list. So far, Cale's prediction that he wouldn't be able to find the place on his own and that he would have to loiter around the area until she approached him herself had been entirely correct. No divination could track the cottage down, and he hadn't stumbled onto it by simply wandering around the place. If he didn't have Cale's assurance that someone lived here, he would have given up long ago. The only reason he even managed to pinpoint the area as well as he had was because the old witch had a habit of harvesting all of the alchemically useful plants and mushrooms in the area, and Cale warned him to be on the lookout for suspiciously picked clean areas like this one. With a sigh, he plunged his hands into the stream. The recent rains had caused it to swell into a small muddy river, but the water was good enough for washing his hands in and cooling off. That done, he crouched next to the water and idly studied his reflection. He looked like a mess. He felt like a mess too. While he wasn't entirely out of shape, and this wasn't the first time he ventured into a forest, there was a difference between taking a 2-hour stroll through the semi-tame forest near his town and spending most of the week in the great northern wilderness, hunting winter wolves and dodging snakes and other dangerous wildlife. Thank the gods he had the foresight to put that anti-vermin ward on himself, or else he would have been covered in ticks and leeches by the end of day one. And that was assuming the mosquitoes hadn't driven him mad before that. And the worst thing about it all? He would never get used to it, because any muscle growth and body adaptation would be wiped out when this restart ended. He made a note to himself to look into the possibility of getting enhancement potions or rituals to improve strength and stamina, because spending the first week of every restart with every inch of his body tense and hurting wasn't a fun prospect at all. Or at least a potion to ease the weight. Was the bottom of the stream moving? He managed to throw himself back just in time to avoid the huge brown shape that jumped out of the muddy water and tried to envelop his head with its massive jaws. He quickly backpedaled as the huge lizard-like creature tried to haul itself onto the shore and sent a small missile swarm consisting of 3 piercers straight at its head. Thankfully, the lizard thing was actually pretty slow, its surprise attack notwithstanding, so all 3 missiles found their mark. The creature's skull promptly exploded from the impact, showering bits of tissue everywhere, and it immediately slumped dead where it stood, its lower half still submerged in the stream. Zorian immediately turned on his mind sense and scanned the creek for the possible presence of more such monsters and then, having discovered none, slowly approached the corpse to inspect it. It was a salamander. A huge brown salamander with a massive triangular head and beady black eyes that probably couldn't actually see anything. It was a miracle that something that big could actually hide in a stream this shallow, but the muddy water provided it with just what it needed to surprise him. Damn, that would have been humiliating. Killed less than a week in by a giant salamander. Then again, he nearly fell into a ravine on his first day here, and there was that assassin vine that tried to choke him yesterday. Is there anything here in this forest that isn't going to try and kill me the moment I take my eyes off of it? Zorian asked out loud. He didn't expect anyone to answer, since he was alone and all, but he did receive an answer. Sort of. What do you think you're doing, feeling all sorry for yourself? A harsh female voice answered him. There was no one present as far as Zorian could see, and his mind sense detected only animals, but he still managed to detect fairly quickly where the voice was coming from. The source of the speech was the raven perched on a nearby branch. Well, don't just stand there and stare at my familiar boy, the voice said, cutting in through the silence. Quickly, haul it out of the creek before the stream washes it away. Do you have any idea how valuable giant salamanders of that size are? This is the find of a century. Zorian was tempted to point out that this find of a century nearly killed him, but decided not to. If this was who he suspected, he needed to stay on her good side. According to Cale, asking the old witch for help was a bit of a long shot, but likely to achieve very good results if he could convince her to seriously try and help him. Silver Lake was very powerful and skilled, but also very annoying to deal with. She wouldn't kill him or do anything overtly hostile to him without provocation, but she was capricious and prone to wasting people's time. Zorian figured it was at least worth a try to approach her for help. You would be Miss Silverlake, I presume? Guessed Zorian. The raven answered him with a burst of laughter. It was really strange to see a bird laugh like that. Miss, am I? Well, aren't you a polite one? Don't get too many of those these days. Why, maybe I'll even listen to whatever silly request you came here for. The bird finally said. Now why are you just standing around? Didn't I give you a task to accomplish? With a sigh, Zorian turned away from the bird and started casting a levitation spell to haul the giant amphibian out of the water. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Silverlake, no last name, and he shouldn't ask about how she ended up without one. Cale was very firm on that part, was not like Zorian had expected her. She was old, yes, but for a woman of 90 years she was incredibly lively and spry. In fact,
Zorian had a feeling she had an easier time moving through the forest than he did. She wasn't particularly unkempt, either, despite living in the middle of the wilderness. Her pitch-black hair was devoid of a single white strand, she probably dyed it regularly, and the simple brown dress she was wearing was unremarkable but immaculate. If it weren't for the wrinkles, he would have pegged her as less than half her age. Was this a consequence of some sort of potion regimen, or was she just lucky that way?
Well, no matter.
Zorian followed her back to her cottage, the giant salamander floating behind him on a disc of force, where she promptly started to butcher the beast with practiced ease. Her hands didn't tremble at all as she handled the various knives and heavy jars at her place, and Zorian became even more certain she put herself through some kind of enhancement regimen to ward off the effect of aging. She was a potion master according to Kale, and alchemy had always been one of the best ways to prolong your life and keep yourself healthy. "Don't think I didn't notice you faffing around the area for the past few days," she suddenly said, never taking her eyes off the salamander corpse. "Rather annoying, that.
Also worrying.
Means that someone told you where to find me. I don't suppose you could shed some light on that, could you?" "Kale told me where to find you," Zorian readily admitted.
It wasn't a secret, really. "Kale?" she asked before frowning. "No, wait, don't tell me."
"I'm sure I heard that name some. Oh. Now I remember, he's the little rascal that knocked up Freya's granddaughter. But I heard he ended up marrying her afterwards, so I guess that's not so bad. Actually, I recall that Freya had been quite happy about that. She had been afraid the girl would never find herself a husband." "Why?" asked Zorian curiously. Silverlake shot him a judging look, her brown eyes boring into his own, before returning to her work. "I mean, if it isn't impertinent to ask. You don't have to dash." "Relax, boy," Silverlake snorted derisively. "I am a lot of things, but I was never very tactful. If I'm bothered by something you say, I will tell you. If you ask something impertinent, I will tell you to go screw yourself. I'm just thinking. Let's see, as you probably suspect by now, Freya, Kale's mother-in-law, is a witch like me. There are some nasty rumors circulating about witches and their daughters, about how they sacrifice male children, have orgies with summoned demons, poison their husbands for inheritance, how they're too lazy to work around the house and other ridiculous bilge. It makes a lot of men reluctant to marry the daughter of a witch."
"I see," said Zorian.
He had never heard about that particular issue, but it sounded plausible enough. Witches had a really bad reputation for dabbling in various unethical and forbidden magics. "It's been years since I last seen Kale and his wife," Silverlake said.
"Or Freya, for that matter."
"I guess I should have been a little less harsh the last time they visited, but well, what's done is done. It's strange the Morlock saw fit to send you here when he himself dares not show his face to me."
Zorian frowned.
"I think you're misinterpreting the situation somewhat. I don't know what happened between you and them, but the reason they haven't visited you is because they're dead. Freya and Kale's wife both contracted the weeping and died. As for Kale, he had been too busy grieving and taking care of his daughter to go on a trip like this. You are rather isolated." For the first time since he met her, Silverlake seemed taken aback by his answer.
"Dead?"
"Freya is, and all this time I thought," she mumbled, before halting and giving him a considering look.
"Wait. You said Kale and his daughter. I see,
Silverlake spent the next few minutes considering something. Zorian took the time to observe and study the cottage next to them. It looked rather flimsy and old, but it shone like a lighthouse to his senses when he discreetly cast a magic detection spell on it. How the hell hadn't he noticed the thing earlier when he was searching for it? Those must be some powerful divination wards she placed on it. He couldn't figure out how she was powering them, though, wards that strong needed a powerful source of magic, and this place wasn't a mana well. There was no way Silverlake could be powerful enough to provide enough mana for the entire edifice, could she? Kale did mention that she was extremely strong and skilled in magic of both Icosian and witch origin, and that he should never underestimate her, but this was still beyond what he was expecting. Aside from the impossibly complex and powerful warding scheme, though, the cottage looked unremarkable. There were several racks next to it where various herbs and mushrooms were drying in the sun, but it wasn't unknown for hunters and lumberjacks to have a side business of gathering herbs to sell in the nearby city, so hardly something that would raise warning flags all by itself. Silverlake snapped her fingers in front of his face, spraying droplets of salamander blood and other bodily fluids all over his glasses and breaking him out of his inspection. Despite his resolve to be polite to her, Zorian couldn't help but glare at her in response. She just grinned at him, showing him 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. Apparently in all of her 90 years of life, she hadn't lost a single tooth. "Yes, definitely magic. If you're done gawking at my home, we can continue our discussion," she said. "I have a request for you. You have a way to get in contact with Kale, yes?"
Of course, said Zorian. We're friends, he and I. Or they would be, once he returned to Scioria in one of the future restarts. Then I would like you to deliver a message to him, she said. It's nothing urgent, but I want him to know that I regret how our last meeting ended and that I would very much like it if he came to visit me with his daughter sometime in the future. Oh, and that I want to teach his daughter the secrets of my magic. She is a descendant of a proud line of witches stretching back to time immemorial, and it is her birthright to continue it, should she want to. Got all that? Sounds simple enough to remember, Zorian said. And, could I now trouble you with the reason I came here for? No, she snorted. What, you think that just because you know a couple of people close to me and agreed to help me with a simple request like this that I'll jump into whatever crazy problem you need help with? You don't even know why I'm here, Zorian pointed out. Nobody ever comes to me for help with the little things, she said with a grin. If Kale sent you to me, that means he's truly stumped for a solution. I suppose I can't argue with that, Zorian admitted. You see, I don't want to hear it, Silverlake said, pointing her bloody palm towards him to shut him up. Until you make it worth my time, I don't want to listen to your sob story. If you want my help, you're going to have to earn it. How do I even know you can help me at all then? Asked Zorian. I could end up paying you for nothing in the end. You could, Silverlake grinned. You will have to risk it. Damn witch. She was probably just wasting his time, but... Fine, he sighed. What do you want from me? If anything, her grin just got wider. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Space blurred around Zorian, and then he was back in Nyazov Dveri, in one of the less traversed streets where he was fairly sure no one would see him teleporting in and out. It wouldn't be a huge problem if it got out that he could teleport, but at the same time it would be notable and would attract attention to him. Few mages would be willing to teach the spell to a 15-year-old, and even fewer 15-year-olds would be capable of learning it. It would be best if he were discreet about it for now. Seeing how his arrival appeared to have gone unnoticed, he promptly exited the street and went towards the town square to grab something to eat, only to get distracted by the newspaper boy shouting. Shocking news. The boy yelled. A Scioria mercenary company found dead to a man in their homes. Monsters stalked the streets of the city. Coincidence or conspiracy? Read all about it in today's edition. Shocking news, shocking news. Well, that sounded interesting. Zorian wordlessly shifted his course towards the boy and bought the newspaper in question. He then found a quiet corner to lean on and started to read. Like he suspected, the mercenary company that was found dead was the one he and the Arania hired to participate in the ambush. There was a picture of the man who led the group next to the article, and Zorian would recognize the man anywhere thanks to the distinctive scar he had above his right eye. Apparently they were all found dead at the start of the restart, with little clue as to who killed them and why. Naturally, that immediately produced a lot of interest from anyone, since it clearly wasn't natural. The obvious conclusion, that someone managed to off an entire group of experienced battle mages in the span of a single night, not all of which were asleep at the time of death and some of whom were under heavy wards, was highly disturbing, but there were very few alternatives. Another complication was that immediately after that discovery, there had been a stream of incidents involving various monsters moving out of the dungeon and into the sewers, and sometimes then even emerging into the streets of the city. The experts were baffled as to why this was happening now, and the city leadership was hastily organizing an operation to descend into the dungeon in order to bring the situation under control before the summer festival. Well, that certainly put a damper on the invaders' plans. Zorian wondered how they would deal with that. In retrospect, it wasn't hard to explain why monsters were invading the sewers and the streets of the city. The invaders were putting pressure on them from below, so they went upwards as a response. In the past restarts, the Arania were there to act as an unwilling anvil to the invaders' hammer, preventing the inhabitants of the dungeon from breaking into the upper levels. But the Arania were dead now, and with them gone a whole layer of Scioria's defense that most people hadn't even known about had collapsed. Zorian couldn't suppress a nasty grin at the thought that maybe Red Robe ended up shooting himself in the foot when he enacted his soul-killing tantrum. Interestingly, the mysterious murders and the monster attacks seemed to have had an effect on the academy too. There was a short subarticle next to the main one about the families who withdrew their children from schools in Scioria, including his own academy. Jade, one of his classmates, had been pulled by her parents from the academy. She was listed among the names of notable students who opted to leave the city for their own safety. Her father was a high-ranking member of House Whittleson, while the other notable names included him. Yes, there was no mistaking it, Zorian Kaczynski, younger brother of Daimen Kaczynski, was listed in the article as one of the students pulled from school by his parents. He wondered what that was based on. He was certain no one had managed to contact his parents before they left for Koth,
so either the academy or the newspaper had decided to interpret his absence in light of current events and trends. Zorian shook his head and closed the newspaper before continuing on his way. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After spending a week in Nyazov Dveri, Zorian had decided he kind of liked the town. It was a busy, lively pace where the arrival of a newly minted mage like him was unremarkable and raised no eyebrows, yet not so large and prosperous that people like him were common and underappreciated. Thanks to the town's position as a regional center and the presence of both a notable mana well and a dungeon access attractive to dungeon delvers, the town was full of shops catering to mages or requiring mage employees, and thus offered plenty of employment opportunities for a young mage. Enough so that people sometimes offered him employment without him even asking about it. He didn't accept any offers, since a regular job would eat up a lot of time and would just distract him from his real quest, but it was something to keep in mind if he ever got out of the time loop. Why, hello there. Mind if I join you for a bit? Zorian peered up from the map of the surrounding region he was studying and took a good look at the man who interrupted him. He was middle-aged, had a prominent mustache and a pot-belly, and had a wide smile plastered on his face. Despite the fact that Zorian took several seconds to study him in silence, the man's smile never faltered. Judging by the clothes he was wearing, he seemed to be one of the more well-off residents, a small-time merchant, perhaps, or one of the craftsman mages that had stores in the town. He was probably going to get another job offer, then. Sure, Zorian said, gesturing towards the empty chair on the other end of the table.
Help yourself.
He thought for a moment whether he should get rid of the map while he talked to the man, but then decided not to bother. There was nothing incriminating on it anyway, a couple of marked-down locations that would mean nothing to the man without some kind of context and some equally unhelpful notes scribbled on the margins. Silver Lake had given him a task of gathering rare magical plants all over the damn forest, but gave him only the vaguest clues about where they could be found, so he was reduced to deciphering her statements and consulting the local herbalists for more information. And the local herbalists weren't terribly cooperative. He had a feeling this was only the start of her demands, so he was trying to finish it quickly. Don't mind if I do, don't mind if I do, the man said happily, plopping down onto the offered spot. These old bones just aren't what they once were, I'm afraid. Standing around does terrible things to my knees. I guess the years caught up to me, eh? The pot-belly probably doesn't help, Zorian thought inside his head, though outwardly he remained silent, waiting for the man to tell him what he wanted of him. I have to say, this looks like a nice place to relax in, the man said, idly looking at the sheet of paper that listed the prices of some of the meals and beverages. A little pricey, but quiet and out of the way. Private. Anyway, you don't mind if I order us a drink, do you? I don't drink alcohol, said Zorian with a shake of his head. And he didn't trust any of the non-alcoholic beverages in a place like this, either. It wasn't that upscale of an establishment, regardless of what the man said. I'm going to have to decline. Now that's just unfair, the man said. Oh well, I guess I'll have to drink alone then. Forgive the impoliteness, but I'm rather parched and it just feels wrong, having a conversation in a tavern without a mug of beer to sip on occasionally. A few minutes later, the man took a swig from his mug and got to the point.
Ah, that hits the spot, he said.
With that out of the way, allow me to introduce myself. I am Guri Quilly, of Quilly and Rafolton Equipment. Though I'm sad to say old Rafolton passed away 2 years ago, so I'm the only owner now. I kept the name as it is though.
Tradition.
Zorian resisted the urge to tell him to get on with it. Anyway, I see you're a busy man, so I'll get straight to the point. I've heard you've been going out into the forest to gather alchemical ingredients and hunting winter wolves. And also that you've been selling magic items on the side too.
Yes, what of it? Asked Zorian.
Nothing he did was in any way illegal. The winter wolves had sizable bounties for every pelt brought to the nearest guild station for the express purpose of encouraging people to hunt them, as they tended to prey on the livestock, children, and lone travelers, and selling magic items and alchemical ingredients was hardly a crime. Some places had arcane restrictions about what could and could not be sold and by whom, but those were usually the consequence of regional monopolies granted to someone, and Nyazov Dveri was under no one's monopoly.
He checked.
I'm a certified mage, if that's what's bothering you. He even had a badge to prove it. It was pricey, but he interacted too often with mages in the town to risk getting caught doing business without a license. Especially since he had gotten an impression that a couple of shop owners resented the competition he represented and would love to report him to the guild if they could find an excuse. To put it bluntly, I want you to sell your alchemical ingredients and magic items to me instead of my competitors, the man said. Don't think this is some kind of threat or blackmail, though. I'm willing to pay you extra for the privilege. Zorian blinked. He didn't expect that. An hour later, the man had hashed out some sort of agreement with Zorian. The extra money didn't mean all that much to Zorian, but the man did have something he wanted,
a fully equipped alchemical workshop that he wasn't using all the time. In exchange for the right to use said workshop from time to time and the right to consult the man's private library for botanical books, Zorian agreed to offer all his products to the man before he did to anyone else. The man seemed pretty pleased with himself at having closed such a deal. Honestly, so was Zorian. The local library had a miserable selection of books on plants and herbs, but Guri claimed his own private library was not nearly so limited. Having access to a proper alchemical workshop was also convenient, and not something he could easily get elsewhere, unless he was willing to teleport to Corsa every time he wanted to make something. And he really didn't have that much mana to burn. How come there is such a demand for potions and magic items here anyway? Asked Zorian. This city seems a little too small for the amount of magic shops. I understand the workshops since they can always export their products elsewhere, but how do shops like yours achieve such volume on the local market? Oh, that's easy, Guri said. Travelers. Or more accurately, settlers and adventurers. You see, this city is one of the last stops for settlers going further north as part of the Great Northern Push, as the government likes to call it. As one of the last centers of real civilization on their journey, we get a lot of demand for critical supplies of all sorts. Great Northern Push? Asked Zorian. Not a regular reader of the newspapers, I take it? It's the whole thing with colonizing the Sorokian highlands that the government has been pushing so hard lately. You must have noticed the posters around advertising free land and tax exemptions and whatnot. It's part of Eldamar's current strategy for achieving supremacy over Sulamnon and Fokrinia. The idea is that by taming the northern wilderness the country will get a major population and resource boost. All countries that have a border with the wilderness do this to a greater or lesser degree, but Eldamar has really invested a lot into this endeavor. Not sure whether it will be really worth it in the end, but I sure don't mind the traffic it gives me. Now that he thought about it, there were traces of that even back at the academy. It was nothing horribly blatant, but textbooks and class assignments often worked in mentions of the Sorokian highlands far more than one would expect, considering their low population and current importance. In any case, the man soon left and Zorian returned to staring at his map. Goddamn witch. Asterisk. I don't suppose that now that I have brought you the plants you asked for dash. Don't be silly, boy, Silverlake said, snatching the bundle of plants from his hands. You don't really think a silly little fetch quest like this is all it takes to get my help? Think of this as an elimination round. You were horribly slow anyway. Slow, Zorian repeated incredulously. It took me only 3 days. The only reason I could get them all so quickly at all was that I could teleport from place to place. Not to mention the danger involved. You never even told me those red bell mushrooms of yours exploded into clouds of paralyzing dust if handled improperly. Well, that's just common knowledge, she said, waving her hand dismissively. Everyone knows that. Here, grind these snail shells for me, please. Zorian looked at the small leather bag full of colorful red and blue snail shells and frowned. He knew that species of snail. They were used in production of certain drugs, and were very much illegal to harvest. More important than that, their ground-up shells were a powerful hallucinogen, and inhaling even a handful of dust would leave him delirious and incapacitated. He threw the annoying old woman a brief glare before simply casting a dust shield spell on himself, the same one he used to protect himself against the paralyzing mushrooms, before grabbing a mortar and pestle and getting down to work. After he was done with that, the old witch promptly handed him the very bundle of plants he had spent 3 days gathering, rattled off a series of brief instructions and pointed him towards an old cauldron leaning on the wall of her cottage. Wonderful. Apparently he was going to be making a potion the old way. He had been tutored by another witch as a child, so he wasn't totally lost here, but the potion she wanted him to make now was unfamiliar to him. Not to mention that there was a reason why traditional potion making was considered obsolete compared to modern alchemy. It was harder, less safe, and usually gave worse results to boot. Hopefully the potion she was having him make wasn't the sort to explode in his face or poison him with fumes if he didn't get it right.
Oh, who was he kidding? Of course it was.
Frankly, if it weren't for the time loop and the resulting immunity to simple death, he would be leaving at this point. As he suspected, he botched that potion. Thankfully, every time he was about to make a particularly disastrous misstep, Silverlake stopped him. He just wished she found a better way to warn him he was about to make a mistake than hitting him with a willow branch. She could have poked his eye out with that thing. He never thought he would say this, but he was starting to miss Svim and his marbles. His old mentor was a saint compared to this crazy old woman. Well, that's no good, said Silverlake, peering into the cauldron and idly stirring the foul-smelling purple gunk that Zorian ended up producing. It was supposed to be a viscous, sweet-smelling, totally transparent liquid. She gave him a bright smile. I guess you'll have to go gather a whole new batch of ingredients before you can try again, won't you? Zorian stared blankly at the grinning woman, feeling her anticipation through his empathy. She fully expected him to explode at this and was looking forward to it. Sadistic bitch. Unfortunately for her, she was about to get disappointed. He wordlessly reached into his backpack and withdrew a fresh bundle of ingredients. Her smile never faltered, but Zorian could feel her disappointment regardless. It made him smile inside, though he maintained his poker face. "You gathered extra, huh?" she asked rhetorically. "I have plenty of experience with abrasive teachers," Zorian said simply. "I have another bundle besides this one, too."
"Good.
"You'll need it," Silverlake said, knocking on the rim of the cauldron.
This was terrible.
"I don't think 2 attempts will be enough. Hell, I'm skeptical you can get it in 3. Go empty this crap you've made in the neutralization pit over there and start over." Zorian sighed and levitated the cauldron onto a disk of force before marching off into the direction of the neutralization pit. It was really just an open pit that had been lined with stones and painted over with alchemical resin, so that alchemical compounds poured into it didn't seep into the ground or nearby water supply. His alchemy teacher back at the academy would have been horrified at the mishandling of alchemical waste, but if the Great Silverlake thinks an open pit is sufficient for disposal of alchemical sludge, then who was Zorian to disagree? That done, he placed the cauldron back over by the fireplace and started over. Silverlake was probably right that he wouldn't get it right in the next 2 times either, though the potion clearly required fairly delicate temperature management, but that was a very hard variable to control when using wood burning and a regular fireplace. An old witch with lots of experience like Silverlake probably knew by instinct how to control the fire, but Zorian didn't have the faintest idea of how to do it. That was generally the main problem of traditional alchemy, as it was sometimes called. It relied heavily on the ability of the practitioner to adjust their methods on the fly to produce a usable product. Unlike modern alchemy, which relied on standardized equipment and exact measurements, traditional alchemy was all about eyeballing it and improvisation. Expressions like a handful of leaves, a slow fire and a moderate amount of time were extremely common in traditional alchemical recipes. Zorian knew because he once broke into his grandmother's recipe cabinet to see if he could learn something from them. A pinch of salt apparently meant very different things to him and his grandmother, if the results of his secret potion attempts were any indication. A further problem for him was that he was only really proficient in producing potions one by one, and the cauldron method was designed for producing batches of potions. There were some very important differences between production methods for single potions and for batches, but hell if Zorian could remember what they were at the moment.
"Who taught you?"
Silverlake asked suddenly.
"Ha." Zorian mumbled. "What do you mean?"
"You want to know my alchemy teacher." "I want to know your potions teacher," she corrected. "You're still pretty terrible, but you're not nearly as clueless around the cauldron as I thought you would be."
"Who taught you?"
That would be my grandmother, I guess," Zorian said. "A witch or just a housewife that picked up a few recipes?"
Silverlake asked. "A witch," said Zorian.
"Though not a particularly dedicated one, I think. She gave me some lessons when I was a kid, but it didn't last very long. My mother didn't really like her teaching me." Actually, Zorian was pretty sure his mother didn't like his grandmother, period. Mother and daughter did not get along in their case. Zorian always found it kind of hypocritical that mother spent so much time preaching to him about the value of family when she herself couldn't stand her own mother if her life depended on it.
"Ha. Interesting."
"Don't expect to get any fuzzy feelings out of me just because of that, though," Silverlake said. "Wouldn't dream of it," Zorian said lightly.
"Good.
"You'll be happy to know I've decided on the price of my help for you."
"Oh," said Zorian, suddenly perking up. "Yes.
"You see, a little birdie told me you've been wandering around the forest, picking fights with the wildlife. So this should be something right up your alley. Tell me, have you heard of a something called the Grey Hunter?" Considering the reputation the Great Northern Forest had among people living in more southern civilized territories, one would expect the place to be a giant death trap, with every animal and a good portion of the plants trying to kill you at every turn. The truth, Zorian had found, was a little more complex. While yes, the forest was full of dangerous creatures, even the deer were kind of aggressive and had tried to gore him a couple of times instead of fleeing from his approach, it was entirely possible to spend an entire day without endangering your life if you knew what you were doing. Granted, Zorian had a somewhat unfair advantage in the form of his mind sense, which let him sense a lot of the dangers before they had the chance to detect him in turn. Furthermore, the region he was frequenting was a border area, thus a little friendlier to humans than the deep, untouched wilderness in the far north. Still, he was confident that even a skilled civilian could move through the forest unmolested, much less a mage. Hell, he was doing just fine at the moment, despite having less than a month of experience. Usually, Zorian wouldn't have wanted to move through the forest undetected. The whole point of going here was to get combat experience, so avoiding danger was kind of missing the point. This time, however, sneaking around was more or less mandatory. He really didn't want to get distracted around a threat on the level of a grey hunter, and he definitely didn't want to alert the monster that he was coming by engaging in a loud, flashy fight right next to its lair. He slowly circled the area around the grey hunter's lair, checking it for threats and hostile terrain that might inhibit him should he choose to retreat in any particular direction. In several places he carved clusters of explosive glyphs into the trees and exposed rocks. He doubted they were powerful enough to seriously hurt a grey hunter, but they might buy him a few seconds he needed to teleport away to safety. He almost succeeded in reaching the lair without a fight. Thankfully the trio of fly mosquito whatever things that tried to ambush him were very easy to dispatch, they burned beautifully, and the fight didn't raise enough ruckus to attract the monstrous spider's attention. Zorian picked out a rather tall tree close, but not too close, to the grey hunter's lair and levitated himself to the upper branches, where he promptly took out the binoculars he enchanted earlier for the purpose and started studying his target. The location was actually kind of picturesque, a small rocky gully surrounded by forest, with some pretty sediment lines crisscrossing the stone and a few strategically placed clumps of grass growing between the cracks. On one of the walls stood a perfectly circular hole that served as the entrance to the cave. It was pitch black and surprisingly unremarkable and unthreatening. If Silver Lake hadn't told him it was there, it was entirely possible that Zorian would have missed it entirely if he had ever stumbled into the place in one of the restarts. It would have been the last mistake he ever made, at least in that hypothetical restart. Grey hunters were crazy good jumpers and possessed downright surreal speed. Zorian would bet anything that the one inside the cave could jump straight from the cave entrance to the other side of the gully in a single leap and close in before Zorian could so much as realize what was happening. The grey hunter was fundamentally a very simple monster. It was a grey furry spider the size of an adult man, and it also happened to be incredibly fast, strong, durable and spell-resistant. It could run faster than a hasted mage, jump incredible distances, shrug off regular firearms and lower-level attack spells like a duck shrugging off water, outright ignore most direct effect spells and bite through steel. Oh, and it had a very nasty poison that, instead of destroying tissue or wrecking the nervous system like most poisons, utterly disrupted a mage's ability to shape and control their mana instead. Once bitten, you wouldn't be casting anything for a while, and it would take weeks for the poison to fully flush out of your system. Apparently it was a type of poison adapted specifically to bring down magical beings that were the grey hunter's typical prey, but it was just as effective against human mages. Basically, if you were fighting against a grey hunter alone and got bitten, you were done for. These things were known for chewing through entire groups of battle mages sent specifically to get rid of them. Quite a feat for what is ostensibly an animal-level creature. Most non-sapient monsters, no matter how impressive, were too easy to lure into traps to pose such a huge danger to a prepared hunting group. Naturally, Silver Lake wanted him to tangle with said mage-killing super spider as her price for her help. The good news was that she hadn't asked him to kill the thing, something that Zorian suspected might be beyond him at the moment. The bad news was that her request was only a smidgen easier than that. She wanted him to confront the female grey hunter who laired in the cave he was currently observing and steal some of her eggs. The life cycle of grey hunters was a total mystery, as they were considered too dangerous to study through anything other than post-battle reports and vivisection, but Zorian was willing to bet that grey hunter mothers were fiercely protective of their spawn. Getting even a single egg was likely to be quite a challenge. In all likelihood, the mother would be reluctant to go far from her egg sac for any reason, so waiting for the chance to simply swipe some may be impractical, or even futile. For all he knew, the female sat on her egg sac all day long and lived off her fat reserves until the young hatched. Zorian placed the binoculars back into his bag and started jotting down notes in one of the notebooks he brought with him. The question of how to acquire the eggs without getting horribly murdered in the process was ultimately a question for another time. He was currently here just to scout out the situation and see if the task was even possible. As much as he wanted to prove the shriveled old witch wrong by completing her impossible quest, dying here would be incredibly stupid. He was on a time limit. A long time limit, but repeatedly dying because he decided to take on opponents way over his level would be an unforgivable waste. Every restart cut short was a restart he wasn't using to its full potential. If he couldn't think of a way to get the eggs that he was absolutely sure would work, he wouldn't do it. And even if he could think of a way, he would only try it out near the end of the restart, when the most he would lose was a couple of days. "All right," he mumbled, snapping the notebook shut. "Let's see what I'm dealing with." The first thing he did was try to locate the grey hunter female to make sure she wasn't outside her lair at the moment. He had no way of tracking down grey hunters specifically through divination, as he had never seen one before and lacked any grey hunter body parts, but a simple locator spell searching for a giant spider pointed him straight at the cave. Since the other two giant spider varieties that lived in the region, giant tree spider and giant trapdoor spider respectively, didn't live in caves, the conclusion was obvious. He then tried to scry the spider, which immediately failed. Well, the spell technically worked, but the cave was totally dark. There were no glowing crystals or ember moss that occasionally lit natural caverns, just an ordinary cave full of impenetrable darkness that hid everything.
Damn, he hadn't thought of that.
Racking his brains for a spell combination that would allow him to scout out the lair without having to go back into the city and hit the books, he decided to combine two different spells. First, he cast the Arcane Eye spell, creating a floating ectoplasmic eyeball through which he could see remotely. He then created a floating ball of light, functionally identical to the simple floating lantern spell, except he altered the spell parameters so it would follow the ectoplasmic eye around instead of himself. He then sent the eye into the cave, closing his real eyes and connecting his sight to his remote sensor. There was a chance that the light would aggravate the Grey Hunter mother, but he doubted she would run out to confront him just for that, or that she could track him down on his tree for that matter. As it happened, the Grey Hunter was either very bothered by his floating lantern or perhaps saw it as prey, because the eye had barely advanced into the cave, floating lantern in tow, when a grey blur slammed into it and Zorian's awareness was violently wrenched back into his body. Blinking in surprise at his sudden perspective shift, Zorian was then treated to the sight of the Grey Hunter leaping out of the cave and skittering around the area in search of something. After 10 seconds or so of looking at the spider, Zorian noticed two things. First, the Grey Hunter female didn't have to sit on her egg sac all day long, because she was freaking carrying Jeton Thunderside of Erabdaman. That was so freaking unfair. He withdrew everything he said about Silver Lake's task being easier than killing the thing. This was actually way harder, since he was only getting the eggs by taking them from the Grey Hunter's cooling corpse but had to be careful when killing her not to damage the, likely much frilier egg sac. The second thing he noticed was that the spider was steadily getting closer to his location. It wasn't immediately noticeable. Rather than immediately making a beeline towards him, the spider shot off in a random direction for a second, stopped for a moment, as if reorienting herself, and then shot off in a seemingly random direction again. It repeated the same stop and skitter routine second after second, and though the movement seemed random at first, Zorian noted with dread that it was steadily getting closer to his tree as time passed. So the murder spider also had hypersensitive senses, now? This was such bullshit. How the hell had it noticed him anyway? He'd even taken the time to set up some camouflage spells and silencing wards around himself just to prevent stuff like this from happening. True, they were fairly weak in order to conserve mana, but that shouldn't have. He frowned. That was it, wasn't it? The Grey Hunter was tracking him through the wards. Its natural prey was said to be other magical creatures. It had a poison specifically designed to counter magic. It probably had some kind of innate magic sense that let it sense its prey over great distances. Rather than shielding him from the Grey Hunter, the wards he set up were revealing his location to it. The fact they were so weak was probably the only reason it hadn't divined his location instantly and was instead reduced to stumbling all over the place in an attempt to locate him.
If so, he was in trouble.
He couldn't do nothing, as the monster would eventually sniff him out. On the other hand, the moment he tried to teleport away, his location would almost certainly be completely blown. 10 seconds later, with the spider getting ever closer and no solution in sight, Zorian decided he would just have to work fast and pray for the best. Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, he started casting the teleport spell as fast as he could. As he feared, the Grey Hunter reacted instantly. The moment the first word of the chant left his mouth, the spider surged towards him, abandoning its previous jerky, uncertain advance. As it sprinted towards him, it angled away from the explosive glyph cluster Zorian placed on one of the rocks in its path, somehow aware of its existence and function, and launched itself sideways into the air. It landed vertically on the trunk of a nearby tree and immediately launched itself sideways again, bouncing from tree to tree and gaining altitude with each jump, until at last it was both close and high enough to reach Zorian's location. Zorian finished the teleport spell and was whisked away in the nick of time. The terrifying vision of a giant spider sailing through the air towards him, front legs extended and huge black fangs poised for a strike, would haunt his nightmares for days to come. Asterisk. Following his almost lethal encounter with the Grey Hunter, Zorian decided to put Silver Lake's quest on indefinite hold. There were plenty of other people that Kale listed as possible help, after all, and maybe if he talked to her in some other restart and tried again she'd send him on a less suicidal quest. It was very frustrating though. The thought of how thoroughly he had been outclassed by what was fundamentally a dumb beast brought to mind the memory of that final restart in Scioria, when he clashed with Red Robe in the ruins of the Iranian settlement. The fact that the Grey Hunter was a giant spider, just like the Irania, further brought to mind uncomfortable parallels.
Despite the fact that he knew intellectually that there was no shame in losing to a creature that even famous mages would balk at facing, and that he should in fact be happy to be even alive, he found himself very bothered at his ineffectiveness. He spent the next day by tracking down giant trapdoor spiders, which were of similar size to grey hunters but brown-colored and a hell of a lot less dangerous, before smoking them out of their holes and then killing them in a variety of painful fashions. Their eyes and venom glands sold a lot better than winter wolf pelts, too. He should do that more often. Still somewhat in a foul mood, he set out to see if any of Kale's other contacts were able and willing to help him. When he arrived in the village where his first candidate lived and was informed by the locals that the man hadn't been seen in the past 2 months, he was unconcerned. The man was a retired mage fascinated with familiars. He had 6 of them as well as a great number of more mundane pets, and was always looking to add another exotic creature to his menagerie. An absence of 2 months was a bit unusual, but not something to immediately raise an alarm about. But then other disappearances started piling up. The old herbalist lady that also sometimes removed curses was simply gone, and her neighbors had no idea where she went. The 2 brothers that lived in a tower they built away from civilization and secretly studied soul magic were not present at their home, the gate to their tower broken and the inside stripped bare of anything worthwhile. The priest in the nearby town dedicated to studying the undead and ways to fight them had been found dead in his home 4 days ago, cause of death unknown. He was young and had no known medical problems or addictions, so foul play was suspected. An alchemist specializing in transformation magic was torn apart outside his village by a pack of unusually aggressive boars. And so on. Only the priest and the alchemist were actually confirmed dead, the others having gone on sudden business trips or just plain gone missing one day, and the disappearances were in a sufficiently large area that no one seemed to have connected them in a single pattern, but Zorian knew this was not accidental. Someone was deliberately targeting anyone who had some sort of knowledge on soul magic. The only question was whether the missing people were dead or just kidnapped for some purpose. Thankfully, he finally managed to locate one of the people Kale mentioned to him. Unfortunately, the man in question didn't actually know any soul magic. Vani was just a scholar, and according to Kale could probably point him towards someone who does. Probably. The only trick was that Vani liked to talk, meandering from topic to topic as he pleased, and he would refuse to help anyone who was in any way impolite with him. Thus, anyone seeking him out for advice had to be very patient and ready for frequent digressions. Zorian could do patient. He knocked on the door to the man's home and was promptly ushered inside by Vani, a cheerful older man with a receding hairline who was not at all surprised that someone sought him out for advice. The inside was packed. That was the only word that fit, really. Almost every inch of the house was filled with boxes, shelves and pedestals that held books, statues big and small, plants and animals preserved in bottles, glass cases that held tiny models or buildings and other such things. Where the walls were visible, they were usually filled with paintings and drawings. As Vana led them both into his study, Zorian's view fell on a particularly large and lifelike statue of a naked woman with some rather bountiful assets, and he quirked an amused eyebrow at the man. "It's a goddess of fertility sort of thing," the man hastened to explain. "Just a temporary thing, a friend of mine sent it to me for safekeeping and you know how it goes." "Fascinating stuff. Anyway, don't think I don't know who you are, young man. You're the one who has been killing all the winter wolves in the region lately." Is that a problem?" Zorian asked. "Problem?" The man laughed. "Just the opposite. Finally someone did something to cull those awful beasts a little. They're not too bad right now, but come winter they get aggressive and start assaulting travelers and outlying communities. There's been a number of child disappearances the last few winters, and everyone knows it's probably the winter wolves at fault. Damn things get bolder with every passing year." "How come nobody organized a hunting party yet then?" asked Zorian. The Mage Guild was pretty much founded to respond to situations like this, after all. It snows pretty heavily here in winter, and whole towns can sometimes get cut off from the rest of the world for days, so it's hard to marshal a response in time. Most of the time no one even finds out there was a crisis until days afterwards. When nothing can be done, Vani tapped the table with his fingers contemplatively, as if considering something. Or at least, that's what the hunters and the authorities like to say. Personally, I just think they're afraid of the Silver One. "Silver One?" asked Zorian curiously. "It's a rumor. A few years back, when the winter wolves first started acting up, there was an attempt to organize a wide-scale cull and a large hunting party was organized. It ended poorly. According to stories, several winter wolf packs worked together to lure the hunters into traps, separating them into smaller groups that were then defeated in detail. They acted more like an army than a group of wild animals, and survivors claimed they were led by a huge winter wolf with a shiny silver pelt. The Silver One, an alpha of alphas, as smart as any man and with the power to direct his lesser brothers against humans. There was an official attempt by the Eldamar's Mage Guild to locate and eliminate this winter wolf, but they found nothing, neither the silver wolf nor any evidence of multiple packs working together. A lot of the locals are still convinced he exists, though. They say that anyone who goes after the wolves ends up getting confronted by it sooner or later.
I see, frowned Zorian.
And what do you think?
It's possible, I suppose, admitted Vani.
We live in a crazy world, and you can never really say that something is impossible. It could be a runaway experiment made by some crazy mage in the forest. It could be a new species originating from the heart of winter. It could even be a polymorphed mage on some deranged crusade to protect the bloodthirsty monsters from those terrible humans. All I know is that I'm glad someone is not getting intimidated by all the scaremongering floating around. It took another 15 minutes till Vana decided to even ask what Zorian came to him for.
Kale sent me, Zorian said.
Or rather, he listed your name as a possible source of advice.
Kale. Vani said happily.
Oh, I remember him. Shame about what happened to his wife and mother-in-law. The weeping took so many great people from us. He still has his daughter though, doesn't he?
Zorian nodded. Good.
Children are the greatest treasure.
Tell him I said that.
He helped me write a book, you know? Did he tell you that?
He did, Zorian confirmed.
Kale had warned him that Vani was a little vain and loved discussing his books, and that it might be a good idea to read one or two. Zorian took this advice and read 2 of them. The first one, the one that Kale had helped the man write by gathering the accounts of various people in the region, was about the recent history of the region and was mostly a collection of anecdotes, some interesting and amusing and some of them mind-numbingly boring. If it weren't for Kale's advice, he never would have gone past the first chapter. I even read it, as well as one other book.
Oh.
It was titled History of Pre-Icosian Altazia, Zorian said, considering whether to tell the man the truth or to simply flatter him. He decided to go with the truth for now. It was kind of interesting, but I don't really agree with a lot of it. My principal complaint is that you keep talking about pre-Icosian tribes living on Altazia as if they had lived in total vacuum, when the reality was that the entire southern coast of Altazia was dotted with Icosian colonies and forts stretching back for at least 1,000 years. Icosians were hardly the total aliens to Altazia that you portray them as in your work. But the historical evidence clearly shows that the cultural influence of those coastal states didn't extend very far inland, pointed out Vani triumphantly. That may be strictly true, but Icosians were vastly more technologically advanced than Altasian tribes in most areas, and I think you're greatly underestimating the effect of simple technological diffusion on people's culture.
Yeah.
This was probably going to take a while. Thank you for that, Vani said. They had been talking for several hours at that point, and Vani seemed surprisingly pleased to have met someone who disagreed with his conclusions and was willing to talk about it. Zorian also found out that the man was incredibly well-read and seemed to have memorized 6 encyclopedias, because he was a font of various trivia. Whatever he thought about the man's conclusions, he clearly hadn't arrived on them on a whim. It's been a while since I had this kind of discussion with someone. Usually the kind of people willing to talk to me don't know enough to challenge me, and the ones that do know enough aren't interested in talking. You flatter me. I don't really think my opinions have the same weight as yours. I certainly haven't done even 1/100th of the research you did, Zorian said. Never hurt to butter people up a little. But I really shouldn't waste your time for much longer. I came to you because I wanted your advice on how to find an expert in soul magic. Soul magic? The man asked with a frown. It's a personal issue that I'd rather not talk about, Zorian said. Suffice to say I have been hit by a soul magic spell of unknown effects and want to talk to someone about finding out what exactly has been done to me and how to protect myself against any further such events.
Vani hummed.
And Kale sent you to me? You were on the list of people he said could help me. However, you were the only one I could actually locate. The others were, well, it's very disturbing. Let me tell you about my last couple of days. Vana listened to Zorian's description of disappearances with growing unease, writing down the names and facts that Zorian uncovered on a piece of paper. That is indeed very disturbing, Vani agreed when Zorian was finished. To think that such a thing could happen without everyone realizing it for so long. I will bring this matter to the attention of proper authorities, have no worry about that. It does make me wonder who I can recommend to you when so many of the obvious choices have become, unavailable. Let me think about this a little. 5 minutes later, Vani managed to think up a solution.
Tell me, he asked.
What do you know about shifters? That they're people who have the ability to turn into animals?
Zorian tried.
Shifters are people with 2 souls, Vana said. Long in the past, the ancestors of the shifters enacted rituals that fused their souls with the souls of their chosen animals, allowing them to take the forms of the animals in question and even access some of the abilities of said animals in their human form. It is a very old form of magic that predates the Icosian invasion of Altazia, and I'm sad to say that most shifter tribes have lost the knowledge of the original rituals they used to create their kind. These days, they grow in numbers purely through mundane reproduction, with children of shifters inheriting their parents' dual soul. There exist, however, tribes that retain the knowledge of ritual magic and soul mechanics necessary to perform the ritual in the modern age. While the purpose of such expertise is to turn regular humans into new members of the tribe, it may very well be general enough to help you with your issue.
I see.
And where can I find these shifters?
Zorian asked.
That, Vaughn said, spreading his arms in a helpless gesture, I do not know. Shifter tribes have a checkered history with the, shall we say, civilized communities. They rarely want to be found.
But
I do know that there is a fairly powerful wolf shifter tribe living in this region, a tribe that definitely has the expertise you seek. I do not know who you need to talk to in order to meet with their leadership, but I do know that the leader of the tribe sent his daughter to Cyoria to get an education in more modern forms of magic. Rainy is her name, I think.
A redhead. Quite the looker, I'm told.
Perhaps you can start there. Zorian blinked.
Rainy is a wolf shifter? Wow.
Yeah, now that he thought about it, there were some things that could point that way. Well, said Zorian, rising from his seat. You gave me a lot to think about. Thank you for your time.
Think nothing of it, Vaughn smiled.
Go kill a few more winter wolves for me, is all I ask for. Wouldn't a tribe of wolf shifters kind of dislike me for killing so many wolves?
Zorian asked.
They're wolf shifters, not winter wolf shifters, Vaughn said. I'm pretty sure they don't like each other much. Winter wolves have a habit of killing their more mundane relatives and invading their territory. Zorian left after that, unsure how to proceed further in the restart. Asterisk. Back already? Silverlake asked him, not bothering to look up from her bundle of herbs while addressing him. I'm not seeing any egg sac on you though. That's because Spider Mommy is carrying her eggs on her underbelly, he said. The task is impossible. Why would you even send me on such a fool's errand? Kale said you were eccentric, but ultimately harmless. This isn't harmless. I almost died. If I thought you were the sort to rush in half-cocked and get your fool ass killed by something like that, I never would have sent you on that errand, Silverlake scoffed. And anyway, isn't it a bit premature to declare failure after less than a week?
I'm patient.
I waited for years. I sure as hell can wait for a few months more till you think of something. You're a smart boy, I'm sure you'll figure out a way. Zorian opened his mouth and then closed it. Suddenly, her logic sounded a lot more reasonable to him. She didn't know he was on a month-long time limit, after all. As far as she was concerned, giving him a task that would take several months to complete was perfectly logical. Where was the hurry? As for the suicidal nature of the task she gave him, apparently she had more faith in his skills than he himself did. Did he really give up too soon?
A few months is too late, he said.
Anything that happens after the summer festival might as well not exist for me. Silverlake finally stopped fiddling with the herb pile and gave him a hard look, her eyes glowing brightly for a moment. You're not dying, she stated. Not out of sickness, anyway? Someone hunting for you. Zorian hesitated, the image of Red Robe dancing before his eyes, and opened his mouth to say yes. Silverlake cut him off though. No, not really, she stated, going back to her herbs. You have an enemy, but then again who doesn't? Zorian exhaled in irritation and rose up, deciding to leave before he lost his cool and attacked her. He'd probably get stomped into the ground anyway. Just before he teleported away, though, a thought struck him.
To hell with it, he thought. Why not?
Hypothetically speaking, he said. If you were visited by a time traveler who claimed to know your future self, what would you ask of him as proof? Hypothetically speaking, she said, her mouth stretching into a cruel grin, I would have asked him to retrieve a grey hunter egg sac for me. Throwing his hands in the air in defeat, Zorian teleported back to his inn in Nyazov Dveri, the cackling of a sadistic old woman echoing behind him. Asterisk. In the safety of the room he rented at the inn, Zorian was sitting on the bed, dismantling a rifle he had bought earlier. It was kind of amusing how easy it was to procure a firearm compared to high-level combat magic aids, despite them being just as lethal, but there you had it. They were especially easy to procure here in Nyazov Dveri, which was so close to the wilderness and its dangers. In any case, he was trying to see how the things worked and, more importantly, how they could be enchanted. Firearms were notoriously tricky to enhance with magic.
Like all ranged weapons, they had the problem that you could only enchant the device to be more accurate and durable, and if you wanted the projectile to have any sort of magical effect upon striking the target, you had to enchant the projectile itself. Bullets were unfortunately very hard to enchant, being much smaller than arrows and crossbow bolts and usually made from some very magically unsuitable materials. You also couldn't touch the bullet to channel mana into it once it was already in the gun, though maybe if he installed some crystal mana channels into the gun via alteration. While he studied the device in front of him, Zorian idly considered ways to off the Grey Hunter from earlier. He had no intention of actually trying any of them, as they were each more implausible than the last, but there was no harm in coming up with scenarios. Grey Hunters had known weaknesses. First of all, they were purely melee opponents. If you could keep them at a distance, there was nothing they could do to you. The trouble was that they were really good at closing in on their target. Secondly, they were ultimately just magical animals, so they could be lured into prepared traps and kill zones fairly easily. The problem here was that they were fast and tough enough to probably survive such a blunder. The magic sense the Grey Hunter demonstrated in Zorian's first encounter with it probably also helped it avoid the most blatant of such traps. He could think of several ways to trap it, but most of them required knowledge of spells that he didn't have. If he knew how to make a simulacrum and open portals, he could simply send in his simulacrum as bait and then open a portal leading to wherever he set the trap up. Hell, simply knowing how to make a simulacrum would make things 1,000,000 times easier since he could test his ideas without endangering himself. If he knew large terrain alteration spells, he could simply seal it off in its lair and wait for it to suffocate. If he knew the spells to manipulate large amounts of water, he might be able to drown it. And so on and so on. He also considered poisoning the thing or putting it to sleep or otherwise using some kind of alchemical concoction that would cripple or kill it. But anything potent enough to kill such a beast was heavily restricted, made out of super rare ingredients and expensive as all hell. He didn't know how to make anything like that, and couldn't get his hands on something that valuable and forbidden through trade. He could try for brute force and build a golem to take the spider down. Since they were machines animated by magic, they were immune to poison and could be extremely strong enough to crush the stupid spider in a head-to-head fight. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to build a golem. Any golem at all, let alone one good enough to go toe-to-toe with a Grey Hunter. The art of golem making was complicated enough that several houses were dedicated to mastering it, and not something to dabble in for a week or two. Or even a month or two. Furthermore, even if he knew how to build it, the process of building would take at least a week and probably more, require a specialized workshop and consume a lot of expensive materials. He would likely bankrupt himself before he was even halfway finished. Which brought him to firearms. The revolver worked well enough against Red Robe when his spells had failed him, after all. No regular firearm would do against the Grey Hunter though, he needed something stronger than that. Unfortunately, higher calibers were usually reserved for the military and he would need to raid a military base and steal one if he wanted to go down that route. That could end very badly. Who knew what kind of defenses a military base had, and being captured and interrogated by military investigators while drugged out of his mind on various truth serums was almost as bad as being discovered by a hostile mind mage or a necromancer. Plus, he was pretty sure they had a couple of mind mages and necromancers on the payroll anyway. Oh, and even if he did find something suitable under a lax enough security, there was the matter that it would almost certainly still have to be enchanted, and he couldn't even figure out how to effectively enchant a simple rifle at the moment. Probably wouldn't by the end of the restart, either. A knock on his door woke him up from his musings, and he quickly put the rifle into its box and hid it under the bed. Him owning the rifle wasn't illegal, but he'd still rather not let whomever was looking for him see him tinkering with it. He made sure his shielding bracelet was on, just in case, and then opened the door. It was Guri, which did not surprise Zorian all that much. The man had been dutifully buying off any of the various alchemical ingredients and assorted body parts Zorian had gathered in the forest and allowed Zorian to use his workshop when he needed to make some of the trickier potions and magic items. The man had already commissioned a couple of magic items from Zorian, so he expected Guri's arrival to be about another commission. As it turned out, Guri had another kind of deal in mind. Once the pleasantries were exchanged, he skipped straight to the point. "I want you to help me rob my rival. I want you to help me rob my rival." Zorian blinked in surprise before giving the man an incredulous look. "What? And why the hell would I do that?" he asked the man curiously. Guri grinned triumphantly. "I knew I was right about you," he said. "You didn't even pretend to be outraged at the question." Zorian frowned. "I'm just not a very excitable person, that's all. It doesn't mean I'm going to actually help you rob someone," he shot back crankily. "In fact, I can scarcely imagine a situation where I would agree to such a thing. I was just curious what possessed you to broach the topic at all."
This isn't some kind of attempt at blackmail, is it? Oh no, I'd have to be pretty stupid to try and blackmail a man who hunts winter wolves and giant trapdoor spiders for a living, Guri assured him quickly. Not that I have anything worthwhile to blackmail you with, anyway. No, I just felt I had an interesting deal for you and that I had nothing to lose by making an offer. You don't seem like the sort that would get all high and mighty on me just because I employ a few shady business practices. I figure the worst you'd do is say no. Zorian was silent for a moment. He supposed that Guri had him there. Even if Zorian actually cared to turn Guri in, it would still be his word against Guri's. Proving the man's guilt would be a hassle. Guri would likely get a mere slap on the wrist even if convicted, and it would lead to far greater scrutiny of Zorian's activities by nearby powers than he was comfortable with. All in all, it would mean an entire restart wasted on a pointless crusade that had no meaning inside the time loop and would quite possibly attract the attention of the Academy authorities. Previous restarts had made it clear they were very quick to involve themselves when one of their students had a brush with the law or the police, and he was still technically enrolled there. And if the Academy found out about his whereabouts and activities, it was entirely possible Red Robe would also find out about it through Cranium Rats or his other spies. No, even if Guri was planning to murder someone, Zorian would not intervene. A simple theft. Well, he wasn't sure he would actually care all that much even if he wasn't stuck in the time loop, and he certainly didn't care at all now. Well, the answer is definitely no, said Zorian finally. I know that wanderers like me have a reputation of being opportunistic, but I'm afraid my ethics aren't quite as flexible as that. I'm not going to stoop to banditry or burglary or whatever it is that you have in mind for this deal of yours. I don't think you quite understand what I'm talking about here, Guri said. You think I want you to steal something physical and that I'm offering you money in exchange, yes? Zorian raised an eyebrow at him. Nothing could be further from the truth. Guri shook his head. I know better than anyone that you're raking in too much money at the moment to be tempted by petty burglary. Ethics aside, that's too much risk for too little gain. No, if this operation goes off without a hitch, and I think you're capable enough to pull it off, there will be nothing missing and no indication that a crime has occurred at all. He leaned toward Zorian conspiratorially and whispered the next part. You see, what I'm trying to steal is not material wealth, but secrets. Oh. Well, that changed things considerably. He still didn't want to have anything to do with Guri's deal, but he at least understood why the man felt comfortable discussing such an offer with him. Spying on other mages was technically illegal, but everyone knew it was a common and universal practice. Hell, according to some stories, every noble house worth its name had its own division dedicated just to that. You just had to make sure that you weren't caught. Even the Academy, which generally tried to give students a very rose-tinted version of mage culture, admitted that such professional espionage occurred all the time. Some of it was entirely legal, such as analyzing a rival's products and spellwork with divination spells, or poring over publicly available documents to see if they'd let something sensitive slip by without noticing, but such legal methods were usually very limited and mages often resorted to shadier methods. Bribing assistants and apprentices into selling out their master's secrets, hiring burglars to raid archives and research notes, dedicated scrying campaigns, seduction plots. The possibilities were endless, and new ones were devised every day. As well as countermeasures for such. Zorian recalled a particular fable that spoke of two mages that spent years devising ways to steal each other's secrets and thwarting the other's attempts to do the same to them. Eventually, after a decade of back and forth, they both succeeded in reaching each other's inner sanctum at the same time, only to find out that neither had any secrets worth stealing. They had spent so much time and effort trying to one-up each other that they'd never gotten any actual work done. Well, that was an obvious exaggeration, but it honestly wouldn't surprise Zorian to find out that every magical business, and probably quite a few non-magical ones, in Nyazov Dveri did do at least a little bit of illegal espionage as a matter of course. The world of business was a cutthroat environment. Zorian knew from his parents' stories that even seemingly simple and honest farmers were willing to renege on their contracts if they thought they could get away with it. To someone like Guri, this sort of thing was probably just business as usual. But it wasn't business as usual for Zorian. And frankly, Guri was completely right when he said that the whole thing was a huge risk for little gain. He opened his mouth to give Guri a firm, but polite refusal, but was interrupted when Guri pushed a brown, leather-bound book in his hands. Zorian looked at the book in surprise for a second, idly wondering why it had no title, before giving Guri a searching look. The man motioned him to open it. Zorian did, and promptly found himself leafing through pages of handwritten notes and complicated diagrams. It was a journal of some sort. That's why the book had no title or markings. A research journal of some mage, if he had to guess. What is this? He asked, giving Guri a suspicious look. A sample, Guri said with a grin. As I said, I know it would be foolish of you to do something like this for money. Well, for the sums I am able to pay you at least, so I came up with something that will hopefully be more attractive to you. Feel free to peruse that thing at your leisure and then come see me in my store tomorrow to give me an answer. Just remember, there is more where that came from. Guri then immediately left, leaving Zorian alone with the mysterious journal/thing. Curious, he opened the book at the beginning so he could see if it perhaps had a title written on the first page. The first few pages were blank, but he did reach the title page in the end. Breaking and Bypassing Wards and Other Magical Defenses, it said. By Aldwin Rafolton.
Rafolton?
That would be Guri's deceased business partner, wouldn't it? Intrigued, Zorian sat down on the edge of his bed and began to read. Having read through Rafolton's book, Zorian had to admit he was feeling a little underwhelmed. It wasn't a bad book by any means, but by the way Guri had presented it, he'd expected more. As it was, the most useful thing he found inside was the step-by-step instruction of how to build your very own magic analysis goggles, complete with a spell formula blueprint. That was convenient, as he had been meaning to build one of those for a while now and there were no publicly available creation manuals on the topic that he could find. The spell formula blueprint alone probably saved him a restart worth of work. Other than that, there was little of real use in there. But perhaps that was what Guri had been aiming for. It was a sample, as he said, meant to entice Zorian into cooperation by alluding to the possibility of granting Zorian access to the rest of Rafolton's books. If Guri's old partner had 5 other books like that, and each one had just one useful thing like the goggle thing, that was a couple of months of saved time right there. And if Guri was keeping the good stuff for the end like Zorian suspected, tempting. Far more tempting than he'd thought this would be. Shaking his head at his own greed, he locked his room behind him and set off in the direction of Guri's shop. He would have to check with the man what exactly he expected of him, but chances were he was going to say yes. In truth, this sort of thing wasn't that far off from what he had been planning to do on his own at some point. Chances were that he was going to have to learn how to break into people's homes and spy on mages sooner or later. Gathering information about the time loop, red robe and soul magic was bound to require it at some point. At least this way he would get some guidance from someone who'd done it before, get a chance to practice his skills on what was probably a far less difficult target, and get paid for it to boot. Realizing he was in no hurry to actually confront Guri, Zorian eventually slowed down and decided to take the scenic route to the place. He idly observed the people and buildings as he wandered the town, suddenly aware that he knew very little about the place, despite living in it for a while now. He had been so busy with other things that actually exploring Nyazov very sort of slipped his mind. He didn't even peruse the town's dungeon access, though that one was intentional. He had decided to hold back on doing that until he had a chance to judge how much of his time and attention his other tasks in this restart would take, and ultimately decided to leave that for some other restart. The dungeon wasn't going anywhere. In any case, now that he had taken the time to explore the town a little, he could say with some certainty that he hadn't missed much. He had already visited most of the shops to determine what the best price for the ingredients he was gathering was, and aside from that the town was fairly average. It was similar to Scioria in the sense that it was clearly a city that had experienced rapid growth in recent times. The old core of the city was easily recognizable by the single-story buildings painted in the traditional yellow color that usually signified Eldamar's native architecture, while subsequent layers radiating from it had newer multi-story buildings. Other than that, he hadn't noticed anything particularly noteworthy, though he would have to set aside some days for exploration just to be certain. Finally, he reached the building that proudly proclaimed it housed a business establishment known as Quilly and Rafolton Equipment and walked inside. The little bell attached to the door rang out as Zorian entered, notifying Guri of his arrival, a solution surprisingly devoid of magic, for a magic store, and the portly man soon poked his head from the back room he was currently in to see what he was dealing with. His eyes lit up immediately when he recognized Zorian. "I'll be with you in a second," the man yelled before getting back to whatever he was working on in the back. Zorian took the chance to study the shop a bit while he waited. Just like the first time he had been here, he was once again struck by how diverse the products sold by Guri's store were. He offered everything from wilderness-appropriate attire to the various magic items, potions, survival guides, dried herbs and other magical materials used by alchemists and artificers, and so on. And actually, it was even more impressive than it first appeared. Zorian knew from his previous talks with a man that Guri actually offered a great deal more than what was displayed at the shelves of his store, so long as the customer seeking them was properly vouched for or knew how to ask the right questions. Guri once told a story about a customer who tried to buy the decorative potted plants he strategically placed around the shop to liven up the place, and while Zorian understood Guri's mirth at the incident, he also understood how someone might have decided they were for sale. With all the other things Guri was selling, it really wouldn't have surprised Zorian to find out that he dealt in potted plants as well. "Ah, Zorian, my friend," said Guri, walking out from the back and approaching him.
Did you read it? An interesting book, isn't it? He prodded.
It was somewhat useful, said Zorian noncommittally. Not much on its own, but if there really are a couple more where that came from, it might actually be worthwhile for me to work with you on your problem. Guri frowned, apparently expecting him to be more impressed with his partner's work. He opened his mouth to speak, but Zorian interrupted him. Before we discuss this any further, I'd prefer if we move to somewhere more private. Do you have a room I could set up some basic privacy wards in? I have better, Guri said smugly, quickly shaking off his previous disappointment. I have a room with privacy wards already present, and not just the basic ones either. Follow me. He led Zorian to a small, inconspicuous room with a single desk and 2 chairs. A room whose walls, floor and ceiling were full of magical glyphs and geometric shapes made out of crystallized mana. Guri placed his hand on one of the circles and the whole complicated spell formula pulsed twice in bright blue light before becoming seemingly inert. Zorian wasn't fooled though. Those pulses signified the more mana-intensive portions of the ward scheme becoming active. Much like many powerful warding schemes, the one he was looking at had 2 modes, the normal, mana-conserving one that could be powered indefinitely from its mana source and the advanced, supercharged one that burned through mana faster than the ambient mana levels could provide it with but was far more effective for the time it was active. The sound of Guri clearing his throat jolted him out of his thoughts and he realized he had been studying the wards for quite a while now. Oops. Is this one also somewhat useful? Asked Guri with a smirk when he realized he had Zorian's attention again. No, this is quite impressive, Zorian admitted. Is this also made by your former partner? Yes, Guri nodded. He was quite good at this. Setting up wards, I mean. Also breaking and bypassing them, but I understand those two are related. Learn how to make a ward and you're 90% there to figuring out how to defeat it. That's the conventional wisdom, yes, agreed Zorian. He decided not to dance around the issue any longer. So, I'm guessing your former partner was your go-to person for these kinds of deals in the past, and now that he's dead, you need to find someone else to do your dirty work. You're direct, Guri laughed nervously. But you've hit the nail on the head more or less. You see, magic was never my thing, as strange as that may sound from an owner of a magic shop. That was always Aldwin's thing. He was the one that worried about the spellcasting part of the business, while I was always more comfortable on the more mundane civilian side of things. Making contacts, closing deals, finding new business partners, that kind of thing. I'm a really terrible mage when it comes down to it. I can barely cast anything at all. Zorian gave him a curious look. I'm pretty sure I saw you manipulate mana plenty of times, and activating the greater privacy mode of this room couldn't have possibly been a matter of just channeling mana into that circle. Oh, I was always very good at using magic items, Guri said. You don't need to be a proper mage to do that. Lots of practice and some specialized shaping exercises, and you're set. If you're fairly wealthy like me and live on a mana well, you can even commission items that draw power from the ambient mana instead of from my own minuscule reserves. But we both know there are severe drawbacks to such items, and this sort of job really needs a proper spellcaster. Zorian nodded. He had been considering the possibility of using self-casting magic items to make up for his below-average mana reserves for a while now, but there were a lot of problems with it. The core, inescapable issue was that souls of spellcasters were pretty damn good at spellcasting, while even the best-made magic items weren't. Making an item that allowed the caster to skip some of the steps during spellcasting was simple enough, but creating something that was capable of casting a spell entirely on its own upon command? Hard. Possibly very hard, or even impossible, depending on what spell you were trying to imprint into the item. Warding schemes and one-use magic items like his suicide explosive cubes got around the issue by having the maker cast the spell during creation, after which the spell formula simply stabilized it and kept it from degrading, but that workaround wasn't very useful for the majority of spells. And then there was the issue of powering said items. Not every place had much in the way of ambient mana, and even places that did often couldn't provide the amount necessary for the spell at once. That meant that most self-casting items needed an internal mana battery, which brought a whole host of problems of its own. No battery was totally efficient and reliable, they all leaked mana in varying amounts, and could easily blow up if overcharged or poorly constructed. And that was without even getting into the number of actual combat spells that were specifically designed to make mana batteries blow up from internal pressure. All in all, the creation of self-casting items was something that Zorian put squarely into the probably not worth it category. He wasn't nearly good enough with spell formula currently to pull it off, and even if he were, it was still a very difficult subfield of magic item creation that gave very dubious gains. Though he did eventually intend to track down a blueprint for a blasting rod, probably the simplest of self-casting items that blasted whatever it was pointed at with a torrent of barely constrained energy, usually fire. A fittingly named item, and one of the few self-casting items that was known to be reliable and effective in actual combat, at least at close range. It was not a priority, however. Such an item would be more of a last resort, sidearm sort of weapon than something to build his skills around. I'm not as useless at this sort of cloak and dagger stuff as you might think though, Guri said. As I said, Aldwin was the spellcaster, but I was the one who identified the targets. You can't spy on a threat unless you know they are a threat, after all. And I was always very good at spotting who our competition was and keeping an eye on their activities. People underestimate how much information you can get simply by being well connected and giving a few expensive gifts to people.
You mean bribes, said Zorian.
Zorian, my friend, you have much to learn, Guri said, shaking his head. Bribes are illegal. There is no law against generosity. Giving that bottle of expensive wine to your drinking buddy or inviting someone to that fancy annual dance that they've always wanted to attend is just being nice and no one can prove otherwise.
Right, Zorian sighed.
I guess I shouldn't talk, since I'm willing to go along with your plans. And speaking of which, why don't we get back to the reason we're here in the first place? What exactly do you want from me and what are you offering?
Very well.
I presume you know about Vazen's General Store. The biggest magic-related shop in town? Asked Zorian.
That one, yes.
Quilly and Rafolton equipment was once bigger and able to compete with them on a more equal footing, but since the death of my partner 2 years ago those days have passed. Recently they have closed a deal with another company from Scioria, but they have been silent about the contents of the deal. Everyone knows they have bought a bunch of spell formula schematics, alchemical recipes and production licenses, so it's obvious they intend to seriously branch out into the production side of the business, but the exact details have been successfully kept secret.
That is a problem.
Depending on what Vazen intends to produce, some things are going to decline sharply in value, while the price of the raw materials used to make them goes up to a similar degree.
I see.
You need to see what your rival will release so that you can prepare for the impact it will have on the market, mused Zorian. Well, that and so that I can see if it is possible to counter his move in some fashion, Guri said. I suppose you know where I can find that information?
Zorian asked. Not in the shop itself, I hope.
That place is bound to be heavily warded. It's not nearly as warded as you might think, some basic counters to stop teleportation and divination, and that's about it. But the place is always manned, even during the night, so you're right that they're not something you'd want to tangle with. Fortunately, you don't have to. In the end, Vazen's own paranoia is his undoing. I have found out that instead of keeping the documents in his heavily guarded shop, he has brought them into his much less protected home. Apparently, he doesn't even trust his own employees. How protected is his home? Asked Zorian. Well, my information might be a little outdated since I got it 2.5 years ago, from my then living partner who scouted the entire building, but I doubt much has changed. It has an anti-divination ward and all the doors and windows have intruder alarms, and that's it. The documents themselves are kept in a safe though, and that is bound to have much more serious defenses. Not too bad of a setup to be honest, Zorian said after thinking about it for a minute. The divination ward stops casual espionage and makes it impossible to just scry and teleport inside, while the alarms on entrances make it impossible to simply sneak inside without magic. Covering only the entrances with the wards was a common mana-conserving measure. True, it made the wards useless if the attackers could phase through walls or were willing to make their own entrance by blowing a hole in the building, but thieves capable of phasing through solid matter had bigger fish to fry than robbing small-time shop owners, and blasting holes in the walls would kind of defeat the point of trying to acquire the information undetected. You can teleport though, right? Asked Guri. I mean, I'm sure you can, the speed of movement over large distances that you've demonstrated pretty much requires it, but how good are you at it? I can teleport, Zorian said hesitantly. He didn't think he was making it that obvious, though he supposed he couldn't keep leaving in the morning and coming back before the sun set with things only found deep in the forest without someone questioning just how he was doing it. I'm getting pretty good at it, in my opinion. It takes me a while to shape the spell, but I can consistently pull it off.
Excellent.
The intruder alarms shouldn't be much of a problem then, Guri said with a grin. Aldwin had this neat trick where he could turn an item into a teleport beacon of sorts, and then simply teleport himself to its location without having to have been there in the past. I'm sure I can get some innocuous-seeming thing through the door, you just have to cast the spell on it. I don't know how to cast the spell myself, but Aldwin did write it down in one of his journals. Spell, you say? No spell formula involved? Asked Zorian curiously.
No.
Spell of Recall, I think it's called. It's a 2-part spell. You first cast a personal teleport beacon on an item, and it immediately forges a connection between you and it. You can then cast the second spell at any time, causing yourself to be recalled at the location of the item. According to Aldwin, it was meant to be used for rapid escape. You cast the first spell on a retreat point and then use the second spell to teleport there if you end up in a bind. Why not use a regular teleport for that? Frowned Zorian. Sounds like a lot of trouble when a normal teleport will suffice. After all, you've already been to the location you're teleporting to if you're setting it up as a retreat point. I really don't know. You will have to find that out yourself if you're interested, Guri said. So assuming this spell works as advertised and you can smuggle something in like you said you would, I just have to defeat the protection on the safe to get to the documents.
Yes.
That part will be all you, since I have no idea where it is or what protections it has, confirmed Guri. Zorian stared at the man for a while before taking a deep breath.
Lovely.
Unfortunately for you, I am not the professional ward breaker you seem to think I am, he told Guri. When you said you wanted my help with this, I had thought I would just play support or something. Something like this is, to put it bluntly, out of my league. I'm sorry, but unless there is something you're not telling me, there is no way I'd be able to pull this off. Guri leaned forward and gave him a conspiratorial grin. Even if I gave you Aldwin's spellbook and his notes on how the spells are meant to be used. Zorian blinked.
What?
2 hours later, Zorian left Guri's shop with 3 new books under his arm. They had agreed to make the attempt at the documents 3 days before the summer festival, ostensibly to give Zorian the time he needed to practice the spells in Aldwin's spellbook, but also because that way, should the whole thing go pear-shaped, Zorian would only lose 3 days of the restart. Zorian hummed to himself in satisfaction as he walked back to the inn. It was nice to catch a windfall from time to time. After the whole annoyance with Silver Lake and the mysterious disappearance of soul magic practitioners, he had begun to think that this whole restart had been a giant waste of time. Now, well, at least he'd gotten some shiny new spells out of it, ones of the sort that he could never have acquired through any legal avenue. Things were looking up. After his talk with Guri, time passed quickly. It was difficult to practice the spells found in Aldwin's spellbook, as most of them only interacted with wards and required an actual warding scheme as a target. Thankfully, Zorian had managed to find a warded house whose owner had left on a trip, allowing Zorian to practice on it to his heart's content, provided he kept out of sight of the main road. He also occasionally warded objects himself for practice purposes, usually when practicing the more destructive spells, but that just wasn't the same as interacting with an unknown ward. Surprisingly, Guri was also willing to have Zorian practice the spells on his shop's warding scheme, so long as he didn't do anything permanent. Zorian wondered about that. All things considered, Guri was being far too accommodating to him. He suspected that the portly man thought of him as an investment and hoped to turn him into a more long-term asset, and as such was rather more generous to Zorian than he otherwise would have been, but he had no way to be sure. There did not seem to be anything malicious about it, so he mostly ignored it and tried to be simply grateful for his good fortune. There were essentially 3 ways of dealing with wards. The first one was to starve the ward out, depriving it of mana until it simply fell apart. The second was to identify a way to disrupt its structure, causing it to fail on the spot. And finally, the third one was to trick it into not activating in the first place. Siphoning, breaking and bypassing were the terms used in literature for the 3 methods. Each one had its advantages and disadvantages, but for the task Guri entrusted him, he would have to rely on bypassing the wards on the safe. Siphoning had the advantage that it always worked. Every ward could be siphoned to death with enough time and effort. It was just a question if the attacker was willing to devote the necessary resources for the task. Some wards could last for months after being isolated from their power sources, even when actively drained of mana during the isolation. Unfortunately, it required that the attacker have complete control of the area around the ward, as siphoning operations were difficult to set up and maintain. Anything less than total control made it too easy for the defender to wreck the setup. It was mostly used for sieges and bringing down legacy wards that had outlived their usefulness. Breaking was the fastest method of neutralizing wards. Just disrupt the structure of the ward and let it collapse on itself. Unfortunately, many wards collapsed explosively or had other unpleasant side effects if simply broken, often resulting in the destruction of the warded thing and sometimes the one doing the breaking as well. A lot of wards were also simply too powerful to be broken by a single mage, or even a group of mages, unless the attacker had identified a particularly glaring weakness. So all in all, breaking a ward was often not possible, and even more often, not desirable even if the possibility existed. Still, if one wanted to get rid of a ward quickly and had power to spare, breaking the ward was the way to go. Finally, there was bypassing the wards, the preferred way of dealing with them, if at all possible. If the attacker knew how the ward functioned, either because he had been given access to the schematics of the warding scheme or because he had analyzed its structure via divination spells, they could take care not to activate any of the triggers that made the ward recognize there was a problem to be countered. Depending on how the ward functioned, it might even be possible to put additional layers on top of it to neutralize it completely. If an attacker wanted to keep their intrusion secret, bypassing the wards was a must, as it was the only method that left the wards intact after they were done. Since the idea was to leave no trace of his home invasion, he obviously couldn't break or siphon the wards on the safe. He had to trick his way past them and leave them intact. There were lots of ways to do that in the books Guri had given him, since Aldwin was primarily interested in that sort of solution to the wards himself, but until Zorian took an actual look at the safe he couldn't tell which ones he should use. So he settled on simply practicing all of them. As the date of the summer festival approached, Zorian decided to visit Vani one more time to see if the man had any news on the missing soul mages. He didn't, though he admitted he hadn't tried to find out anything about that very hard. It was a matter for law enforcement, Vani had claimed, and getting involved would just paint them as suspects. He was probably right, and Zorian knew there was no point in snooping around now that the case was being investigated by the police, but he definitely intended to launch a personal investigation in future restarts to see what was going on there. Vani had asked him whether he had found the Shifter tribe, but Zorian admitted that he sort of gave up on that. He couldn't go to Rainey, as she was in Scioria, and nobody else could direct him where to go. Or maybe they could, but didn't want to. The result was the same in either case. Besides, he was skeptical in regard to how much they could actually help with his issue. Finally, the day had come. Guri had managed to get a small plaque inside Vazen's house by stuffing it inside an envelope and mailing it to the man along with some ridiculous. Zorian couldn't believe that had actually worked, but it had, and now they just had to wait for the man to go to work before he could teleport inside and search for the safe. Vazen was a 40-year-old bachelor, so there was supposed to be no one in the house with him gone, but Zorian had prepared a set of concealing clothes for himself anyway, that he intended to throw away immediately after the operation, and was willing to teleport out at the first sign of trouble. After an hour of waiting, Vazen left the house and Zorian teleported inside. Guri remained outside under an invisibility field, acting as a lookout. If he spotted Vazen coming back, he would press a button on the stopwatch Zorian had given him, which would cause a ring on Zorian's hand to heat up. The house was, thankfully, completely empty, but also completely lacking in safes, warded or otherwise. Even after he'd added an additional layer to the wards in order to exclude the inside of the house from the anti-divination ward, his spell still gave no results. Probably because the safe was itself warded against divinations. Frustrating. It was obviously hidden behind something, but Zorian couldn't figure out where. There were no hollow walls, secret hatches beneath the carpet, places where the floor was scraped due to constant movement of furniture, and so on. Just as Zorian was about to give up and hit the books for an exotic divination spell that could work despite the ward, he finally found it. It was in the fireplace, of all things. If he hadn't noticed how relatively clean it was, and reminisced about how much he hated cleaning the one back home in Siren, it would have never occurred to him to look there. The fireplace was not built for convenient access, so interacting with it was rather annoying. The safe was positioned to the left, making it impossible to actually see the lock without the use of a mirror. Still, that was just an inconvenience, not a real obstacle. He began casting analysis spells at the ward that protected the safe, trying to find a way past them. He had just enough time to register that there was a very weak, localized ward present in the fireplace before he was forced to jump back and erect a shield in front of him. A deafening explosion erupted from the fireplace, enveloping the whole room and blinding, choking Ash as the ward triggered the explosive trap in response to detecting his analysis spell. His shield protected him from the blast, but the ash cloud was hell on his lungs. He teleported out, grabbed Guri and then teleported again, this time away from Vazen's house. The operation was a bust. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In the aftermath of the botched operation, the whole idea had been scrapped. Security was bound to go up now that Vazen knew there was someone after the documents, and Zorian didn't fancy going against the new and improved defenses when even the old ones nearly killed him. Guri was, if anything, even more shaken about the whole thing than Zorian was. He apologized profusely for the whole episode and ranted about how such lethal traps were illegal and how he couldn't believe Vazen would employ such a thing, which Zorian found more than a little amusing. It helped explain why Vazen seemingly didn't bother to report the break-in to the police though. Personally, Zorian was feeling pretty annoyed with himself. Despite what Guri seemed to think, this was all on him. He really should have checked the fireplace for traps. Hell, he should have checked the whole house for those. Just because Guri had said there were no other defenses didn't mean he should have taken it for granted. The man had even said his information was outdated. Well, no matter. He got some nifty spells out of the whole thing and he knew what to watch out for in subsequent restarts. He thought about confronting the Grey Hunter at the end of the restart, but then decided against it. He would have just died messily, and he'd had enough brushes with death in this particular restart. He went to sleep and woke up with his sister wishing him a good morning. He was just fortunate he figured out how the man was seeing him, or else he'd be already dead by now. They're permanently dead, if you're wondering, Red Robe continued. He didn't seem to be able to pinpoint him with his soul protection active, but he clearly could tell he was around. And he was slowly getting closer to Zorian. When I killed them in the last restart, I didn't just kill their bodies. No matter how many times the time loop repeats itself, the Arania will always start the time loop dead, their bodies present but their souls forever gone. Soul magic is so fascinating, isn't it? Even though he had been suspecting it, Zorian still felt his heart drop at the admission. The Arania were dead permanently? That's... He felt a storm of outrage and guilt building up in him and ruthlessly crushed it. Now was not the time. There would be time for breakdowns and self-recriminations later, but now he had to make sure that there would be a later. But I'm not as violent and unreasonable as I might first appear, you know? Red Robe said conversationally. If you tell me the names of other people the Arania have brought into the time loop, I promise I will leave you alone. I might even teach you a thing or two. Zorian blinked. Is that why Red Robe hadn't flooded the whole room in fire to flush him out? Because he thought there might be more time travelers beside him? Ha! In retrospect, that seemed like a reasonable conclusion. The matriarch did claim such to Zack, after all. Suddenly Red Robe surged forward and snatched him by the shirt. Before Zorian could do much, the other mage slammed him into the rough wall of the Arania cavern several times, causing Zorian to see spots and hover on the edge of unconsciousness. He tried to break free, but he was never particularly gifted in the physical areas and Red Robe's strength was utterly superhuman and completely out of proportion with his size and build. How many others have the Arania brought into the time loop? Red Robe asked menacingly, dropping all pretenses of politeness and friendliness. Someone else might have been tempted to try and lie, but Zorian knew it was best to stay quiet. A statement could be divined for hidden meanings and veracity. You could not divine the meaning of silence. Oh fine, have it your way, Red Robe said with a dramatic sigh. I guess I'll just have to rip it out of your mind like I did with Zack. Regardless of what those arrogant bugs told you, the Arania aren't the only ones capable of mind magic. Zorian felt the other mage trying to connect with his mind, but he immediately realized the attempt was incredibly crude and simplistic. Zorian was better and he knew it. Not willing to let this mistake on the part of his opponent go to waste, he promptly clamped down on the connection and blew Red Robe's telepathic attack to bits before counter-invading his mind. Knowing he had no experience with subtle attacks, he simply proceeded to blast the Red Robe's mind with an undirected telepathic scream. Red Robe flinched back and tried to terminate the connection. When that failed, he reached for his spell rod, but Zorian caused his hand to spasm and it promptly slipped between his fingers and clattered to the floor of the cave. After several seconds Zorian realized that, while the other mage was no match for him when it came to telepathic combat, he wasn't defenseless either. He couldn't overpower Red Robe mentally, and the moment his concentration dropped the other mage was going to sever the connection and beat him to a pulp in the physical world. He tried to commandeer the Red Robe's limb to release its grip on him so he could flee, but the hand remained resolutely wrapped around his neck. Well, fine then. Zorian reached to his belt and retrieved the revolver he had bought from the merchant, emptying the entire wheel into Red Robe at point-blank range. He lost concentration as the gun fired, the bang surprising him with its volume, but as the first two bullets impacted Red Robe's chest he immediately released Zorian in favor of erecting a hasty shield around himself. The last 4 bullets splashed uselessly against the plane of force the other mage had managed to raise in front of him, but the damage was already done, as the first 2 bullets had already struck true, tearing through whatever protections the other mage had on his robe and drawing blood. Zorian took advantage of the aftermath to flee, hoping that Red Robe's fresh wounds would inhibit his pursuits. The lack of footsteps following him told him he was correct. A disintegration beam narrowly missing his head also told him that his opponent wasn't out of the fight yet. You shot me. The Red Robe's voice yelled hysterically behind him. What kind of mage uses a gun? Zorian didn't grace this with a response and instead opted to keep running. The idea of simply activating his bombs, the only item he bothered to make before coming down here, and killing himself was tempting, but he realized that would be a horrible idea. His opponent was a necromancer. Suicide wasn't going to protect him from Red Robe, not in any way that mattered. It wasn't like the time loop was going to reset itself when he died, it only did that for Zack. No, he had to find a way to kill himself in such a way that Red Robe could not recover his body afterwards. After racking his brains for a second, he accessed the map of the underworld the matriarch had left for him and searched for something. There. That tunnel led to a long vertical shaft that ended in a giant underground lake marked as dangerous. That probably meant there was something living there, ready to eat anyone who ventured into the waters. His body would likely be eaten long before Red Robe could recover it.
He sped off towards his destination. He narrowly avoided the next two spells, Red Robes constantly on his toes, not nearly as crippled by his wounds as he should have been. He shot him in the chest, for God's sake. Twice. What the hell did he do to himself to get that kind of resilience? Some kind of forbidden ritual, maybe? Red Robe seemed to finally lose patience with him and flooded the entire corridor in a vortex of crackling blue lightning that immediately caused Zorian's muscles to lock up and washed all his thoughts in a sea of pain. He was too late, though, because Zorian had already stepped over the edge of the hole leading into the vertical shaft, and inertia caused him to promptly tip over and fall in. Zorian tumbled through the air, for some reason thinking it was funny he was doing his damnedest to kill himself while the third time traveler was trying to stop him. He had the presence of mind to activate the explosives in his pocket just before he hit the surface of the water, and his world ended in light and pain. End of Arc 1. He was just fortunate he figured out how the man was seeing him, or else he'd be already dead by now. They're permanently dead, if you're wondering, Red Robe continued. He didn't seem to be able to pinpoint him with his soul protection active, but he clearly could tell he was around. And he was slowly getting closer to Zorian. When I killed them in the last restart, I didn't just kill their bodies. No matter how many times the time loop repeats itself, the Arania will always start the time loop dead, their bodies present but their souls forever gone. Soul magic is so fascinating, isn't it? Even though he had been suspecting it, Zorian still felt his heart drop at the admission. The Arania were dead permanently? That's... He felt a storm of outrage and guilt building up in him and ruthlessly crushed it. Now was not the time. There would be time for breakdowns and self-recriminations later, but now he had to make sure that there would be a later. But I'm not as violent and unreasonable as I might first appear, you know? Red Robe said conversationally. If you tell me the names of other people the Arania have brought into the time loop, I promise I will leave you alone. I might even teach you a thing or two. Zorian blinked. Is that why Red Robe hadn't flooded the whole room in fire to flush him out? Because he thought there might be more time travelers beside him? Ha! In retrospect, that seemed like a reasonable conclusion. The matriarch did claim such to Zack, after all. Suddenly Red Robe surged forward and snatched him by the shirt. Before Zorian could do much, the other mage slammed him into the rough wall of the Arania cavern several times, causing Zorian to see spots and hover on the edge of unconsciousness. He tried to break free, but he was never particularly gifted in the physical areas, and Red Robe's strength was utterly superhuman and completely out of proportion with his size and build. How many others have the Arania brought into the time loop? Red Robe asked menacingly, dropping all pretenses of politeness and friendliness. Someone else might have been tempted to try and lie, but Zorian knew it was best to stay quiet. A statement could be divined for hidden meanings and veracity. You could not divine the meaning of silence. Oh fine, have it your way, Red Robe said with a dramatic sigh. I guess I'll just have to rip it out of your mind like I did with Zack. Regardless of what those arrogant bugs told you, the Arania aren't the only ones capable of mind magic. Zorian felt the other mage trying to connect with his mind, but he immediately realized the attempt was incredibly crude and simplistic. Zorian was better, and he knew it. Not willing to let this mistake on the part of his opponent go to waste, he promptly clamped down on the connection and blew Red Robe's telepathic attack to bits before counter-invading his mind. Knowing he had no experience with subtle attacks, he simply proceeded to blast the Red Robe's mind with an undirected telepathic scream. Red Robe flinched back and tried to terminate the connection. When that failed, he reached for his spell rod, but Zorian caused his hand to spasm and it promptly slipped between his fingers and clattered to the floor of the cave. After several seconds, Zorian realized that, while the other mage was no match for him when it came to telepathic combat, he wasn't defenseless either. He couldn't overpower Red Robe mentally, and the moment his concentration dropped, the other mage was going to sever the connection and beat him to a pulp in the physical world. He tried to commandeer the Red Robe's limb to release its grip on him so he could flee, but the hand remained resolutely wrapped around his neck. Well, fine then. Zorian reached to his belt and retrieved the revolver he had bought from the merchant, emptying the entire wheel into Red Robe at point-blank range. He lost concentration as the gun fired, the bang surprising him with its volume, but as the first two bullets impacted Red Robe's chest, he immediately released Zorian in favor of erecting a hasty shield around himself. The last 4 bullets splashed uselessly against the plane of force the other mage had managed to raise in front of him, but the damage was already done, as the first 2 bullets had already struck true, tearing through whatever protections the other mage had on his robe and drawing blood. Zorian took advantage of the aftermath to flee, hoping that Red Robe's fresh wounds would inhibit his pursuits. The lack of footsteps following him told him he was correct. A disintegration beam narrowly missing his head also told him that his opponent wasn't out of the fight yet. You shot me. The Red Robe's voice yelled hysterically behind him. What kind of mage uses a gun? Zorian didn't grace this with a response and instead opted to keep running. The idea of simply activating his bombs, the only item he bothered to make before coming down here, and killing himself was tempting, but he realized that would be a horrible idea. His opponent was a necromancer. Suicide wasn't going to protect him from Red Robe, not in any way that mattered. It wasn't like the time loop was going to reset itself when he died, it only did that for Zack. No, he had to find a way to kill himself in such a way that Red Robe could not recover his body afterwards. After racking his brains for a second, he accessed the map of the underworld the matriarch had left for him and searched for something. There. That tunnel led to a long vertical shaft that ended in a giant underground lake marked as dangerous. That probably meant there was something living there, ready to eat anyone who ventured into the waters. His body would likely be eaten long before Red Robe could recover it. He sped off towards his destination. He narrowly avoided the next two spells, Red Robe's constantly on his toes, not nearly as crippled by his wounds as he should have been. He shot him in the chest, for God's sake. Twice. What the hell did he do to himself to get that kind of resilience? Some kind of forbidden ritual, maybe? Red Robe seemed to finally lose patience with him and flooded the entire corridor in a vortex of crackling blue lightning that immediately caused Zorian's muscles to lock up and washed all his thoughts in a sea of pain. He was too late, though, because Zorian had already stepped over the edge of the hole leading into the vertical shaft and inertia caused him to promptly tip over and fall in. Zorian tumbled through the air, for some reason thinking it was funny he was doing his damnedest to kill himself while the third time traveler was trying to stop him. He had the presence of mind to activate the explosives in his pocket just before he hit the surface of the water and his world ended in light and pain. End of Arc 1. He was just fortunate he figured out how the man was seeing him, or else he'd be already dead by now. They're permanently dead, if you're wondering, Red Robe continued. He didn't seem to be able to pinpoint him with his soul protection active, but he clearly could tell he was around. And he was slowly getting closer to Zorian. When I killed them in the last restart, I didn't just kill their bodies. No matter how many times the time loop repeats itself, the Arania will always start the time loop dead, their bodies present but their souls forever gone. Soul magic is so fascinating, isn't it? Even though he had been suspecting it, Zorian still felt his heart drop at the admission. The Arania were dead permanently? That's... He felt a storm of outrage and guilt building up in him and ruthlessly crushed it. Now was not the time. There would be time for breakdowns and self-recriminations later, but now he had to make sure that there would be a later. But I'm not as violent and unreasonable as I might first appear, you know? Red Robe said conversationally. If you tell me the names of other people the Arania have brought into the time loop, I promise I will leave you alone. I might even teach you a thing or two. Zorian blinked. Is that why Red Robe hadn't flooded the whole room in fire to flush him out? Because he thought there might be more time travelers beside him? Ha! In retrospect, that seemed like a reasonable conclusion. The matriarch did claim such to Zack, after all. Suddenly Red Robe surged forward and snatched him by the shirt. Before Zorian could do much, the other mage slammed him into the rough wall of the Arania cavern several times, causing Zorian to see spots and hover on the edge of unconsciousness. He tried to break free, but he was never particularly gifted in the physical areas and Red Robe's strength was utterly superhuman and completely out of proportion with his size and build. How many others have the Arania brought into the time loop? Red Robe asked menacingly, dropping all pretenses of politeness and friendliness. Someone else might have been tempted to try and lie, but Zorian knew it was best to stay quiet. A statement could be divined for hidden meanings and veracity. You could not divine the meaning of silence. Oh fine, have it your way, Red Robe said with a dramatic sigh. I guess I'll just have to rip it out of your mind like I did with Zack. Regardless of what those arrogant bugs told you, the Arania aren't the only ones capable of mind magic. Zorian felt the other mage trying to connect with his mind, but he immediately realized the attempt was incredibly crude and simplistic. Zorian was better and he knew it. Not willing to let this mistake on the part of his opponent go to waste, he promptly clamped down on the connection and blew Red Robe's telepathic attack to bits before counter-invading his mind. Knowing he had no experience with subtle attacks, he simply proceeded to blast the Red Robe's mind with an undirected telepathic scream. Red Robe flinched back and tried to terminate the connection. When that failed, he reached for his spell rod, but Zorian caused his hand to spasm and it promptly slipped between his fingers and clattered to the floor of the cave. After several seconds Zorian realized that, while the other mage was no match for him when it came to telepathic combat, he wasn't defenseless either. He couldn't overpower Red Robe mentally, and the moment his concentration dropped the other mage was going to sever the connection and beat him to a pulp in the physical world. He tried to commandeer the Red Robe's limb to release its grip on him so he could flee, but the hand remained resolutely wrapped around his neck. Well, fine then.
Zorian reached to his belt and retrieved the revolver he had bought from the merchant, emptying the entire wheel into Red Robe at point-blank range. He lost concentration as the gun fired, the bang surprising him with its volume, but as the first 2 bullets impacted Red Robe's chest, he immediately released Zorian in favor of erecting a hasty shield around himself. The last 4 bullets splashed uselessly against the plane of force the other mage had managed to raise in front of him, but the damage was already done, as the first 2 bullets had already struck true, tearing through whatever protections the other mage had on his robe and drawing blood. Zorian took advantage of the aftermath to flee, hoping that Red Robe's fresh wounds would inhibit his pursuits. The lack of footsteps following him told him he was correct. A disintegration beam narrowly missing his head also told him that his opponent wasn't out of the fight yet. "You shot me." The Red Robe's voice yelled hysterically behind him. "What kind of mage uses a gun?" Zorian didn't grace this with a response and instead opted to keep running. The idea of simply activating his bombs, the only item he bothered to make before coming down here, and killing himself was tempting, but he realized that would be a horrible idea. His opponent was a necromancer. Suicide wasn't going to protect him from Red Robe, not in any way that mattered. It wasn't like the time loop was going to reset itself when he died, it only did that for Zack. No, he had to find a way to kill himself in such a way that Red Robe could not recover his body afterwards. After racking his brains for a second, he accessed the map of the underworld the matriarch had left for him and searched for something. There. That tunnel led to a long vertical shaft that ended in a giant underground lake marked as dangerous. That probably meant there was something living there, ready to eat anyone who ventured into the waters. His body would likely be eaten long before Red Robe could recover it. He sped off towards his destination. He narrowly avoided the next 2 spells, Red Robe's constantly on his toes, not nearly as crippled by his wounds as he should have been. He shot him in the chest, for God's sake. Twice. What the hell did he do to himself to get that kind of resilience? Some kind of forbidden ritual, maybe? Red Robe seemed to finally lose patience with him and flooded the entire corridor in a vortex of crackling blue lightning that immediately caused Zorian's muscles to lock up and washed all his thoughts in a sea of pain. He was too late, though, because Zorian had already stepped over the edge of the hole leading into the vertical shaft and inertia caused him to promptly tip over and fall in. Zorian tumbled through the air, for some reason thinking it was funny he was doing his damnedest to kill himself while the third time traveler was trying to stop him. He had the presence of mind to activate the explosives in his pocket just before he hit the surface of the water and his world ended in light and pain. End of Arc 1. He was just fortunate he figured out how the man was seeing him, or else he'd be already dead by now. "They're permanently dead, if you're wondering," Red Robe continued. He didn't seem to be able to pinpoint him with his soul protection active, but he clearly could tell he was around. And he was slowly getting closer to Zorian. "When I killed them in the last restart, I didn't just kill their bodies. No matter how many times the time loop repeats itself, the Arania will always start the time loop dead, their bodies present but their souls forever gone. Soul magic is so fascinating, isn't it?" Even though he had been suspecting it, Zorian still felt his heart drop at the admission. The Arania were dead permanently? That's... He felt a storm of outrage and guilt building up in him and ruthlessly crushed it. Now was not the time. There would be time for breakdowns and self-recriminations later, but now he had to make sure that there would be a later. "But I'm not as violent and unreasonable as I might first appear, you know?" Red Robe said conversationally. "If you tell me the names of other people the Arania have brought into the time loop, I promise I will leave you alone. I might even teach you a thing or two." Zorian blinked. Is that why Red Robe hadn't flooded the whole room in fire to flush him out? Because he thought there might be more time travelers beside him? In retrospect, that seemed like a reasonable conclusion. The matriarch did claim such to Zack, after all. Suddenly Red Robe surged forward and snatched him by the shirt. Before Zorian could do much, the other mage slammed him into the rough wall of the Arania cavern several times, causing Zorian to see spots and hover on the edge of unconsciousness. He tried to break free, but he was never particularly gifted in the physical areas and Red Robe's strength was utterly superhuman and completely out of proportion with his size and build. How many others have the Arania brought into the time loop? Red Robe asked menacingly, dropping all pretenses of politeness and friendliness. Someone else might have been tempted to try and lie, but Zorian knew it was best to stay quiet. A statement could be divined for hidden meanings and veracity. You could not divine the meaning of silence. "Oh fine, have it your way," Red Robe said with a dramatic sigh. "I guess I'll just have to rip it out of your mind like I did with Zack. Regardless of what those arrogant bugs told you, the Arania aren't the only ones capable of mind magic." Zorian felt the other mage trying to connect with his mind, but he immediately realized the attempt was incredibly crude and simplistic.
Zorian was better and he knew it. Not willing to let this mistake on the part of his opponent go to waste, he promptly clamped down on the connection and blew Red Robe's telepathic attack to bits before counter-invading his mind. Knowing he had no experience with subtle attacks, he simply proceeded to blast the Red Robe's mind with an undirected telepathic scream. Red Robe flinched back and tried to terminate the connection. When that failed, he reached for his spell rod, but Zorian caused his hand to spasm and it promptly slipped between his fingers and clattered to the floor of the cave. After several seconds, Zorian realized that, while the other mage was no match for him when it came to telepathic combat, he wasn't defenseless either. He couldn't overpower Red Robe mentally, and the moment his concentration dropped, the other mage was going to sever the connection and beat him to a pulp in the physical world. He tried to commandeer the Red Robe's limb to release its grip on him so he could flee, but the hand remained resolutely wrapped around his neck.
Well, fine then.
Zorian reached to his belt and retrieved the revolver he had bought from the merchant, emptying the entire wheel into Red Robe at point-blank range. He lost concentration as the gun fired, the bang surprising him with its volume, but as the first 2 bullets impacted Red Robe's chest, he immediately released Zorian in favor of erecting a hasty shield around himself. The last 4 bullets splashed uselessly against the plane of force the other mage had managed to raise in front of him, but the damage was already done, as the first 2 bullets had already struck true, tearing through whatever protections the other mage had on his robe and drawing blood. Zorian took advantage of the aftermath to flee, hoping that Red Robe's fresh wounds would inhibit his pursuits. The lack of footsteps following him told him he was correct. A disintegration beam narrowly missing his head also told him that his opponent wasn't out of the fight yet. "You shot me." The Red Robe's voice yelled hysterically behind him. "What kind of mage uses a gun?" Zorian didn't grace this with a response and instead opted to keep running. The idea of simply activating his bombs, the only item he bothered to make before coming down here, and killing himself was tempting, but he realized that would be a horrible idea. His opponent was a necromancer. Suicide wasn't going to protect him from Red Robe, not in any way that mattered. It wasn't like the time loop was going to reset itself when he died, it only did that for Zack. No, he had to find a way to kill himself in such a way that Red Robe could not recover his body afterwards. After racking his brains for a second, he accessed the map of the underworld the matriarch had left for him and searched for something. There. That tunnel led to a long vertical shaft that ended in a giant underground lake marked as dangerous. That probably meant there was something living there, ready to eat anyone who ventured into the waters. His body would likely be eaten long before Red Robe could recover it. He sped off towards his destination. He narrowly avoided the next 2 spells, Red Robe's constantly on his toes, not nearly as crippled by his wounds as he should have been. He shot him in the chest, for God's sake.
Twice.
What the hell did he do to himself to get that kind of resilience? Some kind of forbidden ritual, maybe? Red Robe seemed to finally lose patience with him and flooded the entire corridor in a vortex of crackling blue lightning that immediately caused Zorian's muscles to lock up and washed all his thoughts in a sea of pain. He was too late, though, because Zorian had already stepped over the edge of the hole leading into the vertical shaft and inertia caused him to promptly tip over and fall in. Zorian tumbled through the air, for some reason thinking it was funny he was doing his damnedest to kill himself while the third time traveler was trying to stop him. He had the presence of mind to activate the explosives in his pocket just before he hit the surface of the water and his world ended in light and pain.
End of Arc 1.